Chapter 101 to 101, Guillotine. The next morning, a stage was set up in the middle of North Pine Town, making the townspeople curious about what it was meant for. Is there a performance today? I don't think so. I haven't heard of a troupe visiting the town. House Silversword must have set this stage to announce something important. While the townspeople were curiously chatting between themselves, a few warriors suddenly appeared carrying something covered by a cloth. Look! They are coming! What's that thing? I have no idea. Everyone watched as the warriors set up the item on the stage. When the warriors removed the cloth, a guillotine was revealed, shocking everyone to their core. Holy shit! Who is going to be executed today? More and more townspeople gathered at the venue when news spread that there would be a public execution. An hour later, hundreds of people had already gathered at the site, waiting for the execution to begin. At this moment, more warriors appeared and they were dragging a few people whose hands were chained. The townspeople were curious to know the identities of these individuals, but their faces were covered by a cloth, making it impossible for everyone to guess who they were. It's Lord Alaric! Someone exclaimed. Everyone turned their head when they heard this. Alaric calmly walked towards the stage under the heated gazes of the crowd. The mission is still set at normal, so I need to be careful. To ensure a smooth process, Alaric invited William to watch the execution. With the old man around, he could rest assured that no accident would occur. Upon stepping foot on the stage, Alaric raised his hand, signaling to the audience to keep quiet. Everyone, I have an important announcement to make. Alaric scanned the crowd with a solemn look. Today, we will be executing the criminals who had attempted to poison the Baron. When the townspeople heard his words, they almost flew into rage. Lucas was their lord, an important symbol of North Pine Town. Everyone respected him for he was a great leader who had never oppressed the poor. They would never forgive those who would attempt to take his life. Alaric sent a signal to the warriors to remove the cloth that covered the criminals' faces. As soon as their faces were revealed, the townspeople immediately rained curses at them. Many even started throwing stones and other objects at the criminals. Everyone was furious. The first person sent to the guillotine was Pamela. Her face was covered in bruises and there were all sorts of wounds on her body, but no one felt pity for her. It looked like she wanted to say something, but because of the bruises on her face, she could only emit unintelligible words. Alaric announced her crimes as the warriors placed her on the guillotine. Die, bitch! Kill that bitch! After announcing her crimes, Alaric nodded at the executioner. Swoosh! The guillotine cleanly chopped off Pamela's head, sending it rolling onto the stage. Everyone cheered upon witnessing her death. Meanwhile, a warrior came to dispose of her corpse and another one grabbed her fallen head. In the next moment, the second criminal was sent to the guillotine. It was one of Charles's subordinates. Alaric stated his crimes before he sent a signal to the executioner. Swoosh! A few more criminals were beheaded. Some of them pleaded for mercy, but no one listened. There was also someone who tried to escape, but he was cut down in half by Galinar who was at the scene. Soon, only 2 criminals remained. The next person is Gerard. Alaric announced the man's crimes which were even worse than the criminals who died before him. Alaric glanced deeply at Gerard. This man was an elite knight, so he had Galinar pin him down on the guillotine to ensure that he wouldn't escape. Surprisingly, Gerard didn't take any action. He just obediently laid down on the guillotine without saying a word. After announcing his crimes, Alaric asked him, "Do you have any last words?" Gerard lifted his head and muttered, "Please forgive me, Aru." Alaric sighed. This man was unlucky. He was a loyal subordinate, but he followed the wrong lord. Alaric sent a signal to the executioner. Swoosh! Gerard didn't activate his manas, so the blade cleanly cut off his head. Now, only one criminal remained. For some reason, the townspeople felt that this person looked strangely familiar. The last person is the main culprit behind this incident. Please don't be surprised, everyone. This is Charles Silversword. Because of his greed, he plotted to poison the Baron. As soon as they heard this name, the audience was stunned. They even thought that there was something wrong with their ears. However, when Galinar grabbed his hair, they saw his face. It's indeed Sir Charles. How could this be? I thought he was a good man. It turns out he was a devil. Kill him. Kill. Everyone felt betrayed. Wait! Charles shouted while looking at Alaric. Galinar immediately pushed his shoulder, forcing him to kneel. Alaric raised his hand to silence the furious crowd. Speak! He uttered coldly. Charles knew that his death was imminent, so he no longer bothered to conceal his true face. The kind face that he always had was now filled with loathing and insanity. Don't regret this, Alaric. You don't know anything. The town may look peaceful on the surface, but this place will soon be engulfed in flames. Ha ha ha! He laughed contemptuously. The people at the capital are getting restless with the Emperor's declining health. Soon, there will be a great war and North Pine Town will be forced to participate. Ha ha ha! I will watch you guys suffer and I will wait for you in hell. Charles was like a deranged beast as he uttered those words. Alaric's expression darkened. How does he know about this? Did one of the princes approach him already? He realized that the two princes might have already started gathering their forces in preparation for the Emperor's passing. With a cold look on his face, Alaric nodded to Galinar. The latter understood his intentions and grabbed Charles by the neck. He then pinned Charles to the guillotine. Swoosh! _____. Mission complete. Rewards: 500 battle points, 30 exp, 30 stat points, random trait card x1. _____. Chapter 102 to 102, New Trait. Do you want to use the random trait card? Yes, no. He clicked no and opened his character profile. Alaric Silversword Knight exp, 500/500, cannot receive more exp before advancement. Potential, B. Traits: horseback riding, C. Swordsmanship, SSS, close combat, C. Archery, F. Hunting, E. Tracking, E. Sixth sense, F. Strength, 100. Stamina, 40+. Agility, 100. Vitality, 27+. Endurance, 42+. Mana, 48+. Battle points, 4,280. Stat points, 64. Requirements for the next advancement: 500 exp, 100 in all attributes, and 5,000 battle points. He then closed the cyan screen and stared at Charles's decapitated head with a complicated look on his face. He had finally disposed of the man who would have caused the downfall of the household. However, he felt no joy. On the contrary, Alaric felt uncomfortable. The last words that Charles had spoken were still lingering in his mind, repeating over and over like a broken cassette tape. There are still more things to do. Alaric didn't stay for long after the criminals were beheaded. He gave a closing speech and returned to the estate. Upon returning home, he didn't immediately go find his father. He felt that it was better to give the Baron some time to be alone. Inside his room, Alaric opened the cyan screen. Do you want to use the random trait card? Yes, no. This time, he clicked yes. You have awakened the F-rank monster affinity trait. Hey, what's this? Monster affinity, how does this work? Alaric furrowed his eyebrows. From the name, it sounded like it had something to do with monsters. I'll test it out next time. He closed the cyan screen and headed to the bathroom to remove the bloody smell on his body. On the 17th of January, in the year 209 of the Astanian calendar, the Baron's birthday celebration proceeded as scheduled despite the unexpected events that happened recently. North Pine Town was in an unusual mood. Some people were happy, while others were feeling unsettled because of what had happened during the public execution. There were a lot of visitors who came to join the Baron's birthday celebration, so the streets of the town were bustling with activity. At this moment, droves of carriages entered House Silversword's estate, carrying noble dignitaries from neighboring cities and towns. One of these carriages carried the representatives sent by House Pixie. "Maris, how do I look?" Hershey asked her personal maidservant as she adjusted her dress. Maris smiled lightly at her and helped her adjust her clothes. "My lady, you already look perfect. I'm sure all those young men and warriors will be captivated by your beauty." Hearing this, Hershey shook her head and smiled as she thought of that familiar face. "I don't care about any of those men." Maris chuckled at her words. She knew what her lady was talking about, for she was aware that Hershey had already devoted herself to one man. While they were chatting, the voice of the coachman suddenly drifted into their ears. "My lady, I apologize for disturbing your conversation, but this is the furthest I can take you." "All right," Hershey responded. In the next moment, the carriage door was opened by Cassandra, who came as the captain of her escort team. "My lady." The female knight bowed deeply to her and extended her right arm for Hershey to grab onto. Hershey grabbed her hand as she stepped down the carriage. Meanwhile, her maidservant, Maris, lifted her dress to prevent Hershey from stepping on it. Upon stepping foot on the cobbled pavement, Hershey nodded to Cassandra. "Thank you, Dame Cassandra." The female knight lowered her head. "It's my pleasure to serve you, my lady." Maris dusted off the snow on Hershey's dress before she rose to her feet. "My lady, there are so many guests. I feel nervous," she whispered while she discreetly observed the noble dignitaries coming out of the carriages. Hershey lightly turned her head and squeezed Maris's hand. "Just relax and don't mind them." Maris nodded her head meekly. The trio headed to the venue, a special mansion meant for such celebrations. When they arrived, the place was already filled with people. The sounds of the musical instruments and the chattering of the crowd resonated in their ears. This combination of sounds created a unique atmosphere that made them feel the essence of the celebration. Hershey's arrival sparked the interest of many young nobles. Her beauty, her grace, and her temperament attracted these proud men. Some of them tried to strike a conversation with her, but Hershey only replied politely, and she didn't even try to prolong the conversation. Seeing that she had no interest in them, no one approached her anymore. They just stared at her and admired her beauty from a distance. "Lady Hershey is truly beautiful, but I heard that she will be engaged to someone. What a pity." Someone mumbled with a hint of regret. "Your news is outdated. I heard that she will be engaged to Lord Alaric." "Well, only Lord Alaric deserves a woman like her." The guests discussed eagerly as they watched Hershey step into the hall. Suddenly, the main character of today's event appeared. It was Lucas Silversword, dressed in his custom-made suit emblazoned with a golden insignia of House Silversword. His arrival silenced the crowd for a moment. His dignified look and his commanding presence awed the audience. As he went down the staircase from the second floor, Lucas's face remained stoic. Lucas stopped midway and scanned everyone's faces. His piercing gaze made the guests unconsciously adjust their posture. Seeing that he had gathered their attention, Lucas opened his mouth. "Good day, everyone. Thank you for coming to my humble estate to join my birthday celebration. I have prepared." His voice echoed through the banquet hall. "Please enjoy your stay here." Clap! 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 The audience gave him a round of applause after his short speech. "Where is he?" Hershey looked around the hall, searching for that familiar figure. Just then, she suddenly heard Maris gasping in surprise behind her. She raised her eyebrows and turned around. What happened? In front of her was the very man she was looking for. "How are you, my lady?" Chapter 103 to 103, Gift-Giving Ceremony. "My lord." Hershey exclaimed in surprise and joy. She suppressed her excitement and responded. I have been well. How about you, my lord? I heard about what happened recently. I was worried about you. Alaric smiled at her. I'm all right. Truthfully, he was still affected by his uncle's words, but he didn't want her to be needlessly worried. I'm glad that you're all right. The two talked about other matters and their conversation flowed smoothly as if they had been waiting for this exact moment. Suddenly, the two noticed a group of people approaching them. Alaric raised an eyebrow when he saw these people. My lord! My lady! The person leading the group respectfully greeted before everyone followed suit. Hershey politely smiled at them, while Alaric wore a strange look. How have you been, Lord Dylan? Dylan forced a smile. Thank you for asking, my lord. I have been well, but I'm not feeling good these past few days after I heard that my brother has offended you. Upon saying this, he grabbed the chubby man behind him while keeping his eyes on Alaric. I brought my brother here with me to formally apologize for what he had done. I hope you can forgive him for his terrible behavior. I have already punished him, but I feel that it is not enough. Dylan was really afraid that Alaric would come to Redonia to seek revenge. He had heard about what happened to Liam Pixai in Rivad. The events that happened that day made the neighboring cities and towns take notice of Alaric. Alaric glanced at Ryk's fat face, which had a bruise on the left side. He would have forgotten about his encounter with Ryk in Turtlefort if they hadn't come to visit. That was just a minor issue, Lord Dylan. Let's forget about it and move on. Alaric turned his head back to Dylan. This man would one day become a powerful warrior. Alaric didn't mind doing him this small favor. Dylan was relieved to hear that. Thank you for your magnanimity, my lord. He then glared at his brother and said. What are you waiting for? Go and thank Lord Alaric. Ryk didn't dare go against Dylan. Thank you, Lord Alaric. He lowered his head. Alaric waved his hand. Just don't do it again. He uttered with a stern look. If it weren't for Dylan's sake, he would have already beaten up this guy. Alaric and Dylan exchanged a few more words before the latter excused himself. In the next few hours, more guests arrived, making the banquet hall more festive and noisy. Alaric had to leave Hershey for a while to help his father entertain the guests. After lunch, the most exciting part of the celebration began. It was the gift-giving ceremony. Lucas sat on the main seat, waiting for the guests to hand over their gifts. One by one, each representative stepped forward to give their gifts. Happy birthday, Lord Lucas! I am Dylan Heinrich of House Heinrich. I bring you this oceanic jade bracelet which symbolizes stability. Dylan presented an aquamarine jade bracelet to Lucas. As soon as this item was revealed, the crowd gasped in shock. This jade was unavailable in the north since its main material could only be found in the southern section of the empire. It was a rare jade worth over 1,000 gold coins. Thank you. Lucas seemed to be pleased with the gift. The next person came up to give his gift. Although it was also a valuable item, it wasn't as rare as the oceanic jade bracelet. A few more people came up, but no gift exceeded the value offered by House Heinrich. At this moment, the representative sent by the city lord of Vale presented his gift. My lord, I came here under the city lord's command to give you 50 tons of grain, 50 tons of corn, 50 tons of potato, and 50 tons of wheat. The crowd clapped their hands and cheered when they heard his words. During the winter when food was scarce, that many resources could already feed more than 1,000 people for 2 months. Lucas nodded at the representative of the city lord. Please convey my thanks to the city lord. Yes, my lord. The man nodded in response. In the next moment, more guests stepped forward to present their gifts. Some offered large quantities of food and resources, while there were also others who presented the baron with rare metals for production. Soon, it was finally House Pixai's turn to offer their gift, and the person who presented their gift was Hershey. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, Hershey gracefully walked towards the Baron, and following behind her was Cassandra, who was holding a wooden box. Hershey bowed to the Baron and said, "I wish you a happy birthday, my lord. I am Hershey Pixety and I came here to present to you one of the treasured relics of House Pixety." After uttering those words, she gave a cue to Cassandra to reveal what was inside the wooden box. The female knight uncovered the lid, revealing a dark-colored diamond-shaped shield. "Isn't that? No way!" As soon as everyone saw the shield, they were all dumbfounded. "A relic! That's a relic!" someone exclaimed with an agitated look. Even Alaric was surprised by this. This was because a relic wasn't just an ordinary item. Relics are items that could be imbued with mana without breaking. Unlike normal items, relics can withstand high-intensity mana. Hershey smiled at the Baron. "This is one of the 3 treasured relics of House Pixety, the Dark Diamond Shield. From now on, this shield will be yours, my lord. Only someone like you is worthy of wielding this relic." As her words fell, Cassandra put down the box with her head lowered. Insane! They actually gave that relic as a birthday gift. This is probably their way of compensating House Silversword for what happened in Revad. Unbelievable! Chapter 104 to 104, Interrupted. To end the gift-giving ceremony, I would like to call my son, Alaric, to present the final gift to Lord Lucas. Maria, who acted as the MC of the celebration, announced to the crowd. Her words immediately garnered everyone's attention. Alaric was prepared since he had already been told about the sequence of the ceremony. He calmly walked towards the Baron, under the heated gazes of the audience. Many young women openly expressed their admiration for him as he walked past them, but Alaric only responded with a polite smile. Even so, his casual glance was enough to make these young ladies giggle in excitement. To the enthusiasm of these women, Hershey didn't give much of a reaction. She felt that it was only normal since Alaric was the definition of the perfect man in every girl's dreams. At this moment, Alaric raised his hand, signaling to the crowd to keep quiet. He then cleared his throat and looked at his father with a smile. "My lord." Lucas nodded to him, his lips curving upwards to form a faint smile. "When we went to the Enchanted Woodlands recently, we were lucky enough to stumble upon one of the majestic creatures of that magical forest. My lord, I present to you my gift." Alaric snapped his fingers. In the next moment, Galinar appeared from the entrance of the hall, as if he had been waiting for this cue. Walking obediently beside the elite knight was a majestic brown horse with a silky black mane and a striking white blaze from its forehead down to its muzzle. Its striking appearance and intimidating aura awed the crowd. This is a disaster-grade frost horse, a creature that is native to the Enchanted Woodlands. Alaric gave a short introduction about the horse. Lucas was already aware that Alaric had brought these horses, but he didn't know that one of them was meant for him and it was also the strongest horse of the bunch. "Thank you for the gift, Alaric. I like this horse a lot." Lucas stood up and rubbed the muscular body of the horse. From his expression, everyone could tell that he was satisfied with this gift. Meanwhile, the audience discussed in whispers after they heard that the horse was actually a disaster-grade monster. Monsters at this level could decimate a small village and it would take a powerful elite knight to take one down. No one expected that Lucas would receive a creature like this as a gift. Not to mention that it was from his son. They could only look on with envy as the Baron stroked the silky mane of the frost horse. And that was how the gift-giving ceremony ended. What followed was the luxurious banquet, which also served as the perfect time for all the guests to interact with each other. Some people took the opportunity to expand their connections, while some chose to remain low-key, standing discreetly in the corners of the banquet hall. The celebration continued until late in the evening. More than half of the guests left after bidding farewell to the host, while some chose to stay in the estate to rest for the night. Outside the venue, beside the koi pond, 2 figures could be seen walking side by side. "My lord, there is another reason why I volunteered to come here." Hershey glanced at his side profile with a determined look on her face. "I have thought it through. I must confess tonight. Hershey was feeling a mixture of emotions as she looked at Alaric's handsome face. Alaric stopped in his tracks. Actually, I have been waiting for this moment, he muttered, his voice carrying the regret and guilt of his past life. He turned his head and stared into her eyes. In this life, I will not hurt you anymore. Hershey, he grabbed her delicate hand, making Hershey's eyes widen in shock. And with a smile filled with tenderness, he asked, "Will you accept me as your man?" Hershey gasped in utter disbelief. She was determined to confess her feelings to him, but Alaric was one step ahead. "Am I dreaming?" She lifted her left hand and pinched her waist. A sharp pain immediately registered, telling her that everything was real. Alaric chuckled at her silly expression, making the young lady embarrassed. Hershey shyly lowered her head. Just as she was about to respond, the snapping sound of a twig suddenly drifted into their ears. Crack! The two abruptly turned their heads and saw a young woman dressed in servant's attire smiling awkwardly at them. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Please go on. Just pretend that you didn't see me." "Maris!" Hershey exclaimed upon seeing her. My lady, I really didn't mean to eavesdrop. I only followed you because I was worried about your safety." Maris nervously glanced at Alaric, afraid that he would blame her for interrupting their moment. Alaric chuckled and shook his head. "There's no need to hide, Dame Cassandra. I know you're behind that tree." "Ahem." Cassandra cleared her throat as she revealed herself. She then bowed to Alaric and Hershey. "We apologize for disturbing your privacy." "It's all right." Alaric could only smile bitterly. He was already aware that they had been following them, but he acted like he didn't know. Who would have thought that these two would actually interrupt that perfect opportunity? "My lord, it's my fault for not educating them well." Hershey sighed while glaring at the two women. "It's not that serious, my lady. It's all right." Alaric forced a smile. "This," Hershey awkwardly glanced at him. She didn't know what to do. "You don't need to give me a response now, my lady. You should think it through. I'll take my leave first. Please excuse me." Although a bit disappointing, he could only excuse himself. The mood has already been ruined and he didn't want to force the subject. "All right. See you tomorrow, my lord. I hope you'll have a good night." Hershey smiled ruefully. "You too." Alaric reluctantly left after bidding her farewell. After he was gone, Hershey stood there, with her arms akimbo, glaring at the two women with displeasure. "You two, follow me." Chapter 105 to 105, From Steel Sword to Relic. Upon returning to his room, Alaric took a quick bath in his private bathroom and changed into comfortable silk nightwear. "It's time to use that thing." Note: Item upgrade card will be changed to equipment upgrade card to prevent confusion. Alaric hadn't used the equipment upgrade card which he had gotten recently. He had been thinking which of his equipment he should upgrade and he had finally made a decision. He looked to his left where two swords could be seen neatly placed on a hanging sword holder. He grabbed the sword at the top. This was just an ordinary steel sword before, but it had become something impressive after he used an equipment upgrade card on it. "Do you want to use your equipment upgrade card on the selected item?" "Yes, no." Alaric had been hesitant to use it on this sword since he also wanted to upgrade the other one. However, he was curious about what would happen to the uncommon steel sword if it were upgraded once again. This curiosity drove him to press yes. "Congratulations! You have upgraded your uncommon steel sword to rare steel sword. Rare steel sword. Sharpness, 20. Durability, 20. Unexpectedly, the weight of the sword didn't change. Alaric slowly pulled the sword, revealing a pristine blade. He ran his fingers through the fuller while admiring the blade's appearance. There are more changes to its appearance now. The blade is thicker, but a fuller has been made to reduce its weight. Although it looks bigger than it was before, the weight remains the same. Alaric was satisfied with the sword's new look. He gave it a few swings. Swoosh! Swoosh! Oh! His eyes lit up when he felt almost no resistance as he cut through the air. The balance of the sword was impeccable. It felt perfect in his hand with no awkwardness. He infused mana into the sword, revealing the archaic patterns hidden underneath the blade. This isn't a steel sword anymore, but a relic. He realized that the sword wasn't rejecting his mana. Instead, it was greedily absorbing it. Furthermore, the patterns inscribed on the blade seemed to have awakened the dormant power of the sword. Alaric swung the mana-infused sword. Swoosh! A blade light was released as the sword slashed down. The blade light struck the thick wall with a bang. Bang! Holy shit! Alaric stared at the deep impression on the wall with a look of disbelief. He had only casually swung the mana-infused sword, but it actually left significant damage on the wall. Is this the power of a relic? Excluding the new shield they had gotten from House Pixie, House Silversword only had one relic and it was in his father's possession, so he couldn't tell the difference. I better keep this a secret for now. Alaric put the sword back into its sheath before he carefully placed it on the sword holder. With this sword, can I fight against elite knights? Alaric was tempted to test this, but it was already late in the night, so he decided to postpone the idea. Let's try tomorrow. In the ghetto of a city in the northeast of the empire, a man dressed in rags could be seen leaning against the wall. He was visibly shaking from the cold, but he remained on his spot without moving, as if he was waiting for something. His right hand, which was tightly holding the dagger hidden underneath his clothes, had already turned stiff. Just when will those guys come out? The man narrowed his eyes as he observed the busy pub across the street. Suddenly, a few more figures appeared behind the man. My lord, should we head in? One of them muttered. The man turned his head and glared at the person who had spoken. Didn't I tell you to call me boss recently? I'm sorry, B-boss. I'm still not used to it. You better get used to it soon if you don't want to be captured along with me. The man snorted. At this moment, his face, which had been hidden in the darkness, was revealed. This man was Liam Pixie, a wanted criminal who had been on the run after escaping the punishment of the sacred duel. Many things had happened to him since he left Rivad. Together with the warriors sent by his mother, Liam somehow managed to escape. To hide his identity, he decisively carved a few scars on his face and he even cut his hair short. Now, he had formed a small mercenary group together with his remaining subordinates. They were new to the city, but they had established themselves as a capable group after more than 5 successful operations. However, the most surprising thing was that Liam had already become a knight apprentice. It's them. They're out. Liam mumbled when he saw their targets coming out of the pub. He made a hand gesture to his subordinates. The target was surrounded by 10 warriors and one of them was an old knight. On the other hand, Liam's crew only had 6 people, but 2 of them were knights, while the remaining 4 were knight apprentices. Although they were outnumbered, Liam knew that they could pull off the assassination. The old knight who was protecting their target seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. Enemies! Grab your weapons and protect Sir Ben! The old knight shouted as he pulled his sword. Upon hearing his roar, the warriors immediately grabbed their weapons and surrounded their master. At this moment, a series of whistling sounds echoed. Suu! 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 3 unlucky warriors were hit by the crossbow bolts and one of them, who was struck to the head, died on the spot. The other 2 fell to the ground, screaming in pain. Don't panic! Hold your positions! The old knight shouted when he saw his men falling into disarray. Just then, he sensed a feeling of extreme danger. His eyes narrowed into slits as he diagonally raised his sword above his head. Clang! The javelin aimed at his head fell after hitting his sword. Brace yourselves! They are coming! The old man glared in a certain direction. Chapter 106 to 106, Evading Death Again. 6 figures emerged from the darkness and rushed towards them. Protect Sir Ben. The old knight barked at his men as he carefully assessed the enemies. 2 knights and 4 knight apprentices. I need to stop the 2 knights while my men will take care of the others. One of you will stay and protect Sir Ben. The rest will follow me to eliminate the enemies. The old knight instructed with a grim look. Yes, sir. In the next moment, the 2 sides clashed. The sounds of their weapons colliding resonated across the streets. Some curious people secretly watched the fight while maintaining a safe distance. In the slums, small-scale battles like this were common, so this scene wasn't new to the residents. Liam's crew showed their superiority in terms of skills. Other than the old knight who managed to hold back 2 of Liam's subordinates, the rest died one after another. Go and run. I can't hold them back for long. The old knight roared as he pushed back Liam's crew all by himself. Hearing his words, his remaining subordinate immediately carried their master and retreated with haste. Seeing this, the old knight sighed in relief. You're quite tough, old man. Why don't you join my group? I can pay you decently. Liam smiled at the old knight. The old man ignored him and fought his way out. He even managed to slay one of Liam's subordinates in the process, which made the latter's face turn dark. Kill him. I want him dead. Liam was furious. The one who died was part of his mother's hidden forces, so his loyalty was unquestionable. Losing him meant he had lost another confidant. Liam's subordinates were also triggered by the death of their comrade. They charged ferociously while swinging their weapons at the old man. Clang! 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 The old knight managed to parry their weapons, but because of his age, his stamina was starting to decline. His breath had become heavier and his arms were starting to lose strength. Not yet. I must kill the 2 knights to give Sir Ben a chance to escape safely. With a determined look, he infused his remaining mana into his limbs, giving a momentary boost in strength. The sudden increase in his power caught Liam's crew off guard, and another unlucky knight apprentice died after having his neck pierced with a sword. Liam was also injured, and if it weren't for the knights protecting him, his arms would have been chopped off. Fuck! He winced as the pain registered. While the old man was still occupied by his men, Liam grabbed a handful of dirt and threw it at the latter's face. The old knight unconsciously shifted his head. He was able to evade most of the dirt, but some still found their way into his eyes. Liam's subordinates took this opportunity to attack the old man. You cowardly bastards! The old knight roared as he forced his eyes open. With a burst of speed, he pounced at Liam, who seemed to be the leader of the group, but the 2 knights immediately blocked his path. The old man swung his sword, sending one of the knights flying, while the other one took a stab to his shoulder. After dealing with them, he rushed towards Liam and shouted with bloodshot eyes. Die! He raised his sword and was about to slash it down when he saw Liam pulling out a crossbow from his back. Suu! The crossbow bolt pierced the old man's chest, making him stagger and fall to his knees. Liam grabbed his sword and approached the old man cautiously. Old man, many people tried to kill me, but no one succeeded. He muttered in a mocking voice. You should have accepted my offer. Liam shook his head with disappointment. He then lifted his sword and swung it down hard. Swoosh! Suddenly, the old knight seemed to have regained his strength as he lifted his sword to block Liam's attack. Clang! The alarmed Liam immediately retreated while the old knight chased after him. Save me, you fools! Liam barked with a shaking voice, but his subordinates were too far to offer a hand. At that moment, Liam found himself leaning against the wall. Shit! The old knight walked towards him, eyeing him coldly with his bloodshot eyes. Just when Liam thought that he would die, the old man suddenly collapsed in front of him. Thud! Liam almost pissed himself. This was the second time he felt the feeling of impending doom. The first one was when Alaric challenged him to a sacred duel. He fell on his butt and breathed heavily while staring at the old knight's corpse. "My boss, are you all right?" Liam glared at them. "Do I look all right to you? I almost fucking died." After lashing out at them, he stood up and repeatedly stabbed the old knight. "Damn you, old bastard! Fuck you!" He then spat at the old knight's corpse and cursed at him. "What about the target?" Liam raised his head while wiping off the grime on his face. "I already sent our boys to chase them. He only has a knight apprentice protecting him now, so there shouldn't be an issue. We can't be careless. We must kill him tonight." Liam had lost 2 subordinates in this operation. The 2 remaining knight apprentices were even injured, including the knights. "Yes, boss." They immediately left the scene afterward. At the outskirts of the enchanted woodlands, 10 robed figures riding horses emerged. Their bodies were obscured by the oversized robes, making it hard for anyone to judge their appearance. "Everyone is ready to depart, Your Highness," one of the robes figures reported to the one at the forefront. Suddenly, a strong wind blew by, pulling off the hood of the figure at the front, which revealed her beautiful face. Her white hair danced with the wind and her serene eyes stared into the distance as she uttered, "Let's go." Chapter 107 to 107, The Trainees' Mission. On the 20th day of January, 3 days after the Baron's birthday celebration, House Silversword welcomed another elite knight under their banner. "Congratulations on your advancement, Sir Arthur." Alaric was genuinely happy for this man. "It's all thanks to you, my lord. If it weren't for you, I might be stuck as a peak knight for a decade more." Arthur muttered emotionally. He was glad that he bent his knee to Alaric that day. It was the best decision he had made in his life. Arthur no longer looked like an old man. He looked as if he had returned to his 40s. This was one of the perks of being an elite knight. Alaric tapped his shoulder. "Great timing, Sir Arthur. The newbies will be sent to the Evergreen Forest to eliminate the rampaging monsters that are harassing the travelers and the townspeople. I need an experienced warrior to watch over them during their mission. Do you think you can take care of this task?" Alaric stared deeply at him. He had thought of sending Rigger or another knight for this job, but he felt that sending Arthur was a better idea. The latter had been confined in his house for almost a week, so it was a great opportunity for him to breathe some fresh air. "Sounds good to me, my lord. I'll take the chance to exercise my bones." Arthur chuckled while flexing his arms. "Good. You better get ready. They will leave after breakfast." Alaric reminded him. "Yes, my lord. Oh, wait. I almost forgot something." Alaric beckoned to him. "Someone will help you with this task, but he is mainly responsible for recording the newbies' performances." Arthur raised an eyebrow. "Who is?" "You'll know later." Alaric waved his hand and laughed lightly. Seeing that he had no intention of telling him, Arthur didn't bother to ask. "I understand. Then I'll leave them in your hands. I still have things to settle in Vale, so I'll take my leave first. You guys be careful out there." Alaric tapped the elite knight's arm. "You can rest assured, my lord. Be careful on your way to the city." Arthur bowed to him. After Alaric left, Arthur went back to his house to prepare for the trip. Although his task was only to oversee the newbies' mission, he felt that it was necessary to bring his equipment. The Evergreen Forest might be relatively safe, but there still existed some dangerous monsters inside. As soon as he had prepared his equipment, Arthur immediately left to look for the newbies. At this moment, the trainees had already gathered outside the gates of the estate, waiting for the signal to leave. They stood in neat rows, their backs straight like a spear as they respectfully looked at the instructor in front of them. The instructor, a 30-year-old knight with a scar on his upper lip, announced with a stern look. "Today is your first practical combat training. Your task is to eliminate the monsters located on the map provided to your group leaders. Each monster you kill will give you a corresponding amount of points, and the points you get will depend on your overall contribution. He told the trainees about the rules of the mission. Everyone listened carefully, afraid to miss a single detail. To them, this practical combat training wasn't just a simple mission, but a chance to prove that they were ready. Among the trainees was Aaliyah. She was the only girl in the group. She had the least experience, but her desire to learn wasn't any less compared to the hot-blooded young men in the group. Lord Alaric has already taught me the basics of swordsmanship. I must use all that I have learned from him to keep up with these guys. She muttered to herself. She was one of the victims of Liam's cruelty, and fate brought her to Alaric. She didn't want to waste the opportunity given to her, and she also wanted to prove to Alaric that she could be a warrior too. While she was immersed in her thoughts, a middle-aged warrior suddenly came out of the gates. The instructor looked visibly surprised to see this man. "Are you, Sir Arthur?" Arthur nodded at the stunned instructor. "I don't recognize you. Can you tell me your name?" "It's an honor, sir. I'm Owen. I recently became a knight with Lord Alaric's support." The instructor introduced himself. Hearing this, Arthur smiled. "So you are one of the warriors nurtured by Lord Alaric. It's a pleasure to meet you." "I feel deeply honored, Sir Arthur. By the way, are you the person sent by Lord Alaric to oversee the mission?" Owen asked. "That's right." Arthur nodded. The two chatted briefly before they went to the topic. "Since everyone is here, let's depart." Aaliyah stared at the middle-aged warrior. "Sir Arthur looks much younger now. Did he successfully advance?" Everyone was aware that Arthur was in the middle of advancing to the elite knight realm. Now that he was here to oversee their mission, this could only mean that he had already advanced. For this mission, 40 trainees were sent, and they were divided into 4 groups, with each group having a group leader. The 4 group leaders were the best in the batch, and Aaliyah even heard that 2 of them were already close to becoming knight apprentices. Her group leader was one of the 2, a man named Rasmus. "Now that we're heading to the evergreen forest, I'm starting to feel nervous." Aaliyah had never been in a real fight before. She only had sparred with the other trainees and instructors, but other than that, she was a complete novice. "Just relax, Aaliyah." A concerned voice drifted into her ears. She turned her head and saw her group leader staring at her. "Mind your own business," she muttered coldly. After her experience with Liam, she developed intense hatred towards the opposite gender. The only exception to this was Alaric and some of the instructors. Rasmus smiled bitterly while shaking his head. Chapter 108-108, Trouble in the Store. Meanwhile, Alaric was heading to Vale for a surprise visit to his soap shop. He had been busy in the past few weeks, so he left all administrative duties to Vince. At this moment, Alaric was sitting inside the carriage, stroking the fur of the saber-fanged wolf cub. This little guy was one of the 6 cubs they found inside a cave during their trip to Rivad. Among the 6 cubs, this one was his favorite because it was the most obedient. "My lord, what's its name?" Hershey, who had decided to come with him, asked while staring curiously at the wolf cub. "I haven't decided yet," Alaric responded. She gave a look of disapproval. "That won't do. We should give it a name. It seems like you have already thought of one." "All right, let's hear it." Alaric smiled faintly. Hershey nodded her head eagerly. "This looks like a saber-fanged wolf, and they mostly awaken abilities related to water or ice. Why don't we call it Nyx? It means snow in the Elven language." Hearing this, Alaric was surprised. "You know Elven language?" Hershey smiled shyly at his deep gaze. "Yes. I usually read during my free time, and I happen to read some books about the Elven language." "That's cool. You're very talented, Hershey. All I know is how to fight. I can't even manage the territory well like my father does." Alaric sighed while shaking his head. "There's nothing wrong with that, my lord. We all have our areas of expertise. In your case, you have unparalleled talent in swordsmanship that others can only dream of. Is that so? Her words made him feel better. By the way, you can call me by my name when there's no one else around. Hershey shyly lowered her head. About that. I'll try. There's no need to force yourself. I can wait. Alaric smiled at her. A while later, they finally arrived at the storefront of the soap shop. We have arrived, my lord, my lady. Galinar's voice drifted into their ears. The two stepped off the carriage and entered the shop. Upon entering, the first thing they noticed was the long line of customers queuing up to buy the scented soaps. Most of them were women, and there were even some noble ladies who came with their servants. My lord. Alaric turned his head and saw Josephus approaching him with quick footsteps. After Charles's death, this guy's complexion seemed to have improved. He looked more cheerful now than when his father was still alive. How's your job here? Do you find it boring? I can send someone to replace you if you want. Alaric tapped the man's shoulder. No, please. I like it here. Surprisingly, Josephus shook his head. I can interact with a lot of new people when I'm here. He explained. I see. If that's what you want. Alaric was glad to see him in better spirits. It seems like Charles was the reason for his suicide in my past life, but I still need to investigate this more deeply. He is Charles's son after all. My lady. Josephus bowed to Hershey when he saw her behind Alaric. Hershey smiled and curtsied in response. Has there been any trouble here lately? Alaric asked. Josephus rubbed his chin and replied. Sir Anthony has been sending some warriors to help us keep watch over the shop, so there hasn't been any trouble recently. However, there was a situation yesterday. He scratched his head and hesitated. Tell me. Alaric stared at him inquisitively. Actually, someone came here to ask if he could buy the store. Sir Vince was furious and chased the man out, but he said that he would come back after reporting to his lord. Alaric frowned upon hearing this. So they are starting to realize the value of the scented soap. It looks like I need to send more people to guard the store. He could already smell the trouble that was coming. I need to ensure the safety of the children. Who should I send here? At this moment, he suddenly thought of one particular person. Fred Rynn. The guy had nothing to do at the estate since Alaric hadn't given him a task. Thinking about this, he tapped Josephus's shoulder and said. Don't worry. I'll send someone trustworthy to protect the store. Let's talk later. I need to speak with Vince. And can you hold this guy for me? Alaric handed the wolf cub to him and headed to the production room with Hershey without waiting for Josephus's response. So the famous scented soap came from this store. Hershey mumbled. Oh, I didn't know our scented soap had already reached Rivad. Alaric chuckled. There are only a few boxes that arrived in Rivad, and they are mostly sold by passing merchants. The ladies in Rivad are crazy about them. She remarked with a light laugh. I can send you a few boxes, enough for your daily use. Really? Of course. Then I will gladly accept them. Hershey eagerly replied. Soon, they arrived at the production room where the soaps were being made. The facility has already been upgraded, so the children didn't have a lot to do. They are mostly responsible for checking the defective products and throwing them to be recycled. Vince also hired some adults to help with the packaging. At this moment, Vince was busy helping with the packaging, so he didn't notice Alaric's arrival. My lord! Lord Alaric! Some children noticed him, and it was only then that Vince discovered his presence. The man looked a lot healthier than before, and the bags under his eyes had mostly disappeared. However, his hair was a mess, and it seemed like he still hadn't changed his bathing habits. Vince grinned at him. My lord! Vince, you look much better now, but I think you should take care of your image too. You're a manager now. It's important for you to look presentable in front of our guests. Alaric reminded him with a bitter look. Yes, my lord, Vince replied with a disinterested look. Never mind. Can you tell me about what happened yesterday? I heard that there was a situation. Alaric inquired about the matter he heard from Josephus. Oh, about that? I asked around and I discovered something interesting. Vince moved closer to him and whispered. It turns out that person was sent by a noble from one of the main cities in the central parts of the empire. Hearing this, Alaric's face turned grim. Chapter 109 to 109, Ruse. This wasn't a minor matter anymore, and Alaric had a feeling that there was more to this than just a business dispute. There was something fishy about it, since the act was done so deliberately, as if their goal wasn't the soap business but something else. Alaric pondered deeply, but he failed to understand the reasoning behind their actions. Inform Sir William about this. I will go back to the estate and send more people here. Alaric muttered in a serious voice. I understand, my lord. Vince nodded. For now, just continue the production as usual, but you must be careful about strange individuals. If you discover something unusual, inform the warriors immediately. Alaric reminded him. Yes, my lord. Vince revealed an uncharacteristic display of seriousness. Alaric left the production room with a grave look, while Hershey followed him in silence. My lord, are you going back to the estate? Josephus approached him upon seeing them coming out of the production room. Alaric nodded. Yes. I need to make some preparations in case those people will come back to cause trouble here. He tapped Josephus's shoulder and took the wolf cub from him as he added. Report to me immediately if there's something you guys can't handle. Yes, my lord. Josephus saluted. After bidding everyone farewell, Alaric and Hershey left the store and entered their carriage. Looking at Alaric's expression, Hershey spoke with a concerned tone. I think this is just a ruse. Hearing this, Alaric stared at her in surprise. You think so too? Hershey nodded. If they are truly interested in your business, they would have approached you instead of thoughtlessly provoking the store's personnel. With a hesitant look, she asked. Have you offended someone lately? Alaric took a deep breath. He already had an answer in his mind, but he didn't want to scare her. Other than your missing brother, I can't think of anyone. He replied while shaking his head. Hershey became silent when he mentioned this. Alaric realized his mistake and apologized immediately. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring him up. It's all right. Liam is a criminal and deserves to be punished. We are also doing our best to search for his whereabouts. If there's any news, I will inform you right away. Hershey wanted nothing more than to capture Liam. He didn't want him to continue ruining their family's reputation. Thank you, Hershey. Please convey my thanks to Lord Nathan and Lord Theo. When I have time, I will visit them and properly convey my gratitude. Alaric could feel House Pixai's sincerity in repairing the relationship between their households. I will convey your message to them once I return home. Hershey smiled faintly. Meanwhile, within the evergreen forest, the warriors in training had already started their operation to eliminate the rampaging wild beasts and monsters. At this moment, Rasmus was leading his team to fight against an iron-headed warthog that was close to becoming a fatal grade monster. This monster looked like a typical warthog except for the thick iron pads on their faces which they used to repel predators. Additionally, they were also bigger and more agile. Although this iron-headed warthog wasn't a full-fledged fatal grade monster, it already had traces of mana in its body, making it sturdier and stronger compared to average wild beasts. Surround it and don't let it escape. Rasmus instructed his teammates as he rushed forward. The beast was furious because they had stepped into its territory. It emitted a low grunt and charged at Rasmus, who was leading his team. Seeing the beast coming his way, Rasmus raised his shield and braced himself for the impact. Stab it as I hold it back. He shouted as he tightened his muscles and held his breath in preparation for the collision. Yes, sir. His teammates responded in unison. In the next moment, the warthog smashed into Rasmus's shield. Bang! Rasmus grunted in pain, but he bore through the impact by gritting his teeth. He planted his foot firmly into the ground, refusing to let the beast push him back. "Now!" he shouted, his face contorting with pain. Upon hearing his command, his teammates immediately stabbed the warthog's body, but most of them failed to even penetrate its tough skin. Only a few managed to wound the creature. However, it wasn't enough to take it down. The beast was furious after having been attacked. It snorted and wildly lunged at the warriors who surrounded it, sending them crashing into the ground. Just as it was about to escape, Aaliyah suddenly threw a rope which caught its legs, making it fall awkwardly. Aaliyah couldn't hold on to the rope and was pulled by its immense force and weight. Seeing that the creature had fallen, Rasmus took the opportunity and thrust his sword into its underbelly. Putchie! His sword cleanly penetrated the thick skin of the warthog before cutting through its internal organs. Squeal! The beast squealed in pain and tried to run away, but Rasmus wrestled with it and repeatedly stabbed his sword into its body. His teammates also jumped in to help him hold the creature. Soon, the iron-headed warthog finally stopped moving. Rasmus pulled out his sword from its body while breathing heavily. His left shoulder was still feeling numb from that collision with the warthog, but he had to maintain his prestige as the leader of the team, so he acted like it was nothing. "Good job, everyone," he said to the group. He was happy with his teammates' performance. Although they weren't able to bring out their best, he was satisfied nonetheless. "Are you all right, sir? Why don't we get some rest before we continue heading deeper?" someone suggested. Rasmus shook his head. "We can't. If we stay here, the other groups will be ahead of us." Everyone became silent at his words. Seeing them in low spirits, he immediately said, "I understand that you are nervous, but we have to persist. How can we fight alongside Lord Alaric if we can't even handle some wild beasts?" His words ignited everyone's morale. Chapter 110 to 110, Maria's Foresight. An hour later, Alaric returned to the estate and immediately reported the situation to his parents. "I'm planning to send an elite knight to keep watch at the store. What do you think, Dad?" There was no one else around, so he didn't bother to use honorifics. The Baron leaned on his seat and rubbed his chin while looking at him. "Who are you sending there this time? You just recalled Galinar, so it would be unfair for him if you send him again." Alaric shook his head and replied, "I will be sending that person to the store." Hearing this, the Baron thought of the man he had brought recently. According to his subordinates, Alaric brought back an elite knight from his recent trip. He had forgotten about this since he had been busy the whole week. Now that Alaric had mentioned it, he finally remembered the matter. "Can you bring him to me first? I'd like to speak with this man." Lucas didn't want to intervene in his son's matters, but the situation this time was different, so he wanted to be careful. Alaric nodded. "I understand. I will bring him here." He immediately left the study room and sent someone to look for Fred Rin. About 20 minutes later, Alaric returned to the study room with Fred Rin. "Greetings, my lord, my lady." Fred Rin cupped his fists at the Baron and Maria. Maria smiled at him, while Lucas nodded calmly. "Please take your seat." The Baron pointed at the seat in front of his desk. "Thank you." Fred Rin was a bit nervous. He knew that Lucas was a powerful warrior, someone who had etched his name on the Astanian Dragon leaderboard. As if sensing his anxiety, the Baron smiled faintly. "You don't need to be nervous. I just want to see the person that Alaric brought back from his trip." Fred Rin squeezed out a smile. The Baron asked him a few more questions, but the things he asked were mostly about Fred Rin's situation and personal experiences. Fred Rin had nothing to hide and he answered everything honestly. Lucas didn't sense any deception in his words, so his face relaxed. Alaric is so lucky to find someone like Fred Rin. Charles's death caused a severe impact on House Silversword's military strength, but because of the growth of Alaric's forces, this somehow filled the gaps in their ranks. Fredrin's arrival in particular was a huge boost to their military strength. Not to mention the advancement of Arthur and the emergence of new knights like Owen. Son, I feel that this matter isn't just about the soap business. Are you hiding something from us? Maria was sharp enough to notice the deeper details in his report. Alaric's face hardened. He knew that he couldn't hide it from his parents anymore. He took a deep breath and said, "My lord, my lady, I think the two princes are already preparing for the battle for the throne." Lucas frowned, while Maria raised an eyebrow. "How is this related to the situation in your store?" Maria asked. Alaric adjusted his sitting posture and responded with a serious look. Before Uncle was beheaded, he mentioned something about. He told them what Charles said before he was executed. "Are you saying that your uncle might have been approached by one of the princes?" Lucas's face darkened upon hearing this. Alaric nodded. "That's right, but I don't know which one he had sided with." "I see. If that's true, then everything makes sense now." Maria mumbled, her countenance turning cold. "I think the people behind Charles are deliberately provoking us. This must be their way of checking if we are already affiliated with someone. If my guess is right, someone will visit us soon and ask us to join their side. What will happen if we reject them?" Lucas asked. Maria pondered for a moment before she opened her mouth. "It depends on what kind of person we are dealing with. They might give us a warning or they might eliminate us since we are a threat to their cause." The Baron rubbed his temples, feeling vexed because of the situation. His brother had left a huge trouble for them, and now, they had to clean up his shit. "What should we do?" Alaric's plan was to join the Crown Prince's side again. He knew which people would take his side, so he had some room to maneuver if it really came to that. Maria crossed her arms as she responded. "We could join one of the princes, or we could establish a neutral side and invite like-minded people to join us. The former could save us from this predicament, but we need to carefully consider which side to support. As for the latter, it carries greater risk since we might offend both princes by choosing neither of them. Furthermore, we would need to find more allies who will take our side. Both choices have their advantages and disadvantages, but I think the best option for us is to remain neutral." Maria's response surprised Alaric. "Why do you think so?" Lucas stared deeply at her. As if she had already prepared her answer, she said. "At the moment, both princes should still be gathering their forces, so the chances of them attacking us are slim. This means that we have some time to gather more people on our side. If we support either of them, we would be forced to join the civil war. Whether we win or lose, the Empire's overall power will be affected. That's why there has to be a neutral side who would mitigate the damage caused by their dispute." Lucas was silent as if he was trying to comprehend her words. Meanwhile, Alaric, who had seen the future, was amazed by his mother's foresight. "My lord, I agree with my lady's idea. I think we should establish a neutral side. In his past life, he chose to support the Crown Prince and it ended in his death. Alaric didn't want to repeat his mistakes, so something was needed to be done." Chapter 111 to 111, Nalligam. "So you want us to establish a third faction that would maintain the balance?" Lucas dribbled his fingers on the table. He was already convinced by Maria's explanation, but this matter involved the future of the household, so he had to be prudent. "Let's proceed with the engagement between Alaric and Hershey first. Once we are tied with the Paxates, they will have no choice but to take our side. We can start with them and gradually expand our influence over the households in the north." Maria glanced at Alaric when she said this. Alaric wasn't opposed to the idea, so he didn't voice out any disagreement. Lucas leaned on his seat and crossed his arms. "All right. I'll give you my approval. However, this has to be done discreetly. We can't afford to offend both princes at the moment," he sternly reminded them. Maria smiled as she nodded her head. "I will host a gathering with the wives of the nobles in the surrounding cities and towns. We might find some trustworthy companions among them. She shared her plans to the Baron, while Alaric quietly listened in amazement. His mother's ideas were even more foolproof than what he had come up with. After a thorough discussion with his parents, Alaric left the study room with Fredrin. "My lord, you can rest assured. I will not tell anyone about the things I heard, not even my wife." Fredrin muttered as soon as they stepped out of the room. The things he heard were too big, and if they got out, things would get troublesome and his family might even be affected. "I know. I trust you." Alaric smiled and tapped the man's shoulder. Fredrin was overwhelmed with emotions. It wasn't even long since they had met Alaric, but he was actually willing to trust him without hesitation. He even had an unusual feeling that Alaric might have already known him for a long time. On their way down the stairs, Alaric said, "The soap business is very crucial to the household's growth and development, so you must keep an eye on the things there for me. I will send more people to come with you. They are warriors that I have trained, so you can trust them. Do you remember Mark?" Hearing this, Fredrin thought about the hunter who was their fellow slave for a while. "He will be coming with you. Train him well. He has the potential to become a knight," Alaric casually mentioned. "I understand, my lord." Fredrin nodded. "I'll take you to see your subordinates. You must train them well since you will be leading them in the future." Alaric smiled at him. In the past few months since his regression, he had trained dozens of new warriors to improve the household's military power. And now, he was handing some of those warriors to Fredrin. In the central area of the Astanian Empire, there was a big city known for its impressive defensive structures that almost made it look like a mega-fortress. It was the home of over 1 million inhabitants, making it one of the most populous cities in the empire, the city of Naligam. There were 4 households that ruled over Naligam: House Magdalaga, House Kodara, House Ergel, and House Lanzan. On the surface, it seemed that all 4 of them were equal in power, but this was far from the truth. The strongest of the 4 households was House Lanzan, the earldom helmed by Earl Dave Lanzan. At this moment, there was a secret meeting being held in the estate of House Lanzan, and it was hosted by the Earl himself. Furthermore, the attendees of the meeting were lords of notable households and individuals with high status. "Gentlemen, thank you for gathering here on short notice," uttered Earl Dave, a man of majestic bearing who looked to be in his 50s. As soon as he spoke, all eyes gathered on him. "As you already know, we have already invited a majority of the surrounding powers to join our side, but we have encountered some issues in the north." The Earl's voice turned grave when he said this. "Our representative from the north was killed." Everyone narrowed their eyes upon hearing this. "My lord, how did he die so suddenly? Didn't he just boast that he would give us the north in a few years?" Someone muttered in a mocking voice. Some people laughed at his remarks. Earl Dave gave them a stern look, making everyone shut their mouth. "It is unfortunate." He shook his head. Charles was a careful man, but he made a glaring mistake that ended in his untimely death. "I'm sure you are aware of his situation." Everyone nodded. They all knew some information about their members. Charles was publicly executed by his nephew, and that idiot revealed our existence before he was beheaded. The Earl smashed his fist into the table, breaking it into smithereens. Everyone held their breaths when they sensed the Earl's rage. No one dared to speak a word. "Now, we have 2 options. The first one is to force Lucas to replace Charles. The second option is to find another replacement." Everyone discussed in hushed voices as soon as they heard this. They were divided. Some of them wanted to have Lucas on their side, while the others suggested finding another household to be their representative in the north. Silence. Earl Dave scanned everyone's faces and pointed at someone randomly. "What do you think we should do?" The person he had casually pointed took a deep breath before he responded. "My lord, the north is too scattered, so even if we appoint a new representative, we wouldn't get any substantial results in a few years. I think we should focus our manpower on the central cities. Most of the powerful households are gathered here, so if we get them to join our side, we would have the upper hand against the second prince's forces. So are you saying that we should abandon the north? Earl Dave frowned. Chapter 112 to 112, Renan's team. Not necessarily. The man nervously shook his head. Actually, I have already sent my people to figure out how Silver Swords stands, but if we can't bring them to our side, I already have another household in mind. You can leave the north to me, my lord. I won't fail you as Charles did. He confidently answered. Earl Dave smirked. You surprised me, Lord Kenneth. It seems like you were more prepared than anyone else in this room. The Earl was satisfied with his performance. In that case, I will leave the north in your hands. The days went by in the blink of an eye. The 30th of January came, but there was still no news about the people from the central cities. That's odd. Alaric couldn't understand what was happening. He had already sent Fredrin and a team of warriors to protect the soap shop. However, he hadn't received any word from them for over a week. At this moment, he was on his way to send off Hershey. She had overstayed in North Pine Town and her father had sent a message asking for her immediate return. My lord, I will miss the tranquility of North Pine Town, uttered Hershey, who was about to enter her carriage. Hearing this, Alaric smiled at her. You can come back here anytime you want. Hershey smiled as she stared deeply into his eyes. She wanted to dive into his arms and openly reveal her feelings, but she had an image to maintain. She didn't say a word, but Alaric seemed to have understood the meaning behind her gaze. Before you go, I have something for you. Alaric gave a signal to Elena, who was standing behind him. In Elena's arms was a plump wolf cub. Alaric took the wolf cub from her and handed it to Hershey. Among the 6 cubs, this guy has the biggest appetite and it often sleeps a lot. I hope you can take care of it well. Hershey fell in love with the cute little guy. She gently rubbed its fur and it instinctively kicked her hand, which made her chuckle. She then lifted her head and looked at Alaric. Thank you, Alaric. I will take care of it. Please be careful on the road. I will. The two exchanged a few more words before they bid each other farewell. Just as they were about to leave, Hershey stuck her head out of the carriage window and said, I like you, Alaric. I will always choose you even if everyone is against it. Without waiting for his response, she hurriedly closed the window. Alaric stared at the departing carriage with a smile on his face. Just a little bit more, Hershey. When he could no longer see the entourage, Alaric turned around. Standing in front of him was Elena. She had a complicated look on her face. She looked like she wanted to say something, but she couldn't utter a word. He sighed and took the girl in his arms. Feeling his warmth, Elena hugged him tightly and refused to let go. After what seemed to be an eternity, Elena reluctantly let go of him and squeezed out a smile. Don't worry about me, my lord. I understand your situation. Alaric rubbed her head and said. Let's go back inside. Meanwhile, within the evergreen forest, the practical combat training of the newbies was still underway. The 4 teams had already eliminated a large number of wild beasts, so their mission was slowly drawing to a close. The group that had shown the most impressive results was the team led by Renant, the top performer of the batch. With the combination of his excellent commanding ability and his combat skills, his team achieved the best results. Even Arthur was impressed by him. At this moment, Renant's team was about to return to their camp when they suddenly encountered a monster. It was a 4-legged beast with sharp fangs and razor-like claws. A blue-ringed white puma. Someone exclaimed in fear. Renant furrowed his eyebrows. Stick together and prepare for battle. He shouted to his terrified teammates. This beast isn't like the wild beasts we fought before. This heavy aura. I'm sure that this is a fatal grade monster. A fatal grade monster was mostly stronger than a knight in terms of power. Facing this kind of creature, he knew that they were no match for it. If only I was a knight apprentice, there might be some chance to take it down, but with my current strength, it's impossible. Renaud glanced at his teammates and saw them cowering in fear. Don't run. We must stay together. He barked at them. His words seemed to have calmed them down, but it was obvious that they didn't want to confront the creature. What should we do? Sweat trickled down Renaud's face as he racked his brain. At that moment, the beast suddenly disappeared and rushed towards them with lightning speed. It was so fast that they were barely able to see its figure. I'll take the front. Shield bearers, protect the archers, he shouted. However, his teammates seemed to be paralyzed in fear. They were unable to properly react to his commands, making their formation messy and full of holes. Renaud frowned upon seeing this. There's no choice. I must fight it. Hopefully, the instructors are nearby. After some hesitation, he lifted his short spear while keeping his eyes on the monster. Roar! The monster emitted a furious sound before it lunged at one of his teammates, brandishing its sharp claws. Swoosh! Renaud was quick to react. He rushed forward and stabbed his spear towards the creature's side, forcing it to evade. Growl! The beast was enraged. It glared at Renaud with its ferocious eyes. Do you all want to die? Snap out of it! He roared. Renaud's words brought his teammates back to reality. They knew that one of them would have already died if it weren't for his quick reaction. If you want to survive, listen carefully. Chapter 113 to 113, Owen's timely arrival. Let's go with Formation B. Renaud could only hope that his teammates could perform their respective roles. They had trained to fight in different formations before and each individual had a crucial role. A slight error could destroy their formation. The blue-ringed white puma growled at them. Its legs were taut as if it was prepared to take action at any second. Renaud stared deeply at the creature. He didn't dare blink his eyes, afraid that he would miss its attack. There wasn't anyone in his team who could follow the beast's movements, not even him. Formation B focuses on defense, but there are two sides that are intentionally left open to serve as bait. Since they couldn't match its speed, they could only try to predict its action. With its natural instincts, it will definitely attack the sides that are left open. My job is to predict where it will go. Renaud took a deep breath as he narrowed his eyes. After a few seconds of deadlock, the puma finally lost patience and pounced at their formation with a growl. Growl! Its figure blurred as it rushed towards them in a flash. Left hole, sword out! Renaud shouted almost instantly. One of his teammates stuck his sword to the left opening upon hearing his commands. By some stroke of luck, the sword's blade stabbed into the puma's paws, making it whimper in pain. However, the force of its claws still broke their formation apart and the shield bearer who took most of the damage crashed into the ground with a bang. Bang! In its rage, the puma swiped its claws, sending half of Renaud's group flying into the air, leaving deep claw marks on their bodies. When the enemy is too strong, no amount of strategy can stop them. Renaud thought bitterly when he saw the creature destroy their formation like it was nothing. Just when the beast was about to attack the remaining half of Renaud's team, a figure suddenly appeared to block its path. Instructor Owen. The trainees' eyes flashed with relief when they saw this man appear. Go tend to the wounded. Leave this monster to me. Owen instructed with a stern voice as he pulled the sword tied to his waist. In the next moment, Owen and the blue-ringed white puma engaged in a fierce battle. Bang! Bang! So that's how powerful knights are when they are serious, Renaud muttered in awe as he watched Owen fight the puma without being at a disadvantage. They had been taught that monsters at the fatal grade were mostly more powerful than knights. However, their instructor seemed to have the upper hand and he even managed to land a few hits on the puma. Instructor Owen is not an ordinary knight. This was everyone's thought as they watched the battle unfold. After more than a minute, Owen's sword slashed into the puma's neck, causing a spray of blood that left the creature severely wounded. It swayed awkwardly as it tried to escape, but Owen stabbed straight into his heart and killed the creature immediately. After killing the puma, Owen made a cut on its body and dug into the creature's chest. A few seconds later, he found its beast soul crystal and pulled it out from its corpse. "Are you guys all right?" Owen turned his head over to Renant's group. "Everyone is alive, sir, but one needs immediate medical attention," Renant reported with a grim look. He felt that he was responsible for his teammates' injuries. Owen approached him and tapped his shoulder. "Don't blame yourself. You did the right thing. If not for your instructions, some of your teammates would have died." His words comforted Renant. "Patch up the wounded. We will return to the estate once the other groups are here," Owen uttered. The 4 groups had mostly eliminated the wild beasts and monsters that had crossed the periphery of the evergreen forest, so it could be said that they had already accomplished their mission. The remaining wild beasts would be taken care of by the local hunters and wandering warriors. The death of the blue-ringed white puma marked the end of the trainees' first mission. Soon, the medical personnel on standby at the entrance of the town arrived to provide treatment to the injured trainees. At this moment, Renant was watching the doctors administer treatment to his teammates. "It's not your fault, Renant. No one here is blaming you. In fact, I'm sure everyone is thankful that you are our leader. It would have been pure chaos if you weren't there." His injured teammate chuckled while grimacing in pain. Hearing this, Renant forced a smile. "You guys better heal up soon if you don't want the others to overtake you," he jokingly said. While the injured trainees were being treated, Owen and Arthur exchanged viewpoints about the 4 groups' performance. "How is Renant's team?" Arthur asked. He had sensed the fluctuation of mana when the blue-ringed white puma appeared, but he didn't go to the location since he knew that Owen was there. However, he felt a bit regretful that he didn't see the action. "They are doing fine. One of them broke his arms, but he should recover in a few weeks," Owen replied. He then took out the beast soul crystal and handed it to Arthur. "By the way, sir, I got this from the monster's body. What should we do with it?" Arthur inspected the crystal before giving it back to him. "You killed it, so it should naturally belong to you. However, those kids managed to wound the creature, so you must give them a little something." Owen nodded. "I will report this to Lord Alaric. I also believe that they deserve to be rewarded for their excellent performance." He had seen Renant's team fight the blue-ringed white puma. With Renant's strategy, they were even able to wound the monster. "Then let's do that." Arthur nodded in agreement. Half an hour later, they all returned to the estate to report the situation to Alaric. Chapter 114 to 114, A suspicious group arrives in Vale. Meanwhile, inside the room specially made for the saber-fanged wolf cubs, Alaric and Elena were playing with the little guys when a servant came to deliver a report. "My lord, the trainees sent to the evergreen forest have returned." Hearing this, Alaric put down the wolf cubs and patted his pants as he rose to his feet. "I'm listening. Go on." The servant cleared his throat and said with a serious face. "Some trainees are injured, and from what I've been told, it seems like they encountered a fatal grade monster." Alaric frowned. "All right. I'll be there to check on them. You may leave." The servant took the cue and left right away. Alaric turned his head over to Elena and said, "I'll leave them in your care, Elena. I'll go check the trainees first." Knowing that the situation was urgent, Elena nodded. "Yes, my lord." On his way out of the main mansion, Alaric checked his profile. Alaric Silver Sword Knight EXP, 500/500, cannot receive more EXP before advancement. Potential, B. Traits, Horseback Riding, C. Swordsmanship, SSS, Close Combat, C. Archery, F. Hunting, E. Tracking, E. Sixth Sense, F. Monster Affinity, F. Strength, 100. Stamina, 40+. Agility, 100. Vitality, 27 plus. Endurance, 42 plus. Mana, 48 plus. Battle points, 4,410. Stat points, 77. Requirements for the next advancement, 500 EXP, 100 in all attributes, and 5,000 battle points. I'm about to become an elite knight, but my potential is still B. I wonder what's needed to be done to improve it. Alaric thought as he closed the cyan screen. Well, at least I now know what the monster affinity trait does. After a series of tests in the past week, he discovered that most wild beasts and monsters would be unusually attracted to him. Normally, wild beasts would react aggressively to humans, but because of his monster affinity trait, it was as if they treated him like their own. Unfortunately, this only worked on wild beasts and some weaker monsters. He tried it on fatal grade monsters, but they were mostly hostile. As soon as he stepped out of the mansion, he saw Arthur in the distance chatting with Owen. The two warriors spotted him and immediately rushed to his side. "My lord!" Alaric waved his hand. "Tell me the situation." Arthur sent Owen a look as if telling him to give the report. Owen understood this and cleared his throat before he told Alaric about the events that had transpired within the evergreen forest. "I see. It's good that everyone is all right. What do you guys think is a fitting reward for Renant's team?" Alaric asked for their opinion. Owen thought for a moment before giving his response. "My lord, I think giving them a custom-made weapon is a good reward for their performance. The ones they have are mass-produced weapons which couldn't bring out their full potential." A custom-made weapon. Alaric didn't expect this suggestion. He was thinking of giving them some mana-rich resources, but Owen's words made him realize that their rewards had to be special. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. House Silversword wasn't known for their smithing, but they still had a group of skilled blacksmiths who could make fine weapons. If he used the cyan screen standard of grading, the weapons they made should be at the uncommon grade. "All right. I'll give you the funds for those custom-made weapons." Alaric gave his approval. Rewarding the exemplary trainees would definitely spur the others to do better. After discussing with Owen and Arthur, he visited the injured trainees and offered them words of encouragement. At the entrance of Vale, a group composed of 20 individuals arrived. All of them were armed, making the gate guards conscious around them. "So this is Vale. They call this place a city?" one of them uttered in a mocking voice. His companions snickered at his remarks. "Shut up!" reprimanded a middle-aged man with a horizontal scar that stretched from his left cheek towards his nose. The group immediately quieted down upon hearing his words. This was because this middle-aged man was their leader, an elite knight who strictly adhered to his principles. "Remember what we came here for. Although this land isn't comparable to the central area, there still exists some powerful warriors here," the middle-aged man sternly reminded. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes when he sensed a powerful aura approaching them. Sensing the change in his expression, his subordinates immediately followed his gaze. They saw a warrior with graying hair walking towards them with confident strides. "Sir Anthony!" The gate guards respectfully greeted the man as soon as he walked past them. It was Anthony. When he received a report that there was a group of powerful warriors at the gates, he quickly came here. "One elite knight and the rest are knights." Anthony was stunned by this lineup. This group already had the power to rival a weak household on its own. Furthermore, the elite knight wasn't an ordinary warrior either. He could sense that this person was far stronger than him. "I am Anthony, the captain of Vale's City Guards. I'm pleased to meet you, gentlemen." He introduced himself with a faint smile. The middle-aged man with a horizontal scar stepped forward and extended his hand as he introduced himself. "It's good to see you, Sir Anthony. I'm Roland, the leader of this party." Anthony shook hands with him while keeping the smile on his face. "May I know the reason for your visit, Sir Roland?" "To tell you the truth, we are here to talk business with the Silverswords, but we don't know where we can find them." Roland calmly responded. Anthony's eyes flashed briefly upon hearing this. There's something fishy about these guys. I should alert Sir William. With a cordial smile, Anthony replied. I see. You can find Silversword's territory in the next town if you follow that direction. They also have a store here. I can send my men to take you there. That would be great. Thank you for your help, Sir Anthony. Roland cupped his fists. I'm glad to help. Anthony chuckled. I need to buy some time. Before we head there, why don't you guys join me for a meal? I'm sure you are hungry from the journey. Chapter 115 to 115, Roland meets Fred Rin. I appreciate the offer, Sir Anthony, but we are in a hurry. Maybe next time. Roland tactfully rejected his invitation. It seems like the Silverswords are close to the city guards of Vale. He was sharp enough to notice that Anthony was trying to delay him. Is that so? What a pity, Anthony shook his head with a regretful expression. The two exchanged a few more words before Anthony instructed one of his men to bring Roland's party to the soap shop. As soon as they left, Anthony's face became somber. He sent his subordinates a look and said, Send a few people to follow that group and report their movements to me every 2 hours. Yes, sir. His men sensed the seriousness in his tone, so no one dared to slack off. After giving more instructions to his subordinates, Anthony rushed to the orphanage. Sir, that shop over there is the soap shop owned by the Silverswords. I see. Thank you for taking us all the way here. Please accept this. It's a small token of my gratitude. Roland smiled as he handed a small pouch to the warrior. The warrior grinned as he took the pouch. It's my pleasure to help you. Seeing that Roland was no longer interested in talking with him, the warrior decisively turned around and left. Once inside the shop, remember not to cause trouble. Roland reminded his men with a stern look. Yes, sir. A moment later, they crossed the road and were about to enter the shop when the bodyguards at the front door barred them from entering. Roland's men frowned upon seeing this. A few of them almost lashed out, but Roland raised his hand and gave them a deep look. Brothers, we would like to speak with the shop owner. Roland politely spoke to the guards even though they were only knight apprentices. One of the guards responded while firmly shaking his head. We apologize, sir, but our lord is busy with other matters. If it's really important, I can go inside to inform the manager for you. One of Roland's subordinates suddenly ran out of patience and snorted. You? Do you even know who you are speaking to? Roland glared at the man, but he couldn't bring himself to reprimand him since the guy was speaking out for his sake. He cupped his fists and said, I apologize for his behavior. We don't mean to cause trouble. Please inform your manager about our presence. The bodyguards' faces darkened. Step. Step. Suddenly, a group of warriors stepped out of the soap shop. What is happening here? The person leading them asked with a stern voice. Sir Fred Rin. The bodyguards saluted the man before one of them whispered something to his ears. Fred Rin shifted his gaze toward Roland's group upon hearing the guard's report. An elite knight, and he is not any weaker than me. Both men locked gazes in that instant, and they were taken aback when they sensed each other's strength. I am Fred Rin, the guard captain of this shop. Fred Rin approached the other party and stood before him. Roland nodded. I'm Roland, the leader of this party. I'm pleased to meet you, Sir Fred Rin. Likewise. Fred Rin calmly replied. We came here to discuss business with the owner of the shop. I hope you can arrange a meeting for us. Roland could tell that this man was different than the captain of the city guards. Anthony was polite and cordial, but Fred Rin didn't seem to have the intention of being friendly with them. This guy might be difficult to handle. This was Roland's first impression of him. Fred Rin shook his head. Our lord isn't in the city, so your request might be difficult to fulfill. However, I can take you inside to speak with the manager. He has the authority to discuss any business matters related to the store. I see. Roland was only trying his luck, so he wasn't too disappointed with his response. Discussing business is just a secondary matter. Our main goal is to have a chance to speak with the Silver Swords. Hopefully, the manager can help me arrange a meeting with them. Otherwise, we would have to visit their estate directly. Roland was very particular with etiquette. He also didn't want to offend the Silver Swords, so he was willing to go through this much trouble just to get the chance to meet them. Please lead the way. I would like to speak with the manager. Fredrin nodded. All right, but you can only take 2 people inside. We don't usually allow armed guests inside, so I hope that you will understand our situation. He explained. Roland understood the implications in his words, so he didn't make things difficult for Fredrin. No problem. He then turned around and chose 2 of his men to follow him inside. Sir, what if this is a trap? We can't trust these people. One of his men whispered. Hearing this, Roland shook his head. I don't think the Silver Swords would be foolish enough to offend us. Just stay right here and leave the talking to me. But he didn't wait for their response and headed inside the shop with Fredrin. Meanwhile, in the orphanage, Anthony got down from his horse. Uncle Anthony. A few kids who were familiar with him eagerly called out when they saw him. Anthony adjusted his breathing and forced out a smile as he spoke to them. Hello, kids. Where is your Grandpa William? Grandpa is resting inside. One of the kids pointed at the newly renovated orphanage. Oh, is that so? Just stay here and continue playing. Uncle Anthony still has some matters to discuss with your grandpa. Anthony excused himself and headed inside the renovated building to look for William. Just when he was about to head in, he suddenly saw a figure stepping out onto the balcony on the 2nd floor of the building. Sir William. William furrowed his eyebrows. What happened? He felt that something was amiss when he saw Anthony's expression. Chapter 116 to 116, William arrives at the store. William invited Anthony to his meditation room. What is it this time? The old man asked as he gestured for Anthony to sit down. Anthony took his seat and responded with a serious look. Sir William, just earlier, a group consisting of 20 warriors came to the city. One of them is an elite knight and the rest are knights. Most importantly, they are heading to the soap shop. Hearing this, William's face fell as he rose to his feet. What did you say? Some of the kids in the orphanage were working at the soap shop. Please calm down, Sir William. I don't think those guys came here with bad intentions. Their leader seems to be a decent man. Anyway, I came here to tell you this. If you want to go there, we should get going now. Anthony suggested while trying to pacify the old man. William nodded with a grim look. Let's go. He didn't even bother to change his clothes, but he grabbed the sword leaning diagonally against the wall next to his cabinet. At the soap shop, Roland was now sitting inside Vince's office while his 2 subordinates stood behind him. In front of him was the manager of the shop, Vince, and Fredrin. After introducing themselves, Roland immediately stated his intention. Sir Vince, to tell you the truth, our main objective is to meet Lord Alaric and Lord Lucas. He paused for a moment before he emphasized his next words. There is something important that I would like to discuss with them. Vince understood the meaning behind his words. It was like politely telling him that he had no authority to hear the information and only the Silver Swords could hear it. With Fredrin beside him, Vince felt more reassured, so he managed to calm his nerves. He might not be a warrior, but he could tell that Roland wasn't an ordinary person based on his gait and bearing. Vince pretended to be in deep thought before he carefully replied. Since it's like this, how about I send Sir Fredrin's team to escort you to North Pine Town? I'll also write a recommendation letter for you so that your group will be allowed to enter House Silver Sword's estate. What do you think about this, Sir Roland? He had already discussed this with Alaric beforehand, so he didn't bother to make things hard for Roland to prevent discord between both parties. That would be great. Roland was relieved. He was already prepared to be rejected, but it seemed like the Silver Swords had already made arrangements. Just give me a moment to write the recommendation letter. In the meantime, why don't you check the shop's products? We can give you some free samples to try. I'm sure you'll love them. Vince chuckled. Hearing this, Roland wanted to reject the offer, but he felt that it was too rude, so he reluctantly nodded his head. All right. Then I'll trouble you to write the recommendation letter. It's no trouble at all. Vince waved his hand as if it was just a small matter. He then sent Fredrin a knowing look. When the latter saw this, he immediately stood up and nodded to Roland. Sir Roland, I will take you to see the products. MN Roland nodded and stood up from his seat. After they left his office, Vince could finally relax. Man, that was scary. Who is that guy? Phew. He wiped off the sweat on his face as he let out a heavy breath. Fredrin brought Roland and his two men to the display area. The shop was crowded with customers, and most were women from rich households, which was obvious from their flamboyant style. Fredrin beckoned to Josephus, who was keeping watch at the aisle. Seeing this, the young knight immediately headed towards him. What can I do for you, Sir Fredrin? Can you ask one of our staff to accommodate these gentlemen? I'm not familiar with the products, so I need their help. Fredrin whispered to him. I see. Just wait here for a moment while I call one of them over. Josephus left right away. A few moments later, a young lady dressed in a customized uniform approached them with a professional smile. Hello, Sir Fredrin. Are these the guests who require assistance? Fredrin nodded. That's right. Please bring our products for them to see. The manager has already given his approval to give these guests some free samples. All right. Just give me a moment to get the products. The young lady excused herself and left. The soap shop experienced a huge boom in sales, so more workers had been hired to accommodate the customers. Roland could see that the business was successful even though he wasn't an expert. At this moment, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura from outside the shop. Furthermore, this aura was so much more powerful than his own that he felt suppressed. He narrowed his eyes as he turned his head at the entrance. From there he saw an old man calmly walking inside the shop. His gaze was tranquil and unfathomable. When their eyes met, Roland felt like he was looking at a predator. A transcendent knight. Sir William. Fredrin was also surprised to see the old man. After coming to the store, he had acquainted himself with this old man, so he was familiar with him. William nodded to Fredrin before he turned his gaze towards Roland. His stern face broke into a smile, and the pressure from earlier seemed to have vanished like a puff of smoke. I am William. My grandchildren work here, so I came to check on them. The old man spouted a random reason to explain his arrival. William? I don't remember there being another transcendent knight under House Silversword other than the Baron himself. Who is this old man? While gathering his senses, Roland extended his hand with a cordial smile. I'm honored to meet you, Sir William. My name is Roland. Chapter 117 to 117, An Old Friend. William observed the atmosphere and he realized that he might have jumped to conclusions earlier. He nonchalantly nodded and just decided to go with the flow since it was already too late to turn back. You have good taste, Sir Roland. The scented soap here is a unique product. As you can see, the noble ladies love it. William had a wealth of experience, so he managed to come up with a good topic. Roland laughed awkwardly. Yes. You're right, Sir William. At this moment, the young female worker whom they had spoken with earlier came back with a basket full of scented soap boxes. She politely greeted William before she showed the products to Roland. Sir, these are our products. This one is the... She introduced the different kinds of scented soap one by one. With her arrival, William immediately took the chance to leave after waving at Roland and Fredrin, but he didn't step out of the store. He headed straight to the production room where the children at the orphanage were working. Meanwhile, Roland was relieved now that the old man was gone. The pressure emitted by the old man was so intense that he thought that he was being targeted. "Please don't mind him." Fredrin's voice drifted into his ears. Roland stared at the elite knight as he continued. "Sir William is overprotective of the children of the orphanage since he treats them like his own grandchildren." Roland smiled wryly while nodding his head. "I understand." A moment later, Vince came out of his office and handed the recommendation letter to Roland. "Thank you for waiting, Sir Roland. If there's nothing else, I suggest that you leave while it's still early. The weather might not be too favorable this evening." Vince beamed as he offered him his suggestion. "Is that so? Then I'll take your advice. Thank you for your help, Sir Vince." Roland cupped his fists. "No problem. You can come and visit me anytime. I can offer you a discount if you buy our products." Vince chuckled. He then sent Fredrin a knowing look. Seeing his signal, Fredrin cleared his throat and made a this way gesture as he spoke to Roland. "Let's head this way, sir. I will prepare my men to escort you guys to North Pine Town." "All right." Roland nodded and followed him out of the store. Meanwhile, at the training ground of House Silversword's estate. "My lord, I have already practiced stabbing thousands of times by now. Can you teach me a different move?" Aaliyah stared at Alaric with a pleading look. Alaric taught her the fundamental techniques of swordsmanship, but he had mostly taught her techniques related to stabbing. He told her that it was necessary to build a solid foundation before learning other sword techniques. She followed his teaching methods, and despite her frustrations for only learning stabbing techniques, she didn't complain. However, after the recent mission in the Evergreen Forest, she realized that she still had a lot of room for improvement. Alaric stared at the stubborn young lady. Her skin had already become tanned after being constantly exposed to the sun, and her body had also transformed from that of a skinny young woman to an athletic warrioress. He had seen her relentless efforts under his tutelage, and she was even more hard-working than her male colleagues. "Aaliyah, I only taught you how to stab because you are new to swordsmanship. Teaching you other techniques would only bring negative results, but you are right. I can see that you are now ready to learn another sword technique." Alaric smiled faintly. Hearing this, Aaliyah was pleasantly surprised. In truth, she only wanted to try her luck, and she had even prepared herself for a cold rejection. Who would have thought that Alaric would actually agree to her request? "This time I'll be teaching you how to properly slash your word. Try to observe my movements." Alaric grabbed his sword and performed a series of slashes. His actions looked simple with no flashy movements added. Whoosh! Whoosh! His sword made a tearing sound as he swiped through the air. Aaliyah watched him carefully without blinking her eyes. As someone who had received his guidance on stabbing techniques, she knew that Alaric's movements weren't simple. It might look like a basic slash on the surface, but the degree of control, the angle of the slash, and many other details were being followed. Together, they form an unimpressive-looking, but seamless slash that could bring out one's full strength with every swing. This was what she had comprehended after reaching a decent understanding of the stabbing technique he taught her. Whoosh! After one final slash, Alaric put down his sword and glanced over at Aaliyah. "Did you see it well?" he asked. Aaliyah smiled in embarrassment while shaking her head. "Yes, my lord, but I won't be able to execute the movements perfectly like you do." "That's normal." Unlike him, who had had the SSS rank swordsmanship trait, normal people had to learn using their own comprehension. He didn't even need to train hard to understand and execute the most complex sword techniques. It was like the sword had become a part of him, an extension of his body. It was the most accurate description of what it felt like to have the SSS rank swordsmanship trait. "Show me what you have understood." He motioned for her to take out her sword. Aaliyah nodded and pulled her sword. Sheeting. She felt a bit nervous now that Alaric was observing her. To calm her nerves, she took a deep breath and shook off all the distractions as she tried to remember Alaric's movements. In the next moment, she lifted her sword and imitated what she had remembered. Whoosh! Whoosh! Alaric could see her flaws at a glance, but he didn't correct her immediately. She's focusing too much on imitating me, but it's quite surprising that she comprehended that much after only one demonstration. At that moment, he felt that she might be more talented in swordsmanship than he had imagined. Impressive. She just needs a little bit more training. That's enough. Alaric calmly uttered as he motioned for her to stop. Looking at Alaric's indifferent face, Aaliyah didn't know if she had performed below his standards. Don't focus on imitating me. My sword is different than yours and our physical characteristics aren't the same. You must integrate what you have. Alaric explained the principles of the movements to her in a way that made it easier for her to understand. Aaliyah listened with great attention. Soon, she revealed a look of realization as if something clicked in her mind. I see. So that's why it felt so weird when I tried to imitate it. She mumbled something under her breath before she eagerly tried for the second time. Alaric didn't disturb her and just quietly watched her performance. Whoosh! Whoosh! The strength behind each slash is stronger now, but it still needs some work. She already has the basic principles, so she just needs to incorporate everything she learned until it is deeply engraved in her mind. While she was absorbed in her training, Alaric sensed someone approaching from the distance. He turned his head and frowned when he noticed a few unfamiliar figures riding on horses together with Fredrin's team. With just a glance, he could already feel the aura emitted by the man who seemed to be the leader of the group. A peak elite knight. It was a level that was comparable to Fredrin and Warwick, but still a bit weaker than Galinar. Hold on. That person. Alaric's eyes trembled when got a clearer look at the man. It was a familiar face. One who had been with him for the longest time on the battlefield. It's been a while, Sir Roland. This man was one of the battalion commanders who led the Crown Prince's army in his past life. He was a powerful warrior who would soon have his name etched in the Astanian Dragon leaderboard. Clip-clop. Clip-clop. The clip-clop sounds of the horses made Aaliyah stop her training. She was a bit annoyed after having been disturbed, but when she saw the intimidating group coming towards them, her annoyance turned into alarm. A few moments later, the group stopped in front of them and climbed down their horses. Fredrin and his subordinates walked towards Alaric and bowed to him. Greetings, my lord. Roland's group seemed to have realized Alaric's identity when they saw this. Can you tell me what's going on here? Alaric calmly asked. Although he already knew the other party's identity, he had to pretend like he didn't know. My lord, this man is Sir Roland, an elite knight under. Fredrin quickly made the introductions. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lord Alaric. I have been eager to see you in person after I heard tales about your amazing talent. Roland stepped forward and gave him a standard salute. He's just as I remember him. Scary on the outside, but a kind man deep down. Alaric's lips curved upwards as he stared at his friend. Chapter 118 to 118, Discussion with Roland. Alaric's eyes were filled with complex emotions. He had so many words to tell him, but they seemed stuck in his throat. You flatter me, Sir Roland. Why don't we head in first? As for your men, I'll send someone to arrange their accommodation. Roland was surprised by his friendliness, and he had this weird feeling as if they had known each other for a long time. He couldn't point his fingers as to why he had this reaction upon his first encounter with Alaric. All right. I'll take you up on that offer. Roland nodded with a faint smile. Before heading inside the mansion, Alaric told Aaliyah to practice by herself. He had already taught her the basic principles of slashing, so she only needed to comprehend the movements on her own. A while later, Alaric brought Roland to the spacious guest hall, and he even asked the servants to prepare a sumptuous meal for him and his subordinates. After taking their seats, Alaric was the first to open his mouth. So can you tell me why someone from the central area has come to visit our small town? Hearing this, Roland's expression turned serious as he adjusted his sitting posture. My lord, I won't hide it from you then. He paused as if he was gathering his thoughts before he continued. I don't know if you have already heard about this. His Majesty is not in good health. It's been months since he was bedridden. The imperial physicians provided him with numerous treatments, but nothing worked. By this point, Roland shook his head with a grim look. The Empire's upper echelons are getting restless because of this, and there are even rumors of rebellion among a small group of nobles. To prevent chaos from happening, His Highness, the Crown Prince, is gathering the loyal subjects of the Empire to rise into arms and protect Astania from the traitors. We have gathered. Roland disclosed the existence of a force behind the Crown Prince, but he didn't tell him their most important secrets. After all, Alaric was only a prospective ally. Alaric remained silent as the other party laid down everything on the table. They were very sincere in their invitation. This was also why he joined the Crown Prince's army in his past life. Their sincerity moved him. However, he wouldn't make the same choice this time because he had seen the results of that choice, and it was something that he didn't want to witness again. This is a very important matter, Sir Roland. I can't decide on my own. Alaric didn't give him an answer right away. Why don't we take things slowly while I discuss this with the Baron? Your group can stay here in the meantime. I'm sure you guys will love the natural landscapes here. Roland didn't make things difficult for him, so he nodded with a smile. All right. Thank you for letting us stay here, my lord. Alaric waved his hand. It's just a minor matter. About 20 minutes later, a servant came to inform him that the food was ready to be served to the guests. Sir Roland, I have prepared a sumptuous meal for you and your men. You guys should eat first since you traveled a long way to get here. I also need to speak with the Baron about the information you told me. Alaric had to inform his parents about the situation. Roland couldn't bring himself to reject the offer. Besides, his men haven't eaten anything since they came to North Pine Town. All right. I hope to hear the good news from you soon, my lord. Hearing this, Alaric didn't say anything and just chuckled. I'll take my leave first. Please enjoy your meal. Alaric stood up and left after excusing himself. He immediately sent someone to call his mother before he headed to the Baron's study. Knock. 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 Come in. Alaric pushed the door open after getting the Baron's approval. He noticed that the butler, Bastian, was there pouring tea for the Baron. When the old butler saw that it was Alaric, he respectfully bowed to him. Alaric smiled and nodded at the butler. I heard that we have guests from the central area. Are they the same people who caused a scene at your soap shop? The Baron asked as he pointed the seat in front of his desk. Alaric sat and moved the chair closer. Yes, it's them, and according to that person, they are working for the Crown Prince. The Baron didn't respond immediately and motioned to the butler to give Alaric a cup of tea. The butler was quick to react. He grabbed a teacup from the cabinet next to the window and wiped it clean with a white cloth before placing it in front of Alaric. With practiced movements, he poured tea into the cup. While the butler was pouring tea for him, Lucas finally spoke. The Crown Prince, hey? I've seen him on multiple occasions. His Highness doesn't seem to be a bad person, but he tends to make wrong decisions because of his rash personality. This was his impression of the Crown Prince. He is a charismatic man, so I'm sure that many households would support him. Unfortunately, he lacks a reliable advisor. He sighed and shook his head. The imperial family was full of intrigue. He was once scouted by the Emperor 2 decades ago, but Lucas rejected him and decided to guard the north instead. This was because he didn't want to be involved with the schemes and plots of the imperial family since his wife was pregnant with Alaric at that time. At this moment, there was a series of knocks on the door. Knock. 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 Come in. Maria stepped inside the room dressed in thick winter clothes. She nodded to the butler before she glanced at her husband and son. Take your seat. We need your advice on the situation. Lucas pointed to the seat opposite Alaric. Maria flicked her hair as she elegantly took her seat. What's the matter? Chapter 119 to 119, Teaching Roland. I see. So it's the Crown Prince. Maria fell into deep thought after hearing the situation from them. After a moment of silence, she lifted her head and said, "We will proceed as planned." Hearing this, Alaric and Lucas nodded with grim faces. The next day, Roland still didn't receive any response from Alaric. It seems like they are still debating over the matter, but their hesitation is understandable. After all, His Majesty is still alive. If he recovers, the Crown Prince could receive punishment for gathering private forces and the people who followed him would also be punished. Roland thought deeply as he went out of the guest mansion to discreetly observe the activity inside the estate. As soon as he stepped out, the cold morning breeze hit his skin, but it hardly affected him because of his strong physique. As he walked along the snow-covered, cobbled pathway he heard a familiar sound from the distance. Someone is training this early in this weather? He was taken aback. Feeling curious, Roland followed the direction where he heard the sound, and soon, he arrived at an open training ground. There he saw one man repeatedly performing the same sword movement. Lord Alaric? He didn't expect that it was actually Alaric. Roland observed for a while. He thought that Alaric would perform the same sword movement, but then the latter changed his pattern all of a sudden. This time, he was repeatedly stabbing his sword into the air. Whoosh! 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 The more Roland watched, the more he noticed that something was quite different with Alaric's style and technique. It wasn't the conventional sword stab that he was used to, but a version that seemed to be entirely different. The most surprising thing was that every stab was swift and decisive, almost without any flaw. He looks like he is only casually stabbing his sword, but each stab brings out his maximum potential. Roland was amazed by this and he even wanted to follow Alaric's training routine, but he was too embarrassed to disturb him. A moment later, Alaric stopped after he received the notification from the cyan screen, telling him that he had completed his daily mission. He had already sensed Roland's arrival earlier, but he didn't stop his training and continued all the way until he completed the exercises. Good thing I didn't use that sword in today's training. Alaric thought as he waved his hand while staring at Roland. The elite knight immediately approached him after seeing that he had stopped his training. "Good morning, my lord. I apologize for disturbing you." Alaric waved his hand and smiled. "It's all right. I'm already done with my training." Roland hesitated. He wanted to ask Alaric about the routine he performed earlier, but he was too embarrassed to mention it. He also felt that it was inappropriate to ask about someone's techniques. Alaric saw through him at a glance and he couldn't help but chuckle. "Do you want to learn it? I can give you some pointers," he uttered jokingly. Roland didn't expect that he would be seen through just like that, and it was even someone who was less than half his age. "How could I?" Alaric raised his hand and shook his head. "It's not a big deal. Let me show you." He didn't wait for his response and pulled his sword. Roland took a step back to give him some room to show his sword techniques. In the next moment, Alaric swung his sword. Whoosh! It was the same sword movement he had seen earlier. Amazing! His swordsmanship is even better than mine. He didn't want to admit it, but the young man in front of him had already surpassed him in terms of pure technique. "Have you seen it clearly?" Alaric smiled at the serious-faced warrior. Roland gave him a look of undisguised admiration. "I have learned a lot from you, my lord. Stop flattering me and show me what you comprehended." Alaric tossed his sword to the elite knight, making the other party stunned. "Hey?" With a bewildered look on his face, Roland caught the sword. "Is he seriously thinking of teaching me his technique?" He couldn't believe it. The sword technique that Alaric displayed was unlike any other. If it was someone else, they would definitely guard this technique closely and never let a stranger learn it. However, Alaric didn't seem to share the same ideology. "Stop dawdling before I change my mind." Alaric's voice sounded more serious this time, so Roland no longer hesitated. He adjusted his stance and moved the sword according to what he had remembered. Whoosh! Whoosh! Alaric watched him in silence. His comprehension is worse than Elia's, but he has some talent. At least it's on the same level as Renant's and Rasmus's. He felt tempted to take this man on his side, but he immediately dropped the idea when he recalled Roland's personality. This man was loyal and he would never betray his lord. Well, there is an exception. His principles. He knew that Roland followed a strict principle. He was willing to sacrifice his life for his lord, but he will never hurt the innocent. In his past life, there was one time when Roland disobeyed his lord's commands. It was because he was ordered to attack a village for its strategic location. Roland was supposed to be executed for his disobedience, but because of his contributions, he wasn't executed and was only demoted to that of a normal warrior. That was also how he had found his way into Alaric's group. Is there any way to bring this guy to our side? While he was seriously pondering about this, Roland lowered his sword and looked at Alaric. "Did I execute it right, my lord?" Roland's voice pulled him from his thoughts. "It's not bad, but your form still needs a lot of polishing. I noticed that you," Alaric told him about the mistakes he made. Roland quietly listened. Chapter 120 to 120, Urgent Report. "How about we spar for a bit?" "Of course, we are not allowed to use mana." Alaric wanted to take the chance to use this guy as his training dummy. It was rare to find a good sparring partner like this since the elite knights of the household were always busy with their respective tasks. Roland was taken aback. "Are you serious, my lord?" He thought that he had heard Alaric wrong. After all, he was an elite knight, so he was inherently stronger than Alaric. Even without using his mana, he was confident that he could beat anyone below the realm of elite knights. This wasn't baseless overconfidence, but the belief he had in his abilities. Lord Alaric might be a swordsmanship genius, but technique alone doesn't win a fight. He thought to himself as he looked at Alaric, who was walking toward the nearby weapon rack. After choosing 2 wooden swords, Alaric tossed the other one to Roland, who caught it reflexively. Roland temporarily put aside the steel sword he got from Alaric and played with the wooden sword. It felt light in his hand, but as an expert swordsman, he quickly adjusted to its weight. "Then I will accept your challenge, my lord. Please guide me." He lightly bowed to Alaric. "Good." Alaric chuckled. He thought that he would trigger a system mission, but there was no reaction from the cyan screen. This left him a bit disappointed. The two locked gazes while quietly assessing each other. As a seasoned veteran, Roland had experienced numerous battles. There were times when he had almost died during those battles, but he managed to survive all those encounters. A spar was like a walk in the park for him, nothing to be nervous about. However, facing Alaric, he felt strangely nervous. "I'm nervous?" He was surprised when he realized that his hands were shaking. Roland shook off his random thoughts and took a deep breath to calm his nerves. In that instant, Alaric suddenly made his move. Whoosh! It was a direct stab with no superfluous movement. Roland lifted his sword, casually deflecting the stab aimed at his chest. Pack! Alaric frowned when he sensed the other party's power. He had already maxed out his strength, but there was still a huge gap between him and an elite knight. That seemingly casual deflection made his balance shift, forcing him to adjust his center of gravity. Taking the chance, Roland released a flurry of attacks. Pack! Pack! However, Alaric seemed to have defied gravity by parrying his attacks with unnatural angles. It was an unconventional defensive technique that caught Roland off guard. Pack! Pack! Their spar continued for another half a minute when an urgent shout forced them to stop. "My lord!" Alaric lowered the training sword and looked at the approaching warrior with a frown. Roland felt that it was a pity. He was starting to enjoy the spar, but it was unfortunately cut short. Alaric sent him an apologetic gaze. "Let's do this again next time, Sir Roland." The elite knight knew that it must be something serious, so he nodded without complaining. "What happened?" Alaric asked the warrior with a stern look. The warrior took a moment to gather his breath before he replied. "My lord, there is a request for reinforcements from Alverton. Their messenger told me that they had sighted a large group of orcs approaching the town." Hearing this, Alaric was bewildered. "Orcs? The orc invasion isn't supposed to happen anytime soon. Why did it suddenly?" From his memory, there was still more than a year before the orc invasion. Furthermore, the orcs targeted Vale and not Alverton. Something has changed. Alaric felt that he had something to do with the sudden changes of the events. "Inform the warriors and have them gather in front of the main mansion," Alaric instructed. "Yes, my lord." The warrior acknowledged his command with a solemn nod. "Go. I need to inform the Baron about this." Alaric waved his hand. The warrior didn't dawdle and left after giving him a snappy salute. Alaric turned his head over to Roland and smiled bitterly as he said, "Sir Roland, it seems like our discussion has to be delayed. Are you planning to send reinforcements?" Roland asked in surprise. "Of course. Alverton doesn't have a proper military and they only have a handful of knights and knight apprentices. They wouldn't be able to survive an orc invasion." Alaric responded with a grim voice. "I'm sorry, Sir Roland, but I need to go." Without waiting for his answer, Alaric turned around and left. Roland watched the young knight leave with haste. Normally, a noble household wouldn't care about other territories except their own, but there was no ounce of hesitation in Alaric's eyes when he mentioned sending reinforcements. It was rare to find someone like this, especially within the nobility. Most of them were conceited people who only cared about their own interests. "Should I go and take a look?" This thought crossed his mind. After some internal struggle, he shook his head and headed back to the guest mansion. Meanwhile, Alaric went straight to the Baron's study to inform him about the situation, but when he arrived, he discovered that Lucas was speaking with Warwick and Henry. "Alaric, it's good that you're here." Lucas beckoned to him. From the looks of it, the Baron was already aware of the situation. Alaric didn't say anything and just nodded at Warwick and Henry before he took his seat. "I'm discussing with Warwick and Henry on who should we send to Alverton. Now that you're here, why don't you help me decide?" Lucas stared deeply at him. Without hesitation, Alaric responded. "I'm going there myself." Lucas and the two elite knights weren't surprised to hear this. They had already expected that he would volunteer for the task. Lucas leaned on his seat and nodded. "All right. You have my approval, but you must bring at least 2 elite knights with you." Chapter 121 to 121, title at the end. Alaric left the Baron's study after getting his approval. Following behind him were Henry and Warwick, who were persuading him to let them join the reinforcement team. "My lord, please allow me to go with you." "Please take me with you, my lord. I have to be there to lead those stubborn warriors." Alaric already planned to bring them, so he agreed with a nod. "Of course. Besides you two, I will also bring Galinar, Arthur, and Fred Rin." The orc invasion was a major event that had almost destroyed Vale in his past life. He wasn't certain if the number of orcs heading to Alverton was on the same scale as it was in his past life, so he wanted to bring as many elite knights as possible. The two were stunned upon hearing his words. "Wouldn't it be too much to bring 5 elite knights, my lord?" Warwick remarked with a baffled look. Orcs might be powerful, but they were reckless and relied too much on their brute strength, so with the right tactics, an army of warriors could take them down. "No." Alaric shook his head. "Don't you find it strange? Why would Alverton ask for reinforcements? Although they don't have a proper army, they can still defeat a small tribe of orcs on their own. Warwick was the first one to realize what he was trying to say, and a look of realization dawned on him. You mean the number of orcs is too high for them to handle on their own? Alaric stopped in his tracks and muttered in a grave tone. If my guess is right, there could be hundreds if not thousands of orcs outside of Alverton. What? Henry and Warwick were shocked upon hearing this. They couldn't believe his words. In a single orc tribe, there could be over 20 to 50 orcs, but their number never exceeded 100. There was no such precedent, so they thought that it was impossible. However, when they saw Alaric's unusually grim face, they felt that it might be true, and the thought of it made them tremble. A small tribe of orcs could decimate a village, and a strong orc tribe could even ruin a town. Now, what would happen if there were hundreds of orcs? It would be a disaster. Shouldn't we report this to the Baron? Warwick hesitantly spoke. No. This is just my speculation, so we don't need to alert the Baron. We would only end up wasting his time if I'm wrong. Alaric shook his head. Truthfully, he was already 100% sure that there were 1,000 orcs, and the reason why he didn't want to tell this to the Patriarch was because of the new mission that appeared in front of him. _____. Mission: defeat the orcs. Mission difficulty: hard. An army of more than 1,000 orcs are heading towards Alverton. Defeat them and prevent the destruction of the town without the help of a transcendent knight. Rewards: random trait upgrade card x1, 100, stat points 1000, battle points C rank trait card x1. Penalty for failure: 2000, battle points 200 exp. _____. It was his first hard mission. All the missions he had received were mostly easy and normal. Although this mission carried serious risks, he didn't want to miss this rare opportunity. Upon stepping out of the mansion, they saw that the warriors of the household had already gathered. They formed neat rows and columns, displaying their strict order and discipline. The warriors immediately straightened their backs when they saw the three coming out of the mansion. Alaric scanned the over 200 warriors with a stern gaze before he turned his head to Warwick and Henry. How many of them can we bring to Alverton? He asked. A third of these warriors are still trainees, so we can't bring them with us. We need to leave about 30 veterans to defend North Pine Town, so that leaves us with slightly over 100 warriors. Warwick replied after some thought. Because of Alaric's aggressive expansion of their military, the household's forces had almost doubled. 100 warriors? That should be enough. Alaric nodded. He then looked at the warriors and said in a booming voice. Warriors of House Silversword, an army of orcs are currently headed to Alverton. It's only a small town, so they don't have enough manpower to defend against a large-scale orc attack. They are calling for help, and if we don't respond to their calls, the town might be destroyed by those monsters. If those orcs are to be left alone, they might attack our town next. We must stop them before it comes to that. Alaric paused and observed everyone's reaction. The warriors were agitated by his words. Seeing that he had achieved his desired effect, he continued. I will bring half of you to provide reinforcements to Alverton. If you don't wish to participate, please raise your hand. He scanned the crowd, but everyone remained unmoved. No one raised their hand. Even the trainees wished to partake in the mission. Good. I will now select the people who will participate in this mission. If your name is called, please go to that side and wait for further instructions. In the next moment, Alaric carefully selected the warriors that they would bring. He couldn't bring all the knights since North Pine Town also needed protection. After almost 30 minutes, he had finally selected over 100 warriors. To the people who aren't chosen, please stay here and ensure the safety of the town while we're gone. Yes, my lord. To those who are chosen, I will give you half an hour to bid farewell to your families. Yes, my lord. While everyone was making preparations, Alaric headed to the household treasury hidden within the main mansion. He planned to bring a special item with him for this trip. He already had the rare steel sword, but he felt that it was necessary to have an extra layer of defense for this mission. Chapter 122 to 122, The Situation in Alverton. On the afternoon of the first day of February, huge clusters of dark clouds loomed over the skies of Alverton. At this moment, no one could be seen on the town's streets. It was as if the whole place had been abandoned. However, there was a reason for this lack of activity. At the western gate of Alverton, the town guards gathered atop the walls, looking in the distance with grave faces. "Sir Ronan, our scouts have reported that the orcs will be here before nightfall," a warrior reported to the knight dressed in leather armor with steel breastplates and shoulder guards. Hearing this, Ronan frowned. "What about our call for reinforcements?" he asked while trying to maintain his composure. The messenger sighed and shook his head as he replied. "There's still no news from them, sir." Some warriors who were nearby fell into despair when they heard this. With more than 1,000 orc warriors approaching them, all hope was shattered. Ronan had already expected this, but he was still disappointed by the inaction of the surrounding towns and cities. Suddenly, someone's face came into his mind. "Wait!" Ronan grabbed the leaving messenger and asked with an agitated look. "Did you send someone to North Pine Town?" The messenger was startled, but he still responded with a nod. "Why yes, sir, but even if they send us reinforcements, it might take them 2 days or more to get here since the road is covered in thick snow." "You're right," Ronan exhaled a heavy breath. "Even if Lord Alaric brings the warriors of House Silversword, our chances of repelling the orc army are still slim." His mood worsened as he thought of this. "Yes sir, why don't we leave the town? We still have time to escape. We can bring the townspeople with us," one of the young warriors suggested with an anxious look, his voice trembling. Before Ronan could respond, one of the older warriors lashed out. "Are you out of your mind? You actually want to leave the town in this kind of weather? Do you know how many people will die from the cold?" Some warriors immediately held back the older warrior, preventing him from beating up the younger guy. The atmosphere became more tense as the warriors argued over what to do. "Silence!" Ronan shouted as he glared at the ones causing a ruckus. Everyone immediately quieted down upon sensing the anger in his voice. He scanned the faces of his comrades and uttered, "I know that the situation is bleak, but we must stay here and protect the town. The outcome of this battle will determine the fate of Alverton. We must not yield for the sake of our families." His words ignited the morale of the warriors. "That's right. Since when did we yield? We are the warriors of Alverton. Who cares about 1,000 orcs? I can fight 10 of them on my own." Someone boasted shamelessly. "What the fuck are you saying? Do you think you're a hero or something?" Another one laughed sarcastically. "Ha ha ha." The mood lightened a bit, but everyone knew that this was only temporary. Ronan shifted his gaze to the distant woods as he prayed. "Aru, please give us your protection." "Sir." "Good news." An excited voice drifted into everyone's ears. They all turned their gazes at the man who was coming towards the western gates on a horse. This guy was one of the messengers sent to request for reinforcements. His arrival filled everyone with hope. Ronan immediately jumped down from the wall. Seeing this, the messenger pulled the reins and climbed down his horse. He then rushed to Ronan's side and reported. "Sir, House Pixai has sent 50 warriors including an elite knight. They are now heading here as we speak." "What? Is this true?" Ronan was pleasantly surprised. 50 warriors wasn't much, but an elite knight was another matter. They were fearsome warriors who could fight tens of men simultaneously on their own. "Yes, sir. This is true." The messenger confirmed with a nod. "Great. That's great." Ronan couldn't conceal his joy. The warriors were also excited to hear the news and some of them even cheered. The 50 warriors would alleviate a great deal of burden for them, so everyone was happy. 20 minutes later, the galloping sounds of horses echoed with the arrival of House Pixetti's warriors. Leading them was a stern-faced middle-aged man with neatly combed hair. With just one look, Ronan could tell that this was the elite knight. In the next moment, the middle-aged elite knight raised his hand, signaling his men to stop. He then jumped down from his horse and scanned the town guards as if he were looking for someone. "Who is the captain here?" he asked, his voice brimming with authority. Ronan took a deep breath and stepped forward as he spoke. "It's me. I'm Ronan, the captain of Alverton's town guards. May I know your name, sir?" The middle-aged elite knight glanced at Ronan and nodded to him. "I'm Jared Pixetti, the garrison captain of Rivad's main gate." Ronan was startled when he heard the man's name. He hurriedly lowered his head and apologized. "I apologize for my discourtesy, my lord." "It's all right." Jared waved his hand. "What is the situation? I heard from the messenger you sent that a large number of orcs are coming. Can you elaborate on this for me?" the elite knight inquired with a serious look. "They were sent here by Baron Nathan under the suggestion of the household's heir, Theo Pixetti. According to the latter's reasoning, they could wash away the shame caused by Liam's crime through this event. The Baron was convinced by his oldest son's suggestion, so he sent Jared to lead 50 warriors to help Alverton avert its crisis." "My lord, you came all the way here to help us, so I will be honest with you. Truthfully, we haven't ascertained the number of orcs, but based on our estimates, there are more than 1,000 of them." "What?" Chapter 123 to 123, Orc Army arrives. Jared was stunned. "Did you just say, 1,000? Ronan nodded with a grave look. "Yes, my lord. With the speed of their march, they will be here before nightfall." Jared's expression darkened. He agreed to come here because of the rewards promised by Baron Nathan. Who would have thought that things were actually so dire? "I shouldn't have agreed to come here," he thought bitterly in his heart. Unfortunately for him, it was already too late to retreat. If he left Alverton now, he would definitely be punished by the Baron, and he would also be labelled as a coward. "What preparations have you made?" Jared asked while feigning calmness. "We dug some trenches yesterday. It's not noticeable since the snow has covered the holes we dug. It should slow them." Ronan told him about the preparations they made for this defensive battle. Jared frowned. "It looks like this will be a tough battle." He sighed in his heart. While he was inwardly regretting his decision, Ronan's voice resonated in his ears. "Do you have any instructions, my lord? I will arrange it immediately." The elite knight shook his head. "Not for now. Be on standby and wait for my commands." "Yes, my lord." Soon, a few hours passed and the sky turned even darker. "They are here. The orcs are coming." A scout who was sent out to observe the orc army shouted as he headed toward the western gate on his horse. His words was like a bomb that awakened the warriors. Everyone immediately gathered atop the walls, looking over in the distance with solemn faces. At this moment, Jared narrowed his eyes. With his enhanced vision, he saw a large number of shadows within the woods. "Archers! Be ready! Enemies are coming!" he shouted while keeping an eye on the woods. The archers tightened their grip upon hearing his commands. They didn't have his powerful vision, so they still couldn't see the approaching orcs. It was then that a loud horn resounded from the forest. The warriors were startled by this abrupt noise, and some even unconsciously grabbed their weapons. Roar! 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 In the next moment, the orc warriors finally came into view. Their large statures and fearsome roars intimidated the town guards. Even the seasoned warriors under Jared Pixetti were alarmed. "Archers! Knock your arrows!" Jared shouted at the panicked warriors. The archers immediately placed an arrow into their bowstring, ready to aim at his signal. Some men took some time to knock their arrows because of the intense shaking of their arms caused by their nervousness. No one laughed at them since they all felt the same. "Aim! Jared shouted once more as the orc army approached. The archers lifted their bows while pulling the bowstring to the limits. When the orc army crossed the archers' range, Jared shouted, "Release your arrows! Continue shooting your arrows! Cavalry, prepare to charge with me! Don't let them enter the town!" Jared jumped down the wall and climbed on his horse. The arrows rained down from the sky, hitting some unlucky orc warriors. Suu! 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 A few orcs fell and died after being shot in the head, but most of them survived the first wave of arrows. Roar! 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 The orc warriors roared furious at the death of their brethren. They charged recklessly, fearless of the approaching arrows. Suu! 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 More orcs fell under the heavy barrage of arrows, but they didn't retreat. The death of their comrades only made them even more enraged. Fueled by anger, the orc warriors sped up their charge. Meanwhile, inside the town, Jared pulled his sword and shouted, "Open the gates!" As soon as he gave the command, the warriors opened the gates, while the cavalrymen pulled their weapons. Jared took a deep breath. "Please guide me, Aru." In that instant, his eyes flashed with ferocity as he pointed his sword forward. "Charge!" He squeezed his legs, urging his horse to move forward. The cavalrymen immediately followed him, roaring at the top of their lungs to shake off their fears. The archers stopped firing their arrows the moment the cavalrymen stepped out of the town. Clang! 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 The fearsome clash between both sides finally erupted. The momentum of the cavalrymen crushed the scattered orc warriors, killing dozens in the blink of an eye. However, their speed slowed down as more orc warriors appeared. To prevent his soldiers from being surrounded, Jared employed a hit-and-run tactic. More orc warriors died under their hands, but some cavalrymen also fell. "It's not looking good for us. There are too many of them." Jared's expression abruptly changed upon seeing the unfortunate ending of some cavalrymen. "Don't slow down! Keep up with me!" he shouted at the faltering warriors. "Yes, my lord!" Suddenly, a loud boom echoed from behind them. Boom! Jared turned his head and saw a large orc about twice the size of a normal orc warrior. Its left chest was covered in strange black tattoos and it had horns on either side of its head. An orc general. Jared's eyes widened at the sight of this towering monster. It was a fatal grade monster nearing the realms of the disaster grade. Its power was comparable to that of elite knights, making it one of the most fearsome beasts among the orcs. The orc general brandished its weapon, an incredibly huge two-handed axe. Whoosh! Boom! One unlucky cavalry rider was crushed into meat paste and even his horse was cut in half. Despair flashed in everyone's eyes when they saw this scene. It was a monster that no ordinary warrior could hope to defeat. "Don't move away from our formation!" Jared shouted as he pulled the reins, instructing his horse to turn around. "My lord, what are you doing?" Ronan was surprised when he saw this. With a grim smile, Jared uttered, "I have to block that thing. You guys go first. I will follow soon." The cavalrymen hesitated, but when they saw his stern face, they immediately squeezed their legs and prompted their horses to move faster. "Be careful, my lord," Ronan muttered before he left with the rest. After they left, Jared eyed the orc general and bellowed, "Come at me!" Chapter 124-124, Jared against the orc general. 5 orc warriors pounced at Jared, swinging their battle axes at him. Facing these orcs, Jared snorted as he waved his sword, blocking and deflecting their axes with incomparable precision. Clang! 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 With a series of quick slashes, the 5 orc warriors fell. He then looked at the orc general who was staring at him with a twisted smile. It was as if the beast didn't care about its comrade's death. Human, much to Jared's surprise, the orc general suddenly spoke in the common language. Even among the orcs, only a few could speak the common tongue. This means that this particular orc general had a high status. Are you challenging me, Alaric Ar? The mocking tone was evident in its voice. It was obvious that it didn't take Jared too seriously. The intimidating aura of the orc general was so heavy. Jared could feel his horse shaking from the immense pressure. It was feeling an instinctive fear toward a predator. Jared didn't respond to the orc general. He just pointed his sword at the monster, which made it reveal a look of fury. With a heavy stomp, the orc general lunged at him while brandishing its massive battle axe. Whoosh! A tearing sound echoed as its axe tore through the air. It even created a powerful shockwave that caused a violent explosion. Bang! Jared managed to evade the axe, but the shockwave made his horse stumble and fall to the ground. Arg! Jared groaned as he hastily picked himself up. He looked at his horse, but he discovered that it had passed out from shock. Left with no choice, Jared could only fight without it. At this moment, more orc warriors rushed at him. Their deep and beastly roars fell into his ears. Clang! Clang! Puchy! Puchy! Clang! Clang! Puchy! Puchy! The orc warriors couldn't even land a blow on him, and they all ended up dying under his hands. I can still take care of these small fries, but that thing is different, he thought as he glanced at the towering presence of the orc general. The monster seemed to be enjoying the process of hunting him, and this made Jared feel unnerved. He had rarely been afraid in his life, but this time, a feeling of fear washed over him. With an amused smile, the orc general uttered, "Are you afraid?" Its deep, booming voice drifted into his ears. Jared took a deep breath to shake off his fear, and with feigned composure, he replied, "Why would a proud warrior of House Paxai fear a monster? No matter what happens, you will never make me yield." The orc general cackled, seemingly amused by his charade. "Do you think you can hide your fear from me? I can smell it, and you can't hide that appetizing smell from me." Jared felt uncomfortable all over his body when he saw its unusual gaze. Sweat trickled down his face as he observed his surroundings in search of a possible escape route. The others should have escaped by now. I must retreat and regroup with them. While he was thinking how he would escape from the situation, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He caught sight of a huge axe sweeping in his direction. Whoosh! Jared quickly rolled to the side, the axe narrowly missing his head by a few inches. Without hesitation, he pushed himself up and ran away while applying mana to his legs. "You can't run from me!" The orc general's furious roars resonated, but Jared didn't look back. The towering monster chased after him. However, the hateful human was faster and more nimble, and soon, it was no longer in its sight. Roar! Meanwhile, Jared had already retreated quite a distance from the monster, giving him enough time to catch his breath. "It's not worth it to fight that monster. Even if I somehow kill it, the orc warriors will only surround me and I would have no room to escape." Suddenly, he felt the ground shaking, making him alarmed. He looked around and quickly noticed that the orc general had caught up to him. The monster's eyes were blood red, looking incredibly furious that it had allowed its prey to escape. Fuck! Jared cursed under his breath. He knew that retreating was useless at this point. If he lured this beast to the town, the other warriors would only be implicated. How could a proud warrior like him drag others down? His pride wouldn't allow such inhuman behavior. "So I have to fight it, huh? Then so be it." Having found the determination to fight, Jared regained his composure. He tightly held his sword while keeping an eye on the approaching orc general. "Human coward! I will feast on your flesh after I crush your bones." The monster roared as it charged at him. Jared didn't just stand there. He rushed at the monster while carefully observing its movements so the moment it would attack, he would be ready to dodge. In that instant, the orc general swung its battle axe in a downward motion, intending to squash the cowardly human with one ferocious force. Jared had already anticipated this. He made a quick turn, twisting his body to dodge the fatal blow. Bang! Snow and mud splashed in all directions after the beast's axe struck the ground hard. Jared didn't waste this opportunity. He lunged at the monster and stabbed his sword towards its head. However, the orc general suddenly shifted its head, which caused him to miss his intended target. Even so, his sword penetrated deeply into the monster's chest. Foolish human! The orc general snorted and grabbed him like he was a toy before throwing his body into the ground with heavy force. Bang! Jared smashed into the ground, his body embedding deeply like a hammered nail. Arg! Cough! Blood trickled down his lips as he coughed violently. His vision was blurred by his own blood, but he could still see the orc general staring at him with unconcealed contempt. Chapter 125 to 125, Heroic Sacrifice. Just when he thought that he would meet his end, a hand pulled him out of the pit. "Are you all right, my lord?" Jared turned his gaze and realized that it was Ronan, the captain of Alverton's town guards. "Why did you come back?" he muttered with difficulty. Ronan grinned at him. "We can't let you die here, my lord. Go and bring Lord Jared away from here. We will buy you some time," shouted a knight who came with Jared. Hearing this, Jared wanted to say something, but he couldn't utter a word as he spat a mouthful of blood. Cough. "Please take care, my lord. Let's drink and feast in the afterlife." The knight shouted his last words while laughing heroically. "No." Jared stumbled when he pushed Ronan away. "Don't waste their sacrifice, my lord. You must survive." Ronan grabbed him and carried him to his horse. "Hiya!" Ronan squeezed his legs and urged his horse to leave while holding Jared firmly to prevent the latter from falling off. Jared watched his subordinates attack the orc general. That was the last thing he saw before he lost consciousness. After they left, the orc general released its fury on the humans who took away its prey. Cowardly humans! Die! Whoosh! With one swing of its battle axe, it slashed two warriors in half, killing them on the spot. Seeing this, the knight who came to rescue Jared was flustered. He stabbed the monster's body with his spear, but it hardly did much damage. The orc general glared at the knight and grabbed him, lifting him into the air. It then opened its huge mouth and crushed the knight's body with its sharp teeth. Ah! The knight didn't die immediately. He screamed while trying to pull out his body from the monster's mouth, but with another bite, his body was ruthlessly torn apart. Blood splashed all over its mouth, giving it a more cruel image. The orc general casually threw the lower half of the knight's body into its mouth, swallowing everything in one large gulp. Human knights taste the best. The monster grinned as it eyed the remaining warriors who were now trembling with fear. Seeing the cowering humans, it excitedly licked its lips before it shouted to the orc warriors. "Kill them all and feast on their flesh." Upon hearing his command, the orc warriors eagerly rushed at the humans. Soon, cries for help echoed as the human warriors were eaten alive by the orcs. Meanwhile, Ronan had already regrouped with the remaining cavalrymen. "Please bring Lord Jared inside the town to be treated," he instructed as he handed the unconscious elite knight to a town guard. "Yes, sir." The town guard took the unconscious warrior and left with haste. "What should we do now?" someone asked Ronan. With Jared incapacitated, Ronan had to lead the group as the next person in command. Feeling everyone's gazes on him, Ronan felt the heavy responsibility on his shoulders. He took a deep breath and scanned each warrior's face before he uttered, "We will fight." Hearing his words, everyone tightly gripped their weapons. "Many of our comrades died to protect the town. We will only waste their sacrifice if we retreat now." Seeing their hesitation, he added, "I know that all of you don't want to die, so I won't force you to fight with me. To those who are prepared to die, follow me into battle. Let's kill as many orcs as we can. Fuck! How dare you look down on us? Do you think we will escape? I'm not a coward. Someone shouted with agitation. That's right. Who do you think you are? I will follow you and kill 5 orcs before I die. More warriors spoke, expressing their determination to offer their lives for one final struggle. Ronan smiled upon hearing their words. He raised his warhammer and shouted at the top of his lungs. For Alverton! Kill them all! Kill them all! Kill! Under Ronan's leadership, the remaining cavalrymen charged at the orc warriors. Their morale was through the roof, and this boost in confidence guided them into launching a fierce counterattack. At this moment, Ronan lifted his warhammer and smashed the head of an orc warrior like watermelon. Splat! Blood and brain juices splattered all over his face and his armor. With him at the forefront, they decimated dozens of orc warriors, leaving a trail of blood and corpses in their wake. However, their ferocious charge soon came to an end when their exhaustion began to take over. One cavalryman after another died after being surrounded by a group of furious orc warriors. The situation quickly turned around with their stamina running low. Even Ronan was now gasping for breath as he forced his way out of the encirclement together with the remaining cavalry riders. Brothers, let's feast in Aru's kingdom! A middle-aged knight who had an axe deeply embedded into his chest shouted as he rushed forward, giving Ronan and the others enough room to maneuver using his body as a shield. Seeing his selfless sacrifice, Ronan and the remaining warriors felt a wave of sorrow and grief. Ronan applied more mana to his arms, momentarily giving him strength despite his exhaustion. With a wave of his warhammer, multiple heads burst, exploding like hammered pumpkins. More orc warriors blocked his path, forcing him to fight a large number of enemies simultaneously. I won't die so easily. Ronan's mount had already fallen at some point and his left arm had been cut off. Suddenly, a towering figure came into their view. It was the orc general that defeated the elite knight, Jared Pixie. Ronan smiled bitterly at the sight of this massive beast. It looks like this will be my end. He mentally prepared himself. However, something unexpected happened in the next moment. A figure appeared in front of the orc general. It was an unfamiliar warrior holding a giant two-handed heavy sword. With a casual swing of his massive weapon, he struck the orc general, leaving a deep wound that opened up its chest. Chapter 126 to 126, A More Powerful Monster? The orc general's innards burst out as it staggered awkwardly before its massive body fell to the ground with a heavy bang. Bang! Ronan gasped in disbelief. Who is that person? He actually killed that monster in just one move. The arrogant beast that had killed many of their comrades and severely injured Jared Pixie died just like that. It couldn't even block the two-handed heavy sword. Subsequently, the man who had killed the orc general appeared in front of Ronan. Whoosh! With just one swing of his two-handed heavy sword, all the orc warriors around them were blasted into smithereens, their blood and pieces of their flesh exploded in all directions. Bloody hell! So strong! Ronan's eyes widened at the incomprehensible scene. After killing the orc warriors, the man lowered his sword and turned to look at him. Are you, Sir Ronan? Ronan nodded absent-mindedly. Follow me. Lord Alaric is looking for you, but before that, let's get that wound patched up first. The man stabbed his heavy sword into the ground before he approached Ronan and gave the latter timely first aid to stop his bleeding. It was only when his left shoulder had been patched up that Ronan had regained his clarity. Who might you be, sir? He asked while cautiously staring at the middle-aged warrior. I'm Galinar. I serve Lord Alaric. So it's Lord Alaric and the warriors of House Silversword. Galinar. Ronan repeated the name in his mind. Galinar was one of the most powerful men he had seen, so he didn't want to forget this name. Let's go. The others will clean up the scattered orcs. Galinar stood up and grabbed his heavy sword. Hearing this, Ronan nodded. He rose to his feet and glanced at his remaining comrades. Only 27 of them survived and all of them had injuries of varying degrees. "Let's go, everyone. Our reinforcements are here." The others let out a heavy breath upon his words. They had already resigned themselves. Now that there was a chance for them to live, they felt like they had climbed out of the abyss. In the next moment, a cavalry army clad in steel breastplate over their leather armor, charged at the orc warriors. The person leading them was a middle-aged man wielding a double-bladed spear. Under his command, they mercilessly charged in an arrow formation, piercing through the scattered orc warriors without any resistance. It was already dark, but with his vision enhanced by mana, Ronan witnessed how the light cavalry army destroyed the orc warriors like they were nothing. Is this the strength of House Silversword's warriors? Soon afterward, Galinar brought them near the western gate where a few warriors had gathered. These warriors were respectfully standing behind a young man with a pair of swords tied to his waist and a shield strapped on his back. Seeing him, Ronan felt a bit emotional. "My lord, I have brought the survivors. I also found Sir Ronan," Galinar reported as he pointed at Ronan's group. Alaric looked over and saw Ronan, whose body was covered in wounds. When he saw that the latter's left arm was gone, he sighed internally. "Thank you for answering our call for reinforcements, my lord." Ronan bowed deeply to him. The warriors who had come with him also expressed their gratitude. Alaric nodded as he carefully tapped Ronan's shoulder. "I'm glad that we came here on time. You should get treated. We will talk later." "Yes, my lord." Someone escorted Ronan's group inside the town where the medical personnel were stationed. Looking at them, Alaric noticed the familiar insignia of House Pixie. So they also sent people to support Alverton. He quickly understood their objective. House Pixie had an awkward reputation in the north because of the incident during the sacred duel. Helping Alverton avert its crisis was a good way to wash away the shameful event that happened at that time. Alaric shook off these thoughts and focused his attention on the battlefield as he asked Galinar. "How is the situation?" "My lord, only one orc general has appeared and there are about 300 orc warriors present. However, I can sense that there are still more of them hidden deep within the forest. Furthermore, there are a lot of powerful auras similar to the orc general I killed. By my estimates, there should be 15 of them." Galinar promptly responded. Alaric furrowed his eyebrows. 15 orc generals and over 1,000 orc warriors. "I'm pretty sure there's a stronger orc leading this army. It's definitely that thing." Alaric thought about the monster that led the orc invasion in his past life. It was a walking disaster of a beast, an absolute nightmare that almost destroyed Vale. "Since this is a hard mission, I'm certain that it's here." His gaze hardened as he thought of this. "Preserve your strength. I'm afraid there is a monster far stronger than the orc generals commanding this orc army," Alaric uttered in a grim voice. His words made everyone frown. The orc generals were already troublesome and only powerful elite knights like Galinar, Warwick, and Fredrin could beat them. Arthur and Henry would have some difficulties fighting one since they had just advanced recently. "My lord, what kind of monster are you talking about?" Henry asked with an inquisitive look. As an elite knight, he had an inherent advantage in sensing auras, but he couldn't sense the monster that Alaric was talking about. The warriors curiously at Alaric, waiting to hear his answer. Alaric had already prepared his response even before coming here, so he was quick to reply. "Normally, orc tribes are usually helmed by an orc general, but there are times when they need to gather, especially when there is a severe lack of resources. During this process of gathering, infighting is pretty common." He explained what he had learned in his past life. The winning orc generals would eat the flesh of their defeated opponents, and this would sometimes trigger an evolution. He paused for a moment before he continued. "A powerful monster is thus born, an orc lord." Chapter 127 to 127, The Strength of House Silversword's Warriors. "An orc lord? I thought it was just a legend. Does that thing really exist?" Henry raised his eyebrows in disbelief. Yes, it is real. Alaric nodded solemnly. If he had not seen it in his past life, he wouldn't believe it as well. No way, Henry muttered in shock. Suddenly, Alaric clapped his hand to gather everyone's attention. The warriors turned their gazes at him. Seeing that he had gathered their attention, Alaric spoke in a stern voice. We don't know for sure whether that monster is here, so we need to preserve everyone's strength. He turned his head and said. Sir Warwick's group has already been there for a while, so I need your team to replace them, Sir Fredrin. Hearing his commands, Fredrin nodded. Yes, my lord. Go. Alaric waved his hand indifferently. Fredrin didn't waste any time and gave a signal to his troops to follow him. After he left, Alaric glanced at the remaining elite knights and reminded them. You three should get ready and prepare to replace Sir Fredrin at any time. Yes, my lord. Meanwhile, Fredrin's team replaced Warwick's group and the former continued to launch a series of fierce attacks on the Orc warriors. With their superior tactics, the Orc warriors' numbers quickly fell and the corpses of their brethren were buried in the snow. Fredrin thought that the battle would be easy, but a change suddenly occurred on the enemy's side. 4 Orc generals appeared wielding massive weapons proportional to their towering sizes. Behind them were hundreds of Orc warriors, pouring into the battlefield with loud and sonorous battle cries. Their emergence made Fredrin's face fall. Although he was powerful among the elite knights, he would have some trouble in dealing with 4 Orc generals. Fire the signal arrow! Fredrin instructed with an urgent tone. One of his subordinates immediately fired a signal arrow into the sky. The arrow rose into the sky and exploded upon reaching its peak. Don't scatter! Maintain our defensive formation until support arrives. Fredrin shouted to his men as he eyed the incoming wave with a serious look. Yes, sir. The warriors immediately clustered together, forming a tight diamond wall with Fredrin at the vanguard. Brace for impact! Fredrin roared as he raised his shield. Shield! Stab! Fredrin issued instructions in an organized manner, making sure that no Orc warrior could penetrate their defensive wall. As more Orc warriors charged at them, the pressure intensified. However, Fredrin's team was like a formidable fortress, staunch and strong. A few of his men were injured, but no one died, so they were able to maintain their defensive lines with great resilience. In the next moment, the sounds of galloping horses echoed behind them, signaling the arrival of their support. Fredrin turned his head. He saw Henry and Arthur leading another light cavalry unit to assist them. With their arrival, a fearsome clash ensued. Clang! 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 Bang! 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 Unlike Fredrin's team, the unit jointly led by Henry and Arthur was more focused on offensive maneuvers. In particular, both the newly advanced elite knights displayed the most overwhelming strength. They were like twins of chaos, effortlessly culling the lives of the Orc warriors. Seeing that their brethren were getting decimated, the 4 Orc generals simultaneously moved. They lunged at Fredrin's group, thinking that they would be easier targets. Fredrin narrowed his eyes when he realized the monster's intentions. He injected mana into his body, strengthening his defensive ability to the maximum. Do you think you can take me down that easily? He snorted as he urged his mount to move forward. He might not be able to defeat 4 Orc generals on his own, but he was confident that he could hold them down temporarily. Come at me! He roared tauntingly at the Orc generals, looking completely fearless. Suddenly, the fastest Orc general arrived before him and swung its weapon, a huge sword that looked like a large slab of steel. Whoosh! To minimize the pressure on his mount, Fredrin didn't block the attack. He tilted his shield to deflect the huge sword. Bang! After missing its target, the sword smashed the ground, creating a deep pit underneath. Meanwhile, the 3 Orc generals also attacked him in 3 different directions, not giving him any room to escape. However, Fredrin had already anticipated this. He squeezed his legs and pulled the reins, urging his horse to make a quick turn. Subsequently, he raised his shield to block an attack and used his sword to deflect another. Clang! Bang! Fredrin took a deep breath. He might have blocked their attacks, but the force still made his arms numb. He could also feel his horse shaking from the intense pressure. If it weren't for his mana, his mount might have already been killed. Good job in delaying these monsters, Sir Fredrin. A carefree laugh drifted into his ears. Soon, a figure holding a sword appeared behind an orc general and swiftly swung his sword into its neck. Puchy! A huge head flew with one slice and its headless body fell with a heavy thud, collapsing to the snow-covered ground. Meanwhile, Arthur appeared next to another orc general, casually slitting its throat with a swipe of his sword. The poor beast gasped and staggered as it stared at Arthur with hatred and disbelief. It then fell to its knees, blood gushing out of its neck like a fountain. These two are improving quickly. Fredrin thought upon seeing their performance. Soon afterward, they made quick work of the remaining two orc generals. Meanwhile, their subordinates had also annihilated the orc warriors. Fredrin inspected his team and noticed that two of them were missing. He looked around and soon discovered their corpses buried in the snow. Please guide their souls into your embrace, Aru. He prayed in his heart. On the other hand, the unit commanded by Henry and Arthur lost 4 people. This made the two old warriors feel dejected. Suddenly, Fredrin glanced in a certain direction, his eyes widening in trepidation. Something terrible is coming. Chapter 128 to 128, Maxed Out Mana. Henry and Arthur also sensed the overpowering aura in the darkness, which chilled their hearts. Is that the monster that my lord was talking about earlier? Henry muttered, looking visibly shaken by the intense aura he felt within the dark forest. That should be it. Arthur nodded with a grim look. At this moment, they heard the sound of galloping horses behind them. When they looked over, they saw Alaric leading the remaining warriors to their position. My lord! Alaric waved his hand while keeping his eyes on the forest. My lord, it's coming! Galinar, who was beside him, uttered with narrowed eyes. Hearing this, Alaric immediately made a hand signal as he shouted. Everyone get ready! The true battle is about to begin. We will be fighting as a group this time. Keep your eyes peeled. As his words fell, everyone felt the ground trembling. In the next moment, more orc warriors emerged from the dark forest, rushing toward them with ferocious expressions. There were also 11 orc generals in their ranks, charging with explosive momentum. The warriors tensed up at the sudden appearance of over 1,000 orc warriors. Seeing that his subordinates were faltering, Alaric took the frontmost position and grabbed the dark diamond shield as he shouted. Do not waver! Behind us are the citizens of Astania. As warriors of the Empire, it is our responsibility to protect them. Everyone regained their sense of clarity as his words drifted into their ears. Warriors of House Silversword, charge with me! Alaric pulled his rare steel sword and urged his horse to move with a kick. Roar! Roar! Kill them! Defend Alverton! The roars of the orcs and the sonorous shouts of the warriors resonated into the air. Clang! 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 A fierce collision followed as the two armies clashed. At the initial clash, the warriors displayed their superior tactical ability, using a turtle-like formation to pierce through the enemy lines. At the very front, Alaric was like a stalwart wall. No orc warriors could break his shield, and the orcs that attacked him died with a slash or stab of his sword. He was indomitable, and his presence fueled the fighting spirit of his warriors. I'll preserve my mana for the time being. Using it against these orc warriors is too wasteful. With 2 relics in his hands, he fought without worrying for his safety. The dark diamond shield in particular was very sturdy, and even the orc generals couldn't break its defenses. While they were slaughtering the orc warriors, a 2-meter-tall orc with red skin suddenly came into their view. It was holding a pair of bone sickles, looking incredibly hideous and grotesque. With the arrival of this creature, the elite knights behind Alaric felt uneasy. Alaric narrowed his eyes. "You're finally here. Sir Galinar, Sir Warwick. Follow me. We can't let that monster wreak havoc." Alaric knew this monster's abilities. Unlike most orcs who were focused on strength and durability, this creature was fast and agile. It also possessed intelligence that was on par with humans. In his past life, this beast alone had killed almost half of Vale's warriors, including a bunch of knights. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was the incarnation of nightmare and death. Alaric didn't want to see his subordinates die in front of him, so he opted to take care of it as soon as possible. The Orc Lord tilted its head, a mocking grin hanging on its hideous face. "Puny humans!" Its contemptuous voice resonated in the air. Whoosh! Its figure blurred and disappeared before reappearing in front of Galinar. It then smiled wickedly as it swung its sickles at him. Galinar snorted and made a quick turn as he lifted his two-handed heavy sword. Clang! A violent clang echoed as their weapons collided. Galinar was able to block its attack, but his face turned pale when he sensed the monster's power. It was more powerful than he had anticipated, and its raw strength even surpassed the orc generals despite its smaller frame. "You are a bit powerful for a human, but you have one weakness," the Orc Lord grinned. Subsequently, its figure blurred and reappeared behind Galinar. "You're too slow. Not a chance." Alaric came at the right time to block the sickles with the dark diamond shield. Clang! Although he powered the relic with his mana, the residual force was still too much to handle and it made him groan. He was sent flying, but he managed to land stably on the ground. Meanwhile, Warwick launched a sneak attack while the monster was occupied with Alaric and Galinar. He brandished his double-bladed spear, causing strong fluctuations in the air. Whoosh! As if it had eyes on its back, the Orc Lord shifted its body and deflected his attack. "Shee! You guys are too slow." The Orc Lord chuckled with an amused expression. "This bastard is more powerful than I had imagined. The three of us might not be enough to defeat it." Alaric furrowed his eyebrows, his expression darkening as he realized the gravity of the situation. "I need to use the stat points I saved up." Without hesitation, Alaric distributed his stat points. He maxed out his mana first since it was very crucial in effectively using the two relics. After that, he distributed the remaining stat points evenly into different attributes. Alaric Silver Sword Knight EXP, 500/500, cannot receive more EXP before advancement. Potential, B. Traits, Horseback Riding, C. Swordsmanship, SSS, Close Combat, C. Archery, F. Hunting, E. Tracking, E. Sixth Sense, F. Monster Affinity, F. Strength, 100. Stamina, 50+. Agility, 100. Vitality, 32+. Endurance, 47+. Mana, 100. Battle points, 4,440. Stat points, 0. Requirements for the next advancement, 500 EXP, 100 in all attributes, and 5,000 battle points. Now, he had 3 max attributes, but he wasn't in the best situation to celebrate his progress. Alaric could feel the sharp increase in his mana. It was so substantial that even the Orc Lord was surprised when it sensed the fluctuations of mana around him. Chapter 129-129, Orc Lord's Weakness. "What a peculiar human," the monster tilted its head as it looked at Alaric with interest. "Your mana? How did you unleash that amount of mana?" Alaric didn't say anything and lunged at the creature while injecting mana into his rare steel sword. As his mana began to coalesce within the sword, the archaic patterns on the surface of its blade lit up. The moment he swung his sword, a crescent-shaped blade light shot towards the Orc Lord. Whoosh! Seeing this, the Orc Lord revealed a look of surprise. The blade light was so fast that it almost failed to evade the devastating blow. With a twist of its body, the blade light only made a slight graze in its chest. The monster looked down and stared at the wound on its chest. When the pain registered, its eyes revealed a look of fury. Suddenly, it disappeared from its location. It moved so fast, and coupled with the darkness, it became even more difficult to pinpoint its position. Whoosh! In the next second, the monster appeared behind Alaric and slashed its sickles at him, intending to tear him apart. Alaric's instincts kicked in and he turned while lifting the dark diamond shield. Clang! The monster's sickles struck the shield. Alaric's legs wobbled from the impact and his arms were almost crushed. He quickly imbued his limbs with mana, to increase his endurance, but the pain made him grimace. My lord! Galanar and Warwick immediately attacked the Orc Lord upon seeing this. Clang! Clang! Bang! The two elite knights couldn't even touch its shadow as it effortlessly evaded their attacks. Alaric watched the scene with sweat trickling down his face. We need more people here, but Fredrin and the other two are needed there to take care of the Orc generals. Just then, he suddenly heard a familiar voice in the distance. Lord Alaric, we're here to provide support. Alaric turned his head and was pleasantly surprised to see Roland, his subordinates, joining the fray. Roland was rushing towards them on his horse, while his men had already engaged with the Orc warriors. The Orc Lord was visibly annoyed by the appearance of another human. Furthermore, this human's aura was also powerful, just a little bit weaker than the human with a heavy sword. Did I come right on time, my lord? Roland chuckled as he pulled the reins of his horse in front of Alaric. I didn't expect to see you here, Sir Roland. Alaric smiled back in response. I owe you for that swordsmanship lesson, so I came here to repay the favor, Roland responded before he looked at the Orc Lord. It was the first time he had seen this monster and its aura gave him quite the shock. A disaster-grade monster. Looking at his stunned face, Alaric explained. That's an Orc Lord. As you have seen, it's fast and nimble, so it's very difficult to subdue, but that thing has one fatal weakness. He recalled his conversation with Elf Princess, Ivana, during their travels. According to her, the heart of an Orc Lord was located just right beneath its neck and between its collar bones. Alaric relayed this information to Roland. I see. We just need to hit its heart. The elite knight mumbled while narrowing his eyes. That's easier said than done. Alaric shook his head. So what do you want me to do? Roland asked. Simple. I want you to distract it together with those two. Once it's occupied, I will deal the finishing blow. Alaric replied. Roland sent him an uncertain look. Sensing his doubt, Alaric smiled faintly. Don't worry. I have the means to inflict damage on that beast. He didn't bother to explain. He would just show him what he could do. To be precise, he would show him what it means to have a relic-level sword. All right. Roland chose to trust the young man. He didn't know why, but Alaric had this charisma that would make others willingly trust him. It was a strange feeling. At this moment, the Orc Lord was busy fighting with Warwick and Galanar. Roland took the chance to join them, increasing the pressure on the Orc Lord. Meanwhile, Alaric silently blended into the darkness while retracting his mana, making sure that the beast wouldn't sense his presence. I have to wait for the right moment. I only have one chance. If I fail, then it will be difficult to find another chance since it will be on guard. Alaric thought. Bang! Clang! The battle between the Orc Lord and the elite knights was becoming increasingly violent. Their fierce clash caused massive destruction to the surroundings and it almost looked like a tornado had struck. The arrogant beast no longer held back. It released its mana, greatly amplifying its physical strength. With its power nearly doubled, Roland and the other two could hardly defend its attacks. If it weren't for their resilient and sturdy body, they would have already collapsed from the repeated beatings. Their armor was like paper, unable to provide them with protection against the sharp sickles of the Orc Lord. So this is the power of a disaster-grade monster. No, I'm sure that this guy is not just an ordinary monster at this level. It must be stronger than other monsters in the same classification. Roland thought with gritted teeth. He had only joined the fight, but he had already sustained more than a dozen cuts and stab wounds. Where is Lord Alaric? If this goes on, not to mention, I bet those two won't survive for long. He glanced at Galinar and Warwick, whose injuries were far worse than his own. What surprised him was the calmness of the man named Galinar. Despite his wounds being the most severe, he stood tall like an unbending pillar. Filthy humans! Your resistance is futile. The Orc Lord relaxed its guard as it stared at the battered faces of the humans. Suddenly, it recalled something important. There is one missing. It was alarmed when it discovered that one of its prey was missing. Just as it turned its head, a sharp, almost invisible blade light shot towards it and crushed into its chest. Pa! Chapter 130 to 130, Maximum Battle Points. The monster smashed heavily and was buried deeply into the ground. A large wound could be seen in its chest that exposed the heart that was located just in between its collar bones. The Orc Lord was still processing what had happened when another blade light struck it. This time, it pierced its heart and crushed it thoroughly with tremendous force. Bang! As the Orc Lord gradually lost consciousness, it saw a figure emerging from the darkness, a human wearing an expressionless face. It's you. The Orc Lord soon collapsed after uttering those words. See if it's dead and dig out its beast soul crystal. Alaric shouted as he appeared behind Galinar and the other two. Galinar nodded upon hearing his command and rushed toward the body of the Orc Lord. He then raised his two-handed heavy sword and swung it down. Bang! The Orc Lord's head was cleanly separated from its body. After making sure that it was dead, Galinar dug out its beast soul crystal and handed it to Alaric. My lord, here's the beast soul crystal. Alaric took the red crystal from his hand and quietly inspected it. What a fearsome energy! This is definitely top class among the disaster-grade beast soul crystals. He carefully stowed the crystal. This wasn't the right time to admire it. The battle was far from over. Alaric lifted his head and looked at the battlefield with narrowed eyes. Among the 11 Orc generals, 4 had already been killed, but a large number of Orc warriors were still alive. Let's help them clean up the remaining monsters, Alaric commanded while signaling with his hand. Yes, my lord. Warwick and Galinar immediately rushed to support the warriors, while Roland lagged behind them. Meanwhile, Alaric walked towards the headless corpse of the Orc Lord and frowned. This monster isn't as strong as I had remembered. Is this really the same Orc Lord that killed half of Vale's veteran knights? Alaric turned the corpse over and studied its appearance. Is it weaker because it appeared earlier than it did in my past life? Or are there stronger Orc Lords out there? No one could answer his questions and it made him feel frustrated. While Alaric was ruminating over this, the battle against the Orcs was still raging. In that short span of time, 3 more Orc generals had been killed while hundreds of Orc warriors had been slaughtered. Half an hour later, the last Orc warrior fell lifelessly into the ground. _____. Mission complete. Rewards: Random Trait Upgrade Card X1, 100, Stat Points 1000, Battle Points C Rank Trait Card X1. _____. Do you want to use the Random Trait Upgrade card? Yes, no. Do you want to use the C Rank Trait card? Yes, no. Alaric clicked yes since the battle was already over. Congratulations! Your trait 6th Sense, F, has been upgraded to 6th Sense, E. Congratulations! You have awakened the C Rank Mana Gathering trait. Alaric quickly inspected his profile. Alaric Silver Sword Knight EXP, 500/500, cannot receive more EXP before advancement. Potential, B. Traits: Horseback Riding, C. Swordsmanship, SSS, close combat, C. archery, F. hunting, E. tracking, E. sixth sense, E. monster affinity, F. mana gathering, C. strength, 100. Stamina, 50 plus. Agility, 100. Vitality, 32 plus. Endurance, 47 plus. Mana, 100. Battle points, 5000, cannot receive more battle points before advancement. Stat points, 100. Requirements for the next advancement, 500 EXP, 100 in all attributes, and 5000 battle points. Just then, more prompts appeared before him. _____. Mission, evacuation. Mission difficulty, normal. Alverton will face another orc attack in a month. Persuade the residents to relocate to North Pine Town before that happens. Rewards, 100 stat points. Penalty for failure, 1000 battle points. _____. Seeing this, Alaric furrowed his eyebrows. So there are still more orcs coming, and it's also possible that there is another orc lord. Alaric's expression changed. Things had already deviated from what originally happened in his past life. From what he remembered, there was only one orc lord that attacked Vale, and it had an army of thousands of orc warriors. The next mission had already hinted that an even larger orc army would attack Alverton. Suddenly, he heard someone approaching him. "My lord, I'm here to give my report." Warwick saluted with a solemn voice. Hearing his tone, Alaric nodded with a serious look. "Go on. I'm listening." 18 of our warriors died in battle, 2 of them are. It was a casualty report, and hearing that they had lost almost 20 men made him feel a sense of sorrow. Those warriors were his loyal subordinates, and losing them made his heart heavy. "Gather the corpses of our comrades. They will be buried as heroes of the Empire, and their families will receive compensation to reward their sacrifice. Furthermore, their children will receive educational funding, and they will also be prioritized for knight training." He paused and took a deep breath before he continued. "The date of their burial ceremony will be decided upon our return to the estate." Warwick was surprised to hear this. Usually, the nobility would only compensate the families of the fallen warriors. There was no such thing as a burial ceremony for the average warrior. "I understand, my lord. I will relay this to the Baron upon our return." Alaric hummed while nodding his head. "Do as you see fit." Afterward, the warriors gathered the corpses of their fallen comrades and brought them inside the town. Meanwhile, another group was tasked to dig out the beast soul crystals of the orcs. They had come to an agreement that the spoils would be divided evenly among the participating groups. As for the beast soul crystal of the orc lord, no one dared to demand it from Alaric. Everyone tacitly agreed to give it to him. To speed up the cleanup process, they asked the mayor to send them a group of skilled laborers to help in gathering the corpses of the orcs. Unlike the goblin corpses that had little to no use, the corpses of orcs were more valuable, so they had to be collected. Chapter 131-131, Alaric's ambition. The next morning, the first thing Alaric did after waking up was to visit the injured warriors of House Silversword. They were receiving treatment at the biggest clinic in the town, and their treatment fees had even been waived by the mayor to reward them for their efforts in helping the town repel the orc army. After visiting all his subordinates, Alaric went to find Ronan, who was admitted to the same clinic. The man's left arm had been cut off during the battle last night, and this would greatly affect his career as a warrior. It was unknown whether he could keep his position as the commander of the town guards. Alaric felt pity for him. Ronan was a true warrior. Despite the overwhelming odds against them, he never retreated and chose to hold the front lines together with the town guards. This man deserved his respect. "How are you doing, Sir Ronan?" Alaric took a seat on the chair next to Ronan's bed. The knight forced a smile as he replied. "As you can see, my lord, I look like shit right now." Alaric didn't want him to wallow in despair, so he offered some words of encouragement. Sir Ronan, I'm sure that you can recover from this. You might have lost an arm, but the heart of a warrior remains in you. I believe that Aru has more plans for you, so you should not feel discouraged. Hearing this, Ronan's spirits were lifted. You're right. This isn't the end of my story. The warrior mumbled and lifted his head to look at Alaric. Thank you for visiting me, my lord. I appreciate your kind words and I'm grateful that you came to our aid. I can't begin to imagine what could have happened to our town if you hadn't come here. Alaric smiled faintly at his words. There's no need to thank me. I'm only doing my job as a noble of Astania. After all, it's part of my duty to protect the citizens of the Empire. He responded. Alaric stayed for a while to chat with Ronan. He only left an hour later to meet the mayor of the town. At the town mayor's office, Alaric received a warm welcome. He was treated like royalty and it almost overwhelmed him. My lord, I haven't thanked you enough for helping our town. Please let me know if there is something you need. I will do my best to accommodate your request. The mayor, an old man who looked to be in his 70s. Alaric couldn't sense any mana from him. Which means that the mayor was just an ordinary person. Actually, I came here to inform you about something important, Mayor. Alaric put on a serious face. Sensing the severity in his tone, the mayor adjusted his posture and listened carefully. Alaric cleared his throat and said, I sent my subordinates last night to scout the forest and they discovered a large orc settlement a few miles from here. There are thousands of orc warriors in that settlement and it's possible that they will attack Alverton again once they hear the news about their army's defeat. What? The mayor was stunned at his words. Alverton barely survived the orc attack with the help of 2 noble households. If another orc army attacked the town, no one might come to their rescue anymore. After helping the town, House Paxai almost lost an elite knight and over half of the warriors they sent died. On the other hand, House Silversword also lost a considerable number of warriors. Not to mention the large number of casualties the town guards had suffered. My lord, is what you're saying true? The mayor didn't want to accept this news since it was too much for him to handle. Alaric nodded with a grave look. Mayor, I think staying here isn't a good idea. The town can't handle another orc attack. How about listening to my suggestion? The mayor's eyes flashed as he gestured for Alaric to continue. Please tell me, my lord. I'll consider it after hearing your words. Alaric stared deeply at the mayor and said. Why don't you relocate the residents of Alverton to North Pine Town? The mayor was taken aback. He didn't expect to hear this absurd suggestion from him, but upon careful thinking, he realized that it might be the best option for them. If they chose to stay here, they would only end up as food for the orcs. The mayor fell silent as he weighed his options. After about 2 minutes of silence, he glanced at Alaric and asked. My lord, please pardon my insolence, but can House Silversword handle the expenditure if we choose to follow you to North Pine Town? He was worried that Alaric might not have thought things prudently before offering this suggestion. You can rest assured, Mayor. House Silversword has enough funds to help Alverton's residents relocate. I promise that we will help them build their new homes and we will also keep them safe during the relocation. Alaric reassured him. The mayor was still doubtful. He couldn't understand why Alaric was willing to go this far for them. Helping the entire town relocate would require an enormous effort and funding. He believed that no noble household would offer such terms without anything in return. What do you want in return, my lord? The mayor asked, his face looking incredibly serious. Alaric was satisfied with this old mayor. He showed his concern for the overall welfare of the residents. He didn't even ask Alaric what would happen to his position once they had relocated to North Pine Town. It was rare to find such a leader and Alaric felt comfortable talking with such an individual. Alaric smiled while facing the mayor's scrutinizing eyes. I just want to turn North Pine Town into a bigger city and your situation happened to fit perfectly with my plans. The mayor was visibly shaken by Alaric's grand ambition. Chapter 132 to 132, Lucas's rank in the Astanian Dragon Leaderboard. The mayor hesitated. My lord, this is such an important matter. I can't decide without consulting the officials of the town. Can you give us some time to discuss this? I promise to give you an answer tomorrow. Alaric didn't force him. According to the system, he still had a month left until the orc army would launch another attack. All right. Please think about it carefully, Mayor. I hope I'll get a satisfactory response tomorrow. Alaric stood up and left the mayor's office after saying those words. As soon as he left, the mayor let out a deep sigh as he leaned weakly on his seat. Oh, Aru. I don't know what to do. I don't want to leave the town, but I also don't like the townspeople to be in danger. Aru, I beseech you, to please guide your loyal believer in the right direction. At the estate of House Silversword, a royal messenger arrived to deliver a letter to the Baron. At this moment, Lucas was inside his study, sitting quietly as he read the contents of the letter he had received. This is a letter of challenge for my seat in the Astanian Dragon Leaderboard. Lucas was currently ranked 9th in the Astanian Dragon Leaderboard. He had received this ranking almost a decade ago after he had successfully protected the Empire from foreign invaders. He had proven himself on the battlefield, so no one dared to challenge him for a long time, but someone was finally willing to stand before him on the battle platform. Lucas stared at the challenger's name. Roderick Lassiter. It was a familiar name, one that had left quite an impression on him. This man was also a war hero, a warrior who had been through numerous life and death experiences. However, Lucas felt that something was amiss with this challenge. This was because of Roderick's identity. Roderick Lassiter was the maternal grandfather of the second prince. If I don't accept this challenge within 2 months, my rank will automatically be forfeited. And if I accept the challenge, I'm certain that someone from the second prince's side will use the opportunity to speak with me. His Highness might even come to see me himself. Lucas furrowed his eyebrows. His head hurt the more he thought about what might happen. With a deep sigh, he put down the letter and beckoned to the butler. The butler immediately approached him and lowered his head. My lord. Bastian, please call the madam and bring her here, Lucas uttered with a stern voice. I understand. Bastian acknowledged the command with a nod of his head. You may go. Lucas waved his hand, urging the butler to leave. Bastian didn't linger and left right away. Creak. Lucas stood up and paced around the study while rubbing his chin. Now that we have decided to remain neutral, how should I respond to the second prince if he decides to approach me? He pondered for a long time, but he couldn't come up with a proper solution. In the next moment, he heard a series of knocks on his door. Knock. 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 My lord, I have brought the madam. Bastian's voice drifted. Come in, Lucas uttered as he went back to his seat. I can only rely on my wife to help me think of the best answer. The next day, in the small town of Alverton, the mayor visited Alaric's room early in the morning. Looking at the dark circles under the old man's eyes, Alaric could already tell that it must have been a tough decision for him to make. Please take your seat, Mayor. As he took his seat, Alaric pointed at the chair adjacent to him, gesturing at the mayor to sit. Thank you. The mayor nodded. Do you want a cup of coffee or tea? Alaric asked with a faint smile. No, I'm good. I just had tea before coming here, but thank you for the offer, my lord. The old man tactfully rejected while shaking his head. I see. Alaric didn't insist. He then glanced at Galinar, who was standing by his side, and gestured at him to pour him tea. Galinar's arms were covered in bandages, but it didn't stop him from serving Alaric. Without saying a word, he faithfully poured tea for his lord. Meanwhile, Alaric turned his gaze to the mayor, his expression hinting at the old man to speak. The mayor understood the meaning behind his gaze and immediately cleared his throat. My lord, I have discussed things over with the officials of the town and we have decided to follow you to North Pine Town." Hearing this, Alaric was inwardly relieved. "I'm glad to hear that, Mayor. Again, I will guarantee everyone's safety so you can rest assured." The mayor nodded with a serious look. "I will announce this to the residents of the town, but I can't promise that everyone will be willing to follow us. To some people, Alverton is their home, a place that contained their most cherished memories." Alaric furrowed his eyebrows, but he understood the mayor's words. "Let's try our best to persuade everyone to relocate. I know that this town is where they grew up, but their lives are more important. I'm sure that Aru wouldn't want to see them get destroyed with the town." The mayor took a deep breath. He agreed with Alaric's statement. "I will try my best, my lord." "Good. Do what you need to do. In the meantime, I will send word to North Pine Town and ask them to send us more personnel to help with the relocation. I will also collaborate with the carpenters and laborers to help the residents build their new homes." Alaric placed great importance on this mission not just because of the promised reward from the system, but also because of the huge benefits that would follow once the residents were successfully relocated. "All right. I'll excuse myself first. Just let me know if you have more instructions, my lord." The mayor left after bidding him farewell. Chapter 133 to 133, Remembering Ivana. In the next few days, the mayor and the officials announced to the whole town about the relocation and the reason for their decision. Some residents expressed their concerns about the decision to move, but most of them agreed after learning that another orc army would come to attack the town. Even with a few people refusing to leave the town, the mayor and the officials pushed through with the relocation plan. The personnel and the warriors sent by House Silversword had already arrived, ready to escort the residents to North Pine Town. Because this was a large-scale relocation involving a whole town, Alaric had to ask permission from his father. Luckily for him, the Baron agreed with his plans after being persuaded by Maria. On the 8th of February, the residents left Alverton and began their journey toward their new home. At this moment, Alaric was riding his horse, overlooking the entire situation with a stern face. In the next moment, Warwick came to give his daily report. "My lord, we prioritized the old, the injured, and the children according to your arrangements. The carriages dedicated for them have already left and they should arrive at the town by tomorrow or 2 days later depending on the weather." "All right. What about our rations? Do we have enough for all the residents?" Alaric asked while keeping his gaze on the long caravan of people. "Yes, my lord. We also have 10 groups of hunters on standby who will hunt for wild beasts. In addition, we also have a team dedicated to..." Warwick responded to his queries. "Good job, Sir Warwick." Alaric nodded in praise. "I didn't do everything, my lord. Everyone did their jobs perfectly to make things happen." Warwick smiled while shaking his head. Alaric chuckled at his words. "You're right. Please convey my gratitude to everyone. I will relay your words to them, my lord. By the way, how are your wounds?" Alaric glanced at the visible bandages on his neck and arms. Warwick had fought hard with the Orc Lord and he had even sustained some serious injuries. "Thank you for your concern, my lord. Some wounds still hurt, but I feel much better now." Warwick responded, feeling touched by his concern. "That's good. Don't overwork yourself. You can rest if you feel like you need to." Alaric reminded him. "Yes, my lord." Later that evening, everyone stopped to set up their camp. Alaric summoned Galinar to his tent and handed something to him. "My lord, this is..." Galinar was stunned as he looked at the red crystal in his hand. It was the beast soul crystal of the Orc Lord. "I have thought things through and I have decided to reward you with that crystal. Galinar, I know that you will never betray me, so I feel assured to give that to you." Alaric smiled as he looked at the Elite Knight. This man came out of nowhere after he had activated the Elite Knight card. His background was still a mystery to him even until now. He tried asking Galinar about his origins, but when they talked about these topics, Galinar's voice would be strangely muted as if there was a greater being preventing him from learning the truth. Alaric gave up on asking about his origins since then. Although Galinar's identity was unclear, he had already proven his undying loyalty. Giving him the Orc Lord's Beast Soul Crystal was definitely the best choice. For the first time, Galinar revealed an expression of joy. "Thank you for the reward, my lord." The giant of a man bowed deeply. Alaric waved his hand. "If you want to absorb the crystal's energy, you should ask Henry or Arthur to protect you," he suggested. "I understand, my lord." "All right. You may leave." Galinar saluted before he left the tent. After he left, Alaric leaned on his seat and took out a miniature calendar from his shirt's inner pocket. The calendar showed the month of February and the 14th day was specifically circled with black ink. "There's only a week left before your birthday. I wonder when I will get to see you again, Ivana." During their travels, the elf princess had once told him about her birthday. Alaric had never forgotten about it, and as the date neared, the memories with Ivana surfaced in his mind repeatedly as if reminding him of her. A few days ago, in a city called River Wake, somewhere in the northeastern corner of the empire, 10 figures dressed in oversized robes entered the city through a discreet entrance. One of them removed his hood, revealing his pointed ears and handsome facial features. "Your Highness, we asked around and we received intel that our targets are now hiding in the slums. Apparently, they are the overlord in that area." The blonde-haired elf reported with a hint of disdain in his voice. The person he was referring to removed her head and revealed her face. She wore an expressionless look on her enchantingly beautiful face. It was Ivana. "So they are here. How many people do they have?" she asked in a cold voice. The handsome elf thought for a moment before he responded. "I haven't scouted their hideout, but according to the information we gathered, they have about 50 people that formed the core of their group. They also have over 100 errand runners, but they are insignificant." Hearing this, Ivana scrunched her eyebrows. She glanced at the rest of the group whose faces were still obscured by their hooded robes. "How confident are you to eliminate them without alerting the public?" One of the robed figures removed his hood. It was a middle-aged elf with a claw mark across his face. His face showed extreme hatred as he replied. "Your Highness, I can assure you that we will remove those filthy humans without disturbing the city. Do you want me to offer their heads to you?" Ivana shook her head. "There's no need. I just want them dead, but before you kill them, find out if they had captured one of our people." "Yes, Your Highness." Chapter 134 to 134, The Underground Fighting Ring. Warning: this chapter contains racial discrimination, abuse, and bullying that may not be suitable for some readers. In the slums of River Wake, there was an illegal underground fighting ring that was established by one of the local snakes. It was quite famous among the noble circle, and some of them would even come to visit the facility to watch the battles. On this particular day, a special guest was present, so an event was hosted by the owner of the underground fighting ring to liven up the atmosphere. "I heard that Baron Dazo is here." "I see. No wonder they are sending that man to fight. The fighting ring only brings him out when honored guests are watching. It seems like we will get to see a good show tonight." The spectators were looking forward to seeing the fight of the underground ring's champion. They discussed animatedly as they began placing their bets. At this moment, a scantily dressed woman walked to the stage. Her appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. As soon as she stepped on the stage, she smiled flirtatiously and opened her mouth. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen." As her seductive voice echoed, some sleazy men whistled in excitement. The woman was used to this scene, so she didn't react to their perverted behavior and continued with the announcement of the event. "Tonight, our champion, Black Dog, will be fighting against 5 fatal grade monsters. If he wins, he will be a free man, but if he loses, he will become food for the monsters. The woman's words made the whole underground ring shake in excitement. After her announcement, 5 monsters were taken to the cage-like ring. These monsters had the appearance of wild jackals. The only difference is that they had muscular bodies and 2 whip-like tails. As the monsters were introduced, the crowd gasped in shock. "Those are 2-tailed red jackals!" someone exclaimed as he pointed at the monsters. Sensing everyone's gazes on him, the man cleared his throat and showed off his knowledge. "I heard that 2-tailed red jackals have the strength of a knight apprentice at birth." The color of their furs became darker as they grew older, and looking at the 5 monsters on the cage, "I'm certain that they are fully grown adults with strength equivalent to that of peak knight. That's strong. Wow!" While the spectators were discussing animatedly, the champion was finally summoned to the stage. It was a bald, dark-skinned man who looked to be in his late 30s. He didn't have armor on him, and he only had a pair of dirt-covered linen pants. His lean, slightly muscular body was full of scars, some of which hadn't fully healed. These scars made everyone realize the tough battles he had gone through. This man was Black Dog, a slave warrior who had survived 99 battles in the underground ring. He had gotten this nickname from the owner himself because of his skin color and his identity as a slave. Tonight was his 100th battle, and freedom was within his reach. Looking at the 5 fierce monsters, Black Dog tightened his grip on the steel sword in his hand. "Aru, I have killed numerous people, all for my selfish desire for freedom. I know I can't be forgiven, but for the 100th time, I will ask your forgiveness." He silently prayed. In the next moment, the 5 monsters were freed from their shackles. They pounced at Black Dog, not even giving the female MC a chance to announce the commencement of the special battle event. Growl. Roar. Grah. Black Dog narrowed his eyes into slits. He immediately adjusted his posture as the jackals closed in on him. In that instant, one of the jackals swung its claws at him. Whoosh! Black Dog lifted his sword to block the jackal's claws. Clang! Subsequently, the 4 jackals launched an attack. Black Dog fought fiercely, disregarding the wounds that had slowly accumulated over his body. As someone who was a slave at birth, he had no access to any training. His battle techniques and skills were learned from the hundreds of battles that he had experienced in his life. There was no fancy movement in his swordsmanship. All there was to it was the intent to kill. After a minute of intense struggle, one of the 2-tailed red jackals collapsed, its neck bleeding excessively after being pierced by Black Dog's sword. The spectators cheered as soon as one of the monsters died. As the bloody battle inside the caged ring continued, a group dressed in oversized robes entered the facility. Their appearance didn't arouse suspicions, since some of the guests were also dressed in similar attire. After all, this place was where many people from different backgrounds were gathered. Some heinous criminals would even come here to hide their identities, so it wasn't surprising to see people covering their faces. "Your Highness, the target is inside that room. According to the information we gathered, he is currently entertaining a noble guest." Ivana frowned upon hearing this. Sensing his sudden silence, the handsome elf immediately assured her. "You don't have to worry, Your Highness. The target has many enemies, so we can make it look like it was done by an opposing faction." Ivana hummed coldly. "End things cleanly and make sure not to hurt anyone uninvolved," she uttered in a commanding tone. "As you wish, Your Highness." The handsome elf bowed. Whoosh! Whoosh! 8 of the robed figures disappeared, leaving only one with Ivana. "Your Highness, you should leave. This place is too filthy for you," uttered the elf with claw marks across his face. "No, I want to see that person die with my own eyes." "Don't tell me what to do, Sir Neo," Ivana muttered emotionlessly. The scarred elf named Neo immediately bowed. "I apologize for my rudeness, Your Highness." Ivana waved her hand without saying anything. It was then that she noticed the situation inside the caged ring. These filthy humans! How can they be so cruel to their own kind? Chapter 135 to 135, Am I finally free? Inside the VIP room, the owner, a middle-aged man named Dexter, was chatting with a luxuriously dressed chubby man. My lord, if Black Dog wins this battle, I can sell him to you at half the market price. You can't find a knight like him in the slave market. Dexter grinned as he talked fawningly at the chubby man. The fat middle-aged man snorted. You still dare to ask me for money after you failed in capturing that elf? Hearing this, Dexter forced a smile. Please quell your anger, Lord Dazzo. I'll give him to you for free. Dazzo's expression eased up. At least you're sensible. You better not fail me again, Dexter. He gave the underground ring owner a warning look. Dexter's face became deathly pale upon sensing his gaze. Although Baron Dazzo was just an ordinary man, his household had an army of powerful warriors. It was a force that his little faction couldn't afford to offend. Yes, my lord. Suddenly, a series of knocks on the door disturbed their conversation. I apologize for the disturbance, my lord. It seems like one of my subordinates hadn't been informed about your presence. Dexter smiled apologetically as he cursed in his mind. Which fucking bastard is disturbing us? He excused himself and stood up from his seat to open the door. Don't you fucking know that? The moment he opened the door, a hand grabbed him by the neck and lifted him like he was a toddler. While gasping for breath, Dexter looked down at the robed person, but he couldn't see the other party's appearance. You must be Dexter, a cold voice filled with malice drifted into his ears, sending shivers down his spine. There must be a misunderstanding, sir. Please let me go. Dexter was a warrior himself, but against this individual, he found himself unable to muster his strength. Fuck. This man is an elite knight. Just who did I offend this time? He racked his brain and tried to remember all the people he had clashed with in the past few years, but no one fit this person. Relax. I won't kill you just yet. I still need to ask you some questions. The robed person muttered, his condescending voice was evident in his tone. What's going on out there? Dazzo's voice echoed, giving Dexter some hope. However, a few robed figures suddenly barged inside the room. Hey! Who are you, Goo? Baron Dazzo couldn't even scream for help and was knocked out unconscious with a single slap to the back of his head. Seeing this, Dexter only had one thought in his mind. I'm fucking dead. Meanwhile, the battle inside the caged ring was slowly coming to an end. Black Dog's body was covered in deep claw marks and bite wounds. However, he stood tall as he eyed the remaining two jackals. His steel sword had already been broken, so he had to fight the two monsters with his bare hands. I'm here. Come at me. He shouted as blood and sweat trickled down his face. The two monsters hesitated and it looked like they had lost their will to fight. Black Dog used the opportunity to lunge at the hesitating creatures. Die! He swung his fists, crushing the jackal's skull with a single punch. Pa! Blood and brain matter splashed into his body, while the jackal's corpse collapsed into the ground with a thud. The last surviving jackal whimpered at the sight of its comrade's death. In a last-ditch attempt, it rushed toward Black Dog with its mouth agape. The jackal bit into his flesh, clinging tightly to his arms. Black Dog gritted his teeth as he hammered the jackal repeatedly with his fist. Pa! 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 Under his heavy blows, the jackal's jaws gradually loosened. Black Dog grabbed its head and freed himself from its razor-like teeth. He then smashed the monster into the ground and ended its life with a punch imbued with mana. Bang! The jackal's head was crushed, killing it instantly. Black Dog fell to his knees as exhaustion slowly took over him. I won. Can I finally be free? These were his last thoughts before his consciousness faded. Thud. While the crowd was loudly cheering for the unexpected results, a robed figure entered the cage and carried him away. Stop him! Quick! Yelled one of the knights working for the underground ring. However, his voice was drowned by the cacophony of shouting from the audience. Black Dog's body felt heavy as he opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was a dirty ceiling covered in cobwebs. "Where am I?" He turned his head. His vision was still blurry, so he couldn't clearly see the surroundings. As soon as his vision cleared, he saw several robed individuals standing before a group of men tied in chains. What's going on? He discovered that one of the chained men was Dexter, the owner of the underground fighting ring. One of the robed individuals sensed his stare. "Your Highness, the human is awake," he heard one of them whispering to another. Afterward, one of the robed individuals approached him. Black Dog was alarmed and he immediately tried to get up, but he suddenly felt a searing sensation in his chest that made him grimace in pain. "Arg! There's no need to be alarmed. We mean you no harm." A pleasant voice drifted into his ears. Black Dog realized that this person was actually a woman. "What are you guys doing?" Black Dog cautiously asked. He was clueless about what was happening. "We are only doing what is right," the woman responded in a cold voice. At this moment, Black Dog heard Dexter's screams. "Ah! It's not me. I'm only following someone's orders." It was Dazo. It was him. "He asked me to capture a female elf. I beg you. Please don't kill me." One of the robed men twisted his middle finger, making Dexter scream like a dying pig. Just what is happening here? Black Dog was disconcerted as he watched the scene. Chapter 136 to 136, William comes to help, but he is not alone? Back to the present time. Before the sun rose, the residents of Alverton had already cleaned up their stuff to prepare for the trip. It was already the 10th of February and they still hadn't reached Vale. This was mostly due to the snow-covered terrain and the warriors' consideration of the safety of the residents. At this moment, Alaric was about to climb up his horse when he saw Galinar approaching him. When he saw the latter, his eyes lit up. Galinar had been absorbing the energy of the Orc Lord's beast soul crystal, so Alaric hadn't seen him for a while. Now that he had come out, this could only mean that Galinar had already advanced. "My lord, I bring you good news." The giant bowed his head, the thrill in his voice was evident. Alaric smiled and nodded while gesturing for him to speak up. Galinar's lips slightly curved upward as he said. "With the beast soul crystal you gave me, I managed to break through the bottleneck and successfully advanced. I am now a transcendent knight, my lord." "That's great, Galinar." Alaric was ecstatic. Including his father, House Silversword now had 2 transcendent knights. Once this leaked out, it would definitely shake the power structure of the North. Thinking about the possible consequences, Alaric's expression turned serious as he reminded in a stern voice. "Hide your aura and don't let anyone know about your advancement." Hearing this, Galinar nodded without asking for the reason. "Yes, my lord. I will be careful." "Oh. By the way," Galinar seemed to have recalled something important. He took out something from his pocket and handed it to Alaric. It was the beast soul crystal of the Orc Lord, but more than 2/5 of its energy had been depleted. There is still over half of its energy left. "I think it will be better to give this to someone close to breaking through," Galinar suggested. He felt that it was too wasteful to use it on his own, so he had come to this decision after his advancement. "All right. I will give this to someone suitable." Alaric nodded. The first person that came to his mind was Fred Rin, but the guy was still not ready to advance. The next candidate was Warwick. He was the most loyal subordinate of Lucas and he had also followed Alaric in his past life after the Baron died. "I'll keep it for now." Later that day, the group finally saw the towering walls of Vale in the distance. The residents were excited since this meant that they were close to their destination. The officials of Vale had already been informed about the mass relocation, so the city guards weren't alarmed after seeing them. Surprisingly, the retired warrior, William, came to help with the evacuation, and he didn't come alone. Following respectfully behind him were 100 warriors armed to the teeth. "Lord Alaric, I'm here to help with the evacuation. I also brought some men to provide support." The retired warrior pointed at the warriors behind him. Alaric furrowed his eyebrows as he looked at those people. "Hold on. Those guys look very familiar." After a few seconds of confusion, he finally realized the identity of the warriors. "Wait. Aren't they Geoffrey's mercenary group? But why are they following you, Sir William?" William chuckled as he nodded, confirming his guess. "That's right. After being involved with Charles, no one dared to hire them anymore for fear of offending you. They ended up working as temporary members of the city guards under my recommendation," he explained. "I see. What about you, Sir William? Do you have any thoughts of returning?" Alaric probed with an inquisitive look. William saw through him right away. He shook his head and uttered, "I haven't thought about it, my lord. I don't want to leave my wife and the orphanage. Look at you. I'm just asking casually. There's no need to be so serious." Alaric laughed and waved his hand. The old man laughed in amusement. He knew that Alaric was keen on recruiting him. If it weren't for the orphanage and his wife, he might have positively considered Alaric's recruitment. Just then, the old man noticed the giant silently following behind Alaric. William was familiar with this man since he had seen him on multiple occasions at the soap shop. Strange. Why can't I sense his aura now? William felt that something was different about Galinar. It seemed like he had become even more mysterious. "I'm curious, my lord. Just what happened in Alverton that requires a mass relocation? I tried asking the officials, but they were tight-lipped. Is this perhaps related to the recent orc attack?" William had been curious about this for a while, but no one told him the details. Alaric frowned and nodded. "This is indeed related to the orc attack. We discovered that there is a large orc settlement near Alverton, so there is a high chance of another orc invasion." William's eyes flashed upon hearing this. "That's concerning," he muttered. Alverton was close to Vale, so it wouldn't be surprising if the orc army would come after them next now that their initial target was gone. If that happened, William couldn't even begin to imagine the consequences. He finally realized why the officials were unusually tight-lipped about the situation. Sensing the change in his mood, Alaric tapped the old man's shoulder. "Don't worry, Sir William. I won't sit idly by knowing that there is a hidden danger in our territory." With a cold look in his eyes, he uttered, "Once the residents of Alverton have settled down, I will call upon the warriors of the north for a large-scale subjugation against the orc settlement." William didn't expect to hear this, but knowing Alaric's personality, he was certain that the latter would do this. "When that time comes, I might join you in battle, my lord." He didn't mind breaking his promise if it meant protecting Vale. Chapter 137-137, Ivana meets Lucas. Meanwhile, in North Pine Town, a group of robed individuals arrived at the entrance, and because of their strange appearance, the townspeople were wary of them. "Is this the place?" muttered the handsome elf, his voice carrying a trace of disappointment. Ivana sent him a glare, making the guy shut his mouth. The others were smart enough not to comment on anything that would displease her. They were aware that their princess was unusually biased toward a certain human. Since this was the hometown of that particular human, she would not allow anyone to ridicule the place as shabby as it might be. Black Dog silently watched the scene. "Why am I even here?" He had forgotten how they had persuaded him to come with them. He was still not in his right state of mind when he talked with them about it. Now that he was fully aware of the situation, he felt that the whole matter was unbelievable. After traveling with the group for a few days, he had already discovered their identities. It turned out that the people who had helped him were actually elves, and the one leading them was even a princess. It was truly inconceivable. Ivana turned her head and looked over in his direction. "Black Dog, the person who can help you lives here. We just need to find him." If it's him, I'm sure he can help you. Ivana wasn't averse to this man because she felt that his fate was pitiful. She only decided to help him since he reminded her of herself before she met Alaric. Help me. Black Dog was dumbfounded. He didn't know what she was talking about, or more precisely, he couldn't remember most of the things that they had talked about. Didn't you say that you want to look for your family? Ivana raised an eyebrow while staring at him. Did I say that? Black Dog scratched his head. Your Highness, I don't think it's possible to be honest. My family, I don't think they are still alive. What? The handsome elf who was standing close to Ivana was stunned. So you made us travel all the way here for nothing? His voice became increasingly colder as he stared at Black Dog. Ivana was similarly surprised, but she quickly regained her composure. That makes things easier. Why don't you just follow him? She suggested. Black Dog was about to reject her when he saw the handsome elf staring daggers at him. That's a wonderful idea, Your Highness. Good. I'm sure you'll like him. Alaric will never look down on you because of your past. That's just the kind of man he is. Ivana chuckled when she recalled her time with Alaric. When she realized that she had strayed away from her usual character, she immediately corrected herself. Ahem. Anyway, let's go and ask someone. Suddenly, just as they were about to ask one of the townspeople, they saw a group of warriors approaching them. The handsome elf stepped forward and shielded Ivana, but the latter gently pushed him away. Hello, visitors. We are from House Silversword. The Baron sent us here to invite you to the estate. The leading warrior respectfully said. Hearing this, the elves frowned. Neo approached Ivana and whispered to her ears. Your Highness, can we trust these people? Ivana nodded. Leave this to me. She had heard about Alaric's father, so she wasn't worried about their identity being discovered. Strangely, she was even looking forward to seeing Alaric's parents. With Ivana's decision, the group followed the warriors to the estate. Throughout the whole trip, the elves looked incredibly sharp as if they were prepared to make a move in case something happened. However, no accidents happened along the way and the people of House Silversword were very respectful toward them. About half an hour later, they finally arrived at the estate and someone brought Ivana to the Baron's study. The elves insisted on having one of them follow her, so she decided to bring Neo, the most capable of the bunch. We're here, my lady. The man who seemed to be the butler of the mansion said to her before he knocked on the door. Knock. Knock. My lord, I have brought the guests. Come in. A dignified and commanding voice drifted into their ears. As soon as they entered the room, Neo's eyes flashed. A transcendent human. He was surprised to see a powerful human in such backwater territory. On the other hand, Lucas was similarly shaken. Even though they had covered themselves, he could tell that they weren't humans. This aura. Elves, and that guy, he is Beast Soul Warrior, a powerful one at that. Lucas composed himself after a moment of surprise. He didn't expect that the suspicious visitors were actually elves. It's a good thing that someone reported them, or things would have gotten out of hand if their identities were revealed to the public. Please take your seats. The Baron pointed at the vacant seats in front of his desk. Thank you. Ivana removed her hood as she sat on the chair. Your Highness, Neo widened his eyes when he saw Ivana taking off her hood. He never thought she would reveal herself just like that. It's all right, Sir Neo. We can trust the Baron. He is Alaric's father after all. Ivana smiled. Hearing this, Baron Lucas was taken aback. You know my son? Ivana chuckled as she looked at the Baron. It's a long story. I have time. Please tell me what happened. The Baron revealed a look of interest. He wanted to know how his son managed to befriend an elf, and based on how the Beast Soul Warrior was addressing her, he could tell that this female elf had a special identity. All right. It all started when Ivana told her how she had met Alaric. She omitted some details, but he told her the most important parts. I see. So that's why he disappeared after his trip to Rivad. I understand now. Lucas smiled. Chapter 138 to 138, Alia's Little Squad. You might have to wait for a few days if you want to see him. He is currently out of the town Lucas told her about the recent situation in Alverton to give her an idea of what Alaric has been up to. So he's out there helping people again. Ivana chuckled, revealing a rare smile on her beautiful face. Neo was surprised to see this expression on her. Whenever she mentions that human, she feels like a different person. Now, I want to see this human and see what is special about him. Ivana was usually cold and emotionless, but after her return, she learned how to express her emotions differently. Neo didn't know if this was a good thing or not. I hope that those anti-human high elves won't learn about this. In their kingdom, there was a faction of elves who were strongly prejudiced toward humans. This group wouldn't hesitate to punish someone who had ties with the human race. Even their princess might not be able to escape punishment since the leader of the faction was a high elf whose status was only beneath that of their king. If they dare to hurt Her Highness, I won't be lenient regardless of their identity. Neo was determined to protect Ivana. How about I send some people to bring you to his location? Lucas suggested with a faint smile. He felt that there was an unusual relationship between her and his son. If Alaric really chooses to pursue this elven woman, it will be tough for him, but who cares? If he can't hold the sky, I will destroy it for him. Lucas might have decided to live in a rural area, but this doesn't mean that he was afraid of trouble. If it really comes down to it, he was ready to bring the entire House Silversword into battle. I don't want to trouble you. Ivana still didn't know what to call him without sounding too distant. Lucas waved his hand with a faint smile on his face. It's just a small matter. There are many warriors on standby, so it won't be an issue. I see. In that case, I will accept your offer. Thank you very much. Ivana no longer hesitated after his insistence. Lucas noticed that she was having trouble with what to call him, so he suggested. Just call me Uncle Lucas. If that's too much, Sir Lucas is fine too. All right, Sir Lucas. Ivana felt that others might misunderstand if she called him uncle, so she decided to call him Sir instead. Afterward, Lucas arranged a team of warriors to escort them to Alaric's location. A few kilometers from Vale, right next to a frozen creek. Behind the snow-covered bushes, 5 warriors were laying low as they observed a 2-meter-tall monster feasting on a wild beast carcass. My lord, are we really targeting that monster? A warrior who looked to be in his late teens asked while nervously looking at the huge bear-like monster. What are you scared of? There are 4 of you and it's just a juvenile spiked grizzly bear. I'm sure you guys can take care of it. Alaric nonchalantly responded. 4? But there are 5 of us. The young warrior seemed to have understood his intentions and it made him ashen-faced. My lord, you're not asking us to fight that thing by ourselves, right? Another young warrior muttered, his shoulders visibly shaking. Shut up! Stop embarrassing yourselves! Berated a young woman with a scarred face. It was Alia, the former slave who had been abused by Liam. After the recent practical combat training, she showed outstanding results, so she was promoted as a squad leader. Now, she had 3 warriors under her command. The young warriors immediately shut their mouths. They were afraid of their fierce squad leader. At first, they couldn't accept working with her, so they challenged her to a duel, but all 3 of them got beaten up, and terribly at that. Since then, they no longer dared to go against her orders. Seeing how they were so meek in front of Alia, Alaric grinned and gave her a thumbs up. It's still busy with its meal, so now is the best time to attack. Alaric made a slitting gesture while saying this. The young warriors gulped nervously upon hearing his words. Only Alia looked calm, but in truth, she was also feeling incredibly tense. Although the spiked grizzly bear in front of them was just a juvenile, it was still a dangerous monster close to being classified as fatal grade. Normally, a team of knight apprentices would be needed to take care of a monster at this level. At this moment, Aaliyah was feeling the greatest pressure as the squad leader. This isn't a real mission, but I need to give a good performance so as not to embarrass myself in front of Lord Alaric. She took a deep breath to calm her nerves. We can do this. Aaliyah grabbed the handle of her sword while giving a signal to her squad members. The young warriors nodded with determined faces upon seeing this. In the next moment, Aaliyah rose to her feet and rushed at the monster with her fastest speed. Meanwhile, the three young warriors followed her, tightly holding their weapons while cautiously eyeing the spiked grizzly bear. Whoosh! Aaliyah lifted her sword and swung it at the clueless monster. Because the snow had silenced their footsteps, the spiked grizzly bear only sensed them when it heard the whistling sound of Aaliyah's sword. Poochie! Aaliyah's sword cut deeply into the monster's body, but its thick skin managed to prevent her sword from hitting, leaving a fatal wound. Roar! The bear swung its sharp claws in her direction out of instinct, but Aaliyah was already prepared for its counterattack. With a quick roll, she deftly evaded its claws. Over 15 meters away, Alaric watched this with a satisfied smile. She has improved a lot. Chapter 139 to 139, It's been a while, my friend. The spiked grizzly bear showed its ferocious nature. Despite the wound on its back, it didn't appear to hinder the beast's movements. Continue attacking it. Once the damage accumulates, its movements will slow down. Aaliyah shouted at her squad members. Under her leadership, they fought with the beast and showed a surprising level of teamwork. Aaliyah's squad members strictly followed her instructions, and this revealed her strong ability to command. They were weak overall, but with Aaliyah's commands, they were able to move like one body. While watching this unfold, Alaric nodded repeatedly while rubbing his chin. Not bad. She is even better than Rasmus at giving commands. She is more precise in her instructions and her approach is also more effective. Alaric commented internally. 5 minutes later, the bear fell on its knees while breathing raggedly. Its body was covered in blood and it looked like it was about to collapse at any moment. Now! Aaliyah shouted as she lunged her body forward while swinging down her sword. Whoosh! Her sword slashed deeply into the bear's chest. Poochie! Her squad members also struck the bear with their weapons, leaving it screaming in pain as it fell to the ground with a thud. Aaliyah didn't make it suffer for long, and with a stab, her sword pierced into its head. Khhshhk. The light in the bear's eyes slowly faded. Good job, everyone. Aaliyah smiled proudly as she praised her squad members. She then looked over at Alaric, who was watching them not far away. Clap! 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 Not bad, everyone. You guys did great. Although I intervened a few times, it was mostly because of your efforts that this beast was taken down. I'm satisfied with your performance. Alaric approached them with a smile. During the battle, he secretly threw stones at the spiked grizzly bear when Aaliyah and her squad members were in danger. It was also because of his silent intervention that they were unharmed. Hearing this, Aaliyah furrowed her eyebrows. No wonder the bear appeared weaker than I expected, so it was actually because of Lord Alaric. She sighed while shaking her head. We still have so much to learn. Suddenly, a warrior riding a horse rushed toward Alaric. He then pulled the reins of his horse and jumped down, giving Alaric a snappy salute. My lord, someone is looking for you. The warrior reported. Hearing this, Alaric frowned. He didn't recall having a schedule with someone. All right. Just give me a second. He turned his head to Aaliyah and said. I'll leave the rest to you guys. Once you're done with skinning the beast, bring the meat over to be cooked for the residents. Yes, my lord. Aaliyah nodded. After giving his instructions, Alaric followed the warrior to see which person was looking for him. Your Highness, I think there's something suspicious about this house Silversword. Neo whispered into Ivana's ears, making the latter raise an eyebrow with a perplexed look. They had just arrived at the location of the relocating residence and he had discovered another transcendent human among the warriors escorting the group. In their kingdom, there were only less than 10 elves at the level of transcendence, so he found it shocking to see 2 humans at this level in just one household. Furthermore, it was from a rural household in the north. Why so? Ivana stared at him with a questioning gaze. Including the Baron that you had spoken with earlier, that old man over there is also at the level of transcendence, Neo responded with a serious face. Following his gaze, she saw an old man wearing a fur coat over his leather armor. He looked like the typical next-door neighborhood old man who was always jolly. Are you saying that friendly old human is at the level of transcendence? Ivana muttered in shock. That's right, Your Highness. Neo nodded while keeping his gaze on the old man. As if sensing their gazes, William turned his head in their direction and gave them a friendly smile. Seeing this, Ivana became even more skeptical. Is that old man really a transcendent human? She couldn't sense any semblance of authority or dignity that was inherent to transcendence in the old man. Suddenly, Ivana caught sight of 2 familiar figures. Without any warning, she walked towards them while calling their names. Sir Arthur! Sir Henry! Your Highness! Neo quickly followed her. Just close by, Henry and Arthur were making rounds when they heard a familiar voice calling them. They turned their heads and saw an individual dressed in an oversized robe. I'm sorry, you are, Henry squinted his eyes while trying to see the face hidden beneath the hood. It's me, Ivana smiled at the old man. When Henry heard this voice, a beautiful face appeared in his mind. Don't tell me you are, he stuttered when he realized the other party's identity. Arthur also seemed to have guessed her identity by the shocked look on his face. Ivana made a shushing gesture as she chuckled. I'm glad to see you again. How are you guys doing? She was excited to see them. We are both doing well, Your Highness. And we're also happy to see you. Henry replied in a whispering voice, afraid to reveal her identity to the others. That's good. By the way, what are you doing here? Henry awkwardly changed the topic when he sensed the sharp gaze of the person behind Ivana. We just happened to pass by during a trip, so I decided to see you, Ivana replied with a random excuse. While they were chatting, Alaric caught sight of them. That's them, my lord. They said that they know you, uttered the warrior as he pointed at the robed figures. Alaric narrowed his eyes as he walked towards Henry and Arthur, who were chatting with 2 robed individuals. My lord. Henry and Arthur immediately greeted him upon seeing him. Meanwhile, Ivana smiled beneath her hood as she said. It's been a while, my friend. Hearing this voice, Alaric widened his eyes. You are. Chapter 140 to 140, Alaric meets Black Dog. Ivana. That's right. It's me, but please understand that I can't show my face. Ivana uttered. Now that he was here, all the things that she wanted to tell him seemed to have disappeared from her mind. What's this feeling? For some reason she couldn't explain, she felt embarrassed to look him in the eye. I understand. Alaric chuckled as he nodded. What brings you here? He asked while gesturing for her to follow him. There were too many people around, so it was inappropriate to talk about certain things. Ivana obediently followed him as she replied in a cold voice. I took care of the people who tried to capture me. Hearing this, Alaric was taken aback. I see. If you don't want to talk about it, we can talk about something else. It's all right. You're already aware of my situation anyway. She shook her head. That's true. Neo observed the male human that her princess was speaking with. He looks young, but his aura is close to that of an elite knight. He is indeed special. His potential is even higher than that man named Lucas. His misunderstanding toward House Silversword deepened after seeing Alaric. He felt that this noble household was hiding a secret. His suspicions stemmed from the fact that they had 2 transcendents and a high number of elite knights. Alaric took Ivana to a quiet corner away from the group. It was then that Galinar quietly appeared behind him, cautiously eyeing the robed individuals. Alaric noticed his vigilance, so he made a hand gesture, signaling for him to relax. Meanwhile, Neo was stunned the moment he saw Galinar. The latter might have tried to hide aura, but Neo was a beast soul warrior who had a special trait that could gauge the strength of someone nearby, and when he used this special ability on Galinar, he found out that he was also a transcendent knight. This guy is the 3rd transcendent knight I encountered in this household. Just how many transcendents do they have? Galinar seemed to have sensed his scrutiny and looked over in his direction, casting the latter a calm glance. Neo furrowed his eyebrows. In that brief moment when their eyes met, he realized that this giant of a human was not an ordinary transcendent. His aura was more powerful than the old man he had met earlier. Furthermore, there was this feeling of suppression similar to the one that Lucas gave off. Neo retracted his gaze. In the slums of River Wake, a group of men gathered inside a dilapidated apartment. They were engaged in a heated discussion about the recent incident in the underground fighting ring. "Boss, what should we do? Now that Dexter is dead, I'm sure the local gangs will try to acquire his properties." One of the men spoke as he looked at the young man seated at the most prominent seat. Everyone turned their gazes at the young man, waiting for his decision. He was only a knight apprentice, but they feared him for his cunning mind. Not to mention that his strength was increasing at a fast rate. In a few more years, he would definitely become a knight. Liam tapped his fingers on the table as he pondered deeply. His mercenary group was still new and they were just starting to expand. If they joined the fight for Dexter's properties, there was a huge possibility that they would be annexed by a larger group. However, the money they could collect from those properties would be enough to completely transform his mercenary group. After over a minute of careful deliberation, Liam adjusted his sitting posture and said while scanning the faces of his subordinates. "Now that Dexter's group is in shambles, I'm certain that there will be 2 groups who will try to take over their properties. The first one is the Axe Gang led by that old man nicknamed Woodcutter, and the second one is the Night Owl mercenary group led by that crazy one-eyed man." When he talked about these 2 groups, the faces of his subordinates turned serious. They were the next strongest forces after Dexter's group, and they each had an elite knight at the helm. While his men were still processing his words, Liam continued. "If we join the fight for those properties, it is guaranteed that we will have to face them, and with our group's current strength, we stand no chance against either of those 2. Everyone nodded in agreement. However, suddenly, a cunning light flashed in Liam's eyes. The change in his expression made his subordinates excited because this meant that he had thought of a plan. "There is a way to get those properties with minimal losses. Here's what we need to do." "So this is the man you saved in River Wake?" Alaric glanced at the dark-skinned man who had removed his hood. "Greetings, Lord Alaric." Black Dog bowed his head. Knowing that Alaric was an heir of a noble household, he showed him the utmost respect. Alaric waved his hand with a faint smile. "There's no need for formalities. What's your name?" "Black Dog." "Hey? Did you say your name was Black Dog?" Alaric thought that he heard it wrong, but Black Dog confirmed it with a nod of his head. "Can you still remember the name you had before you became a slave?" Alaric heard from Ivana that this man was a slave warrior. Black Dog shook his head as he replied. "I was a slave as far as I can remember, and Black Dog was the name given to me by my former lord." "I see." Alaric sighed upon hearing this. "Let's start by changing your name. Calling you Black Dog is inappropriate. Do you mind if I give you a new name?" Alaric suggested. Hearing this, Black Dog was surprised. He had never thought of changing his name, but when the choice was presented to him, he didn't even hesitate. "Please give me a new name, my lord." Chapter 141-141, Birthday Gift. "Let's see," Alaric rubbed his chin. He thought really hard but no suitable name came to his mind, so he gave up on thinking and randomly gave him a suggestion. How about Franklin? Franklin, Black Dog repeated the name. It wasn't common, but he knew a few people who had this name. However, the thought of having a real name made him excited and honored. Looking at his satisfied face, Alaric tapped the man's shoulder. Then from now on, you are Franklin. I will invite a priest to baptize you once we return to the estate. Having gained his new name, Franklin couldn't conceal the joy on his face. Thank you, my lord. Thank you for giving me a name. It's just a small matter. Alaric waved his hand with a faint smile. By the way, I heard from Ivana that you are looking for a job. Why don't you work for me? If you agree, you will become a knight of House Silversword and you will be compensated accordingly. Alaric could tell that this former slave warrior wasn't just an ordinary knight. His aura was stable and firm, just like Arthur's before he had advanced to the realm of elite knights. With some resources and time, this man would definitely become an elite knight. Hearing this, Franklin bent his knee and lowered his head as he uttered, "It is my honor to serve you, my lord." "Good. You may rise." Alaric nodded with a pleased look. And that was how Alaric gained another subordinate with a high potential. The sky turned dark as evening came. The group was already close to North Pine Town, so they decided to continue their journey. The sick, elderly, and children had already been sent to the town via carriage, so there was nothing to worry about. By the time they arrived at the entrance of North Pine Town, it was already past midnight. A group of volunteers were waiting at the gates of the town to help the residents of Alverton move to their temporary shelter. The construction of the new houses was still underway, and given the scale of the project, it might take a few weeks to more than a month before everything would be completed. While their new houses were still being constructed, the residents of Alverton had to stay at the temporary shelter made of simple tents. No one complained about this arrangement. In fact, everyone was grateful for House Silversword's help. The residents were especially grateful to Alaric and the warriors who had escorted them all the way here from Alverton. Upon their arrival, Alaric invited Ivana to the main mansion. "Follow me. I have something for you." Alaric smiled at her. Ivana glanced at him curiously as she nodded her head. "All right." Before following him inside, she gestured to Neo and the other elves not to worry. Although reluctant to leave her alone, the elves had no choice but to follow her commands. "Your subordinates are obedient," Alaric joked in a teasing voice as soon as they entered the mansion. Ivana didn't say anything upon hearing this and just laughed lightly in response. A moment later, Alaric brought her to the room where the saber-fanged wolf cubs were staying. "Do you remember these guys?" Alaric glanced at the elf while inviting her inside the room. After noticing that no one else was in the room, Ivana removed her hood and gently tucked her hair behind her ears. "Of course, I remember them. We found these little cubs inside a cave on that stormy night." She chuckled. Looking at her beautiful side profile, Alaric almost fell into a trance. "Eh? I remember there were 6 of them. Why are there only 5 here?" Ivana raised an eyebrow in surprise. "About that. Do you remember Hershey from House Pixie?" Alaric explained the situation to her. Ivana felt inexplicably envious when she heard this. She couldn't understand why she was feeling like this. While she was quietly staring at the wolf cubs, Alaric grabbed one of them and said, "I wasn't able to prepare a gift for your birthday, so I decided to give you one of the wolf cubs." Ivana was surprised to hear this. "You remember?" She thought that he had already forgotten about it since she had only said it in passing. Alaric smiled. "Of course. Why would I forget your birthday?" He grabbed her hand, making her jolt at the sudden touch. Just as she was about to pull her hand, he handed her the wolf cub. "Here. Happy birthday. I hope you will take care of this wolf cub." Ivana lowered her head and stared at the wolf cub in her arms. It was round and its white fur was looking vibrant and healthy. The cute little thing slowly closed its eyes and drifted into sleep. Why don't you give it a name? To tell you the truth, only one of them has a name. Alaric awkwardly stated. Ivana gently brushed the cub's fur as she replied. Then I will call it Ely. It was a simple name, but she looked happy, so Alaric didn't bother to offer the suggestions he had prepared. At this moment, the cyan screen suddenly appeared before him. _____. Mission complete. You received 100 stat points. _____. Alaric Silversword Knight EXP, 500/500, cannot receive more EXP before advancement. Potential, B. Traits, horseback riding, C. Swordsmanship, SSS, close combat, C. Archery, F. Hunting, E. Tracking, E. Sixth sense, E. Monster affinity, F. Mana gathering, C. Strength, 100. Stamina, 50+. Agility, 100. Vitality, 32+. Endurance, 47+. Mana, 100. Battle points, 5000, cannot receive more battle points before advancement. Stat points, 213. Requirements for the next advancement, 500 EXP, 100 in all attributes, and 5000 battle points. Looking at his stat points, Alaric realized that he finally had enough to max out all his attributes. Without hesitation, Alaric distributed his stat points. Stamina, 5100. Vitality, 32,100. Endurance, 47,100. Stat points, 213.42. You have completed the requirements for your advancement. Do you want to use 5,000 battle points to advance to the next realm? Yes, no. Chapter 142 to 142, Elite Knight. Ivana was still there, so Alaric hesitated momentarily, but he still clicked yes. You have been promoted to the Elite Knight realm. Alaric Silversword Elite Knight EXP, 0/1000. Potential, BA. Traits, horseback riding, C. Swordsmanship, SSS, close combat, C. Archery, F. Hunting, E. Tracking, E. Sixth sense, E. Monster affinity, F. Mana gathering, C. Strength, 100/150. Stamina, 100/150. Agility, 100/150. Vitality, 100/150. Endurance, 100/150. Mana, 100/150. Battle points, 0. Stat points, 42. Requirements for the next advancement, 1000 EXP, 250 in all attributes, and 10,000 battle points. New daily mission has been loaded. _____. Daily mission. Set A. 1000 weighted push-ups. 1000 weighted pull UPS. 1000 weighted squats. 1 hour weighted planking. Set B. 1000 mana infused vertical slashes. 1000 mana infused horizontal slashes. 1000 mana infused diagonal slashes. 1000 mana infused stabs. Rewards, 20 battle points, 3 EXP, 3 stat points. Penalty for failure, none. _____. A suppressive aura leaked out from his body as soon as he advanced. Alaric also felt a searing pain in every inch of his muscles as his attributes increased dramatically. Furthermore, the mana that coalesced in his body started spreading out, providing overflowing energy to every fiber of his being. Since Ivana was just in front of him, she immediately felt the abrupt change in his aura. This aura! She was so shocked when she sensed his aura that she couldn't believe that it came from him. With her eyes wide open, she called out to him. Alaric! Alaric smiled and made a shushing gesture. You are really a lucky star. Last time we found the wolf cubs and now I managed to advance because of your presence." He chuckled. Ivana stared at him speechlessly. So he wants to brush off his advancement just like that? The elven princess couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Since he didn't want to tell her how he had broken through, she didn't pursue the matter. "Congratulations and thank you for your gift. I will cherish Ely and treat him like a family." Ivana beamed at him, her smile looking even more enchanting than the most beautiful flower. Note: Ely is a male wolf cub. "Thank you." Alaric smiled at her. "By the way, how long do you plan to stay here?" He quickly changed the topic. Hearing this, Ivana thought for a moment before she replied while shaking her head. "I'm not sure." "Why don't you stay here for a while?" Alaric suggested. He enjoyed being with her so he didn't want her to leave too soon. That, Ivana hesitated. She had already completed her goal here so they were supposed to return home, but looking at his expectant gaze, she couldn't bring herself to reject him. "There's not much to do in the kingdom anyway. It should be fine if I stay here for a few days or so." Thinking about this, she responded. "All right. We can stay here for a few more days." "Great. I'll have someone clean up the guest mansion. You and your subordinates can stay there." The next morning, Alaric and Elena headed to the dining hall to eat breakfast with his parents. "My lord, I was already asleep when you returned." Elena sighed as she revealed a look of regret. "It's all right." Alaric gently smiled at her. The two chatted along the way and they only stopped when they were already outside the dining hall. Upon entering, Alaric greeted his parents before nodding at the old butler. "Sit down you two." Maria beckoned to them as she pointed at the vacant seats. Meanwhile, Lucas raised his eyebrows when he sensed Alaric's aura. Elite Knight. Alaric didn't intentionally reveal his aura, but how could he hide it from a transcendent knight like Lucas? The moment he entered the room, the Baron immediately felt his presence. What made Lucas even more surprised was the intensity of his aura. He just advanced to the realm of elite knights, but his strength is already unfathomable. Lucas was stunned by his son's sudden spike in power. He sent the butler a deep look and instructed. "Bastian, please send the servants out for a moment." Hearing this, the butler nodded. "Yes, my lord." While Bastian was instructing the servants to step out of the dining hall, Elena pointed at herself as she whispered to Alaric. "Should I leave too?" Alaric shook his head. "It's fine, Elena. You can stay here." "Okay." Elena felt that she was about to hear something important so she felt uncomfortable. Alaric sensed her anxiety so he tapped her shoulder and sent her a reassuring look. After all the servants left, Lucas stared at Alaric and uttered in a serious voice. "When did you become an elite knight?" Hearing this, both Maria and Elena were dumbstruck. They couldn't help but stare at Alaric in disbelief and waited for him to confirm the truth. Sensing everyone's gazes on him, Alaric remained calm. He knew that his father would notice his aura so there was no use in hiding it. "I advanced last night." Lucas narrowed his eyes, but he soon relaxed his gaze after a few seconds. "Good job." The Baron praised him with a faint smile. "Thank you, my lord." Alaric chuckled. "Alaric, is it really true?" Maria still couldn't believe it. Alaric turned his head and nodded at his mother. "Yes, Mom. Your son is now an elite knight." Maria gasped in shock. Elena also covered her mouth with her hands. "This is a great achievement, but you must not disclose it to the public," Lucas warned him in a stern voice. "I understand." Alaric nodded. He understood his father's implications. The whole empire would be turned upside down if news about his advancement would spread. It was even possible to attract jealousy and there was a high chance that Alaric would be targeted by someone. "Oh, right. There's one more thing, my lord." Alaric thought about Galenar's breakthrough. "What is it?" Lucas raised an eyebrow while staring at him with an inquisitive look. Galanar has become a transcendent knight. Chapter 143 to 143, Orc Subjugation Mission. What? Lucas couldn't remain calm anymore. There were only a few transcendent knights in the entire empire, and all of them were famous warriors whose names were etched in the Astanian dragon leaderboard. Wherever they go, people would flock to see them. That was how special they were. Who else knows this? Lucas asked in a low voice. I haven't told anyone about this, and I also told Galanar to keep quiet, Alaric replied. Lucas leaned on his seat and said, You made a good decision. If that is true, then we can make use of that to our advantage. Maria suddenly spoke, her eyes gleaming with wisdom. Go on. Lucas gestured for her to continue. Maria nodded and adjusted her posture before she said. The Crown Prince and the Second Prince both have powerful forces, so if we want to establish a third force, it's necessary to have sufficient strength to contend with their forces. That will make other undecided noble households positively consider joining our side. Lucas frowned upon hearing this. If we expose his strength, we might attract unnecessary attention. There's nothing to worry about that. Maria shook her head. With two transcendent knights on our side, people won't take us lightly, and as long as they aren't idiots, they won't dare to attack us. She added with a snort. However, we must create a stage for Sir Galanar to reveal his strength. That way, we can maximize the publicity and get those undecided nobles to support us, but first, you must accept that challenge and win overwhelmingly. Maria glanced at her husband as she talked about this. Challenge. Alaric was taken aback. Someone from the leaderboard challenged me. Lucas chuckled while shaking his head, looking seemingly amused by this. Oh! Alaric was stunned upon hearing his confirmation. He knew that his father had kept the 9th rank in the Astanian dragon leaderboard for a long time. He wondered which brave person dared to challenge him. I was postponing this since you were still out of town, but now that you're here, I can go without worry. Lucas's lips curved upwards. He then waved his hand and said. Let's discuss the details later. We should eat first. As soon as he uttered those words, he called Bastian and told him to serve their food. After breakfast, they headed straight to Lucas's study, and the Baron also told Alaric to bring Galanar. As soon as they gathered, the meeting began. At first, the Baron asked Galanar some questions about how he had broken through. It was only a simple question and answer, so it didn't take much time. After that short interview with Galanar, they finally talked about the main objective of the meeting. If only there was a quick way for us to make Sir Galanar's name known to the public, Maria mumbled as she entered into deep thought. Hearing this, Alaric thought about a brilliant plan. How about this? Everyone turned their gazes at him the moment he spoke. Alaric didn't shy away and continued. Do you remember the large orc settlement close to Alverton? When this was mentioned, Maria's eyes lit up. Are you thinking of subjugating the orc settlement? Alaric nodded. Truthfully, I already thought of doing it when I suggested the relocation of Alverton's residents. That's indeed a good idea. This matter is big enough to shake the north, and we can also invite the other households to join the subjugation. This way, they will witness Sir Galanar's power themselves. The more she spoke, the more excited she became. Let's do it this way. All right. I will send word to the noble houses of the north. Lucas approved the plan. With his help, Alaric was certain that more than half of the noble houses in the north would join the orc subjugation. Lucas looked at his son and said, I will leave this task to you, since I will be going to the capital to accept the challenge. You can rest assured, my lord. I won't fail this mission. Alaric promised. ____. Mission, Orc Subjugation I. Mission difficulty, Normal. A large orc settlement is built near Alverton, and it has disrupted the peace of the nearby cities and towns with the increase in orc attacks. Gather a large force sufficient to destroy the orc settlement. Rewards, 500 battle points, 30 exp, 30 Stat points random trait upgrade card x1. Penalty for failure, none. Underscore. A system mission suddenly appeared before him. The missions are becoming more frequent and more difficult now. Alaric thought when he saw the mission description. Gathering an army might sound easy, but in truth, it was very hard to persuade those stubborn noble houses, especially when they had nothing to gain. Luckily, Dad will be sending a letter to those houses, so things will be a lot easier. When the meeting concluded, it was almost lunchtime. His parents invited him to join them for lunch, but Alaric told them that he had other plans, so he rejected their invitation. He left the main mansion and headed straight to the guest mansion where Ivana and the rest of the elves were staying. By the time he arrived, he saw that the elves were preparing a big meal for Ivana's birthday. Alaric didn't tell anyone about Ivana's birthday, so only the elves were celebrating with her. Alaric. Ivana was pleasantly surprised to see him. I'm sorry I'm late. I had something to discuss with my parents. Alaric apologetically said. It's all right. Come in. The food is ready. Ivana invited him to the dining hall. All right. I'm curious to try elven dishes. Alaric nodded and followed her inside. Believe me, it's not much different than human dishes. We just eat a variety of fruits and we also add more vegetables in our dishes. Ivana eagerly explained as she led him to the table. There was no one else inside the hall other than the elves, but they still hadn't removed their robes. It's all right, everyone. You can trust Alaric. Ivana convinced them. The elves hesitated, but they chose to trust their princess. Chapter 144 to 144, New Daily Mission. After having lunch with the elves, Alaric headed straight to the training grounds to begin his new daily mission. Underscore. Daily mission. Set A. 1000 weighted push-ups. 1000 weighted pull UPS. 1000 weighted squats. 1 hour weighted planking. Set B. 1000 mana-infused vertical slashes. 1000 mana-infused horizontal slashes. 1000 mana-infused diagonal slashes. 1000 mana-infused stabs. Rewards, 20 battle points, 3 EXP, 3 stat points. Penalty for failure, none. Underscore. Note, if you noticed, I changed the rewards for the new daily mission because my math wasn't mathing when I wrote the previous one. I apologize for the confusion. This was the new daily mission. It offered higher rewards and there wasn't even a penalty anymore. The only issue is that he had to perform more difficult exercises that would test the limits of his physical abilities. For the weighted exercises, Alaric had to lift a huge rock weighing over 1,000 kilograms while doing the exercises. For an elite knight like him, lifting a rock over 1,000 kilograms wasn't difficult. He wasn't a normal human anymore since his physical body was enhanced by mana, improving every part of him. First, he watched the tutorial on how to perform the weighted push-ups. So nothing changed except for the added weight. After watching the tutorial shown by the cyan screen, Alaric asked a few warriors to help him tie the huge rock on his back. "My lord, what are you doing this training for?" one curious warrior asked him. Alaric's exercises weren't new to them and they were already used to it, but it seemed like he was planning something different this time. "I just want to test my limits. Only through hardships can we overcome our limitations." Alaric gave a simple response, but his words rang like thunder in everyone's ears. Alaric didn't waste any time after the rock was tied to his back. He started doing his push-ups. Everyone watched him with awe and excitement. Alaric didn't find it that hard in the first few hundred repetitions, but when he went past 500 repetitions, he could feel his muscles starting to heat up. "Now this is fun." Alaric grinned. Beads of sweat trickled down his body as he performed more repetitions. 1000 weighted push-ups ballot box with check mark. "Come and help me get this rock off of me," he called out to the warriors. Hearing his voice, the warriors rushed to his side and carefully removed the huge stone. Bang! Damn! This thing is heavy! Someone exclaimed. How many repetitions did Lord Alaric perform with this huge rock on his back? 1,000. Holy shit! While they were eagerly discussing, Alaric searched for a good spot to perform the weighted pull UPS. This spot should be good. I hope this one will hold out. Alaric mumbled as he looked at the gates of the training grounds that sported two large pillars carrying an arched stone that connected the two. He rested for a full minute before he jumped and grabbed the arched stone. Come and help me tie that rock on my shoulders. He instructed the warriors. The warriors were stunned, but they quickly did as he instructed. 5 men had to lift the heavy rock and another 2 tied it with thick ropes to his shoulders. At this moment, Warwick and more warriors just came to the training grounds when they saw this scene. Feeling confused, Warwick beckoned to a warrior and asked, "What's going on here?" The warrior smiled bitterly and replied, "Sir, it seems like Lord Alaric is increasing the intensity of his training. Just a while ago, he performed 1,000 push-ups with that huge rock on his back." What? Warwick was dumbfounded. Even he had never trained that hard before. Ha ha ha. It's no surprise that Lord Alaric is growing too fast with this kind of training. Maybe I should follow his example. Henry, who was standing next to him, laughed heartily. Meanwhile, Alaric had already started performing the weighted pull UPS. He had just performed 1,000 push-ups, so the fatigue was starting to accumulate. Everyone watched him while excitedly guessing how many repetitions he could make. 100. 200. 300. They silently counted in their minds. When Alaric reached his 800th repetition, his movements started to slow down. Everyone could see that he was tired, but Alaric didn't give up and pushed through 1,000 repetitions with sheer willpower. As soon as he completed the exercise, he imbued mana into his hand and made a swiping move to cut the ropes that tied the rock to his shoulders. 1,000 weighted pull UPS ballot box with check mark. Bang! The ground trembled as the heavy stone fell. Alaric jumped down and rested for a few minutes. Damn it! This is a lot harder than I thought. I'm not even halfway done, but I'm already this tired. Alaric complained inwardly. After his rest, he performed the next 2 exercises for over an hour. 1,000 weighted squats ballot box with check mark. 1 hour weighted planking ballot box with check mark. He completed the weighted squats fast, but he couldn't do the same with the weighted planking since it has a 1 hour requirement. Fuck! That was the longest 1 hour of my life. He collapsed after doing the planking and he didn't get up for 5 minutes. The next set of exercises is a combination of sword and mana training. They aren't as physically demanding, but I'm sure it won't be easy. Alaric lifted his weary body and grabbed his swords. For the next exercises, he planned to perform them with 2 swords. He ignored the watchful eyes of the warriors and began with the first exercise of set B, which was 1,000 mana-infused vertical slashes. In the next moment, Alaric released his mana, revealing his realm as an elite knight. He had already discussed this with his parents, so he wasn't afraid to display his strength. Elite Knight. Warwick and the other elite knights present at the scene were the first ones to notice his power. Everyone was stunned. Alaric had only become a knight half a year ago, but he had already advanced to another realm. Alaric heard their exclamations, but he didn't stop his exercises. 1,000 mana-infused vertical slashes ballot box with check mark. 1,000 mana-infused horizontal slashes ballot box with check mark. 1,000 mana-infused diagonal slashes ballot box with check mark. 1,000 mana-infused stabs ballot box with check mark. Daily mission complete. You received 20 battle points. You received 3 EXP. You received 3 stat points. Chapter 145 to 145, giving the half-used beast soul crystal to Warwick. Due to the effects of your trait mana gathering, see, you received 1 mana. So that's how it works? He was pleasantly surprised. He had almost forgotten about this trait since he hadn't found out its effect. Now, he finally understood how it worked. So I can activate the trait by simply doing mana training, but the requirement is quite strict. I only gained 1 mana by doing all those mana-infused sword exercises. Alaric lamented as he opened his profile. Alaric Silversword Elite Knight EXP, 03/1000. Potential, A. Traits, Horseback Riding, C. Swordsmanship, SSS, Close Combat, C. Archery, F. Hunting, E. Tracking, E. Sixth Sense, E. Monster Affinity, F. Mana Gathering, C. Strength, 150. Stamina, 150. Agility, 150. Vitality, 150. Endurance, 150. Mana, 150-151. Battle points, 0-20. Stat points, 42-45. Requirements for the next advancement, 1000 EXP, 250 in all attributes, and 10,000 battle points. Alaric was exhausted, but he was happy that his efforts were rewarded. The rewards of the new daily mission are great, but it requires too much time. Just today alone, I spent several hours doing everything. Good thing there's no penalty for not completing the new daily mission. Otherwise, I will be done for if I'm in a situation where I can't do the exercises. Alaric thought. At this moment, Warwick and the others finally approached him. My lord. They greeted him with even more respect now that he had become an elite knight. Before this, their respect stemmed from the fact that he was the heir of House Silversword and his incredible talent for swordsmanship, but it was different now that he had become an elite knight. He was already standing on the same level as them. Alaric got up and returned their greeting. My lord, since when did you become an elite knight? Warwick asked while staring at him with a serious face. Just yesterday. Alaric shrugged without bothering to explain. Seeing that he had no intention to disclose the details, he no longer pressed the matter. I see. Congratulations on your advancement, my lord. Congratulations, my lord. Everyone showered him with congratulatory words. Alaric responded to them one by one. By the way, Sir Warwick, I have something for you. Please follow me to my study. Alaric turned his head toward Warwick. The latter raised an eyebrow, feeling curious about his invitation, but he still nodded in response. Yes, my lord. Also, please inform the workers to repair that. Tell them to make it more durable. Alaric pointed at the arched stone that he used in his pole UPS. There was noticeable damage to the architecture because of the unexpected weight that it had to carry. Everyone smiled wryly upon hearing this. Yes, my lord. After giving a few more instructions, Alaric nodded to Warwick and left the training grounds. Warwick quietly followed him. Just as they were about to enter the main mansion, they saw Roland with 2 of his subordinates walking toward them. My lord. Roland cupped his fists. Suddenly, Roland widened his eyes. Elite Knight. Alaric seemed to have sensed his shock and sent him a smile. What's up, Sir Roland? He asked. Roland cleared his throat while gathering his thoughts. We have overstayed here, so I'm here to bid you farewell. Although it's rather unfortunate that you won't be joining our side. He expressed his regret with a long sigh. It is indeed unfortunate, but I hope that this won't affect our friendship. Alaric shook his head, also feeling regretful. Of course not. Roland shook his head and smiled. That's good. Alaric's face suddenly turned serious as he said. I hope that you will properly convey our concerns to His Highness. We don't want the Empire to fall into ruin, so we are making this choice. Roland understood his worries. This was also one of his concerns once the 2 princes would clash. He was certain that their battle would cause great damage to Astania. I understand. I will convey your message to His Highness. You can rest assured, my lord. He promised. The two exchanged a few more words before Roland left with his subordinates. Looking at his departing figure, Alaric smiled. We will meet again soon, my friend. I'm sure we will. He is a respectable warrior, Warwick commented. And Alaric hummed in agreement. When they could no longer see Roland's group, Alaric turned around and uttered. Let's go. Warwick nodded and followed him inside the main mansion. Alaric brought Warwick to his study and took the beast soul crystal of the Orc Lord that was hidden in his desk's drawer. Galinar had only used less than half of the energy it contained, so there's still plenty of energy left. You have done well in performing your duties. You deserve this reward. I hope that you will advance with the help of this beast soul crystal. Alaric handed him the crystal. My lord, this is... Warwick was flabbergasted. He could tell that it was the beast soul crystal of the Orc Lord. Although some of its energy was gone, it still contained enough energy to facilitate his advancement. Please take it, Sir Warwick. Warwick no longer hesitated after seeing his insistence. Thank you, my lord. I won't fail your expectations. He had been an elite knight for a long time, but he hadn't found a chance to break through because of the lack of natural resources and mana. However, with this beast soul crystal, not to mention a week, he would probably advance in just a few days. Alaric tapped his shoulder. Keep up the good work. He offered a few more words of encouragement to the veteran elite knight before he sent him out of his study. After Warwick left, Alaric took his seat. Once Sir Warwick becomes a transcendent knight, House Silversword will have 3 transcendents. There's Sir William too. If only I could convince him to officially join us. Maybe there will be a chance once we gather the surrounding forces for the orc subjugation plan. As he thought of this, his lips curved upwards. Chapter 146 to 146, Mount Tagira, the Land of Protectors. 2 weeks passed by after that. During these 2 weeks, Alaric honored his promise to give the warriors who had died in Alverton a proper funeral. House Silversword also invited a cleric from the church to officiate the ceremony. This gesture tugged the hearts of the warriors and the families of those who had fallen. Usually, the fallen warriors would only be buried together and there would be no ceremony whatsoever, so everyone was moved by Alaric's decision to hold the funeral. The residents of North Pine Town and the former residents of Alverton attended the event to bid farewell to the heroes who were killed to protect their lives and also to express their gratitude for their selfless sacrifices. The funeral lasted an entire week and the heroes were buried on top of the mountain beside the estate. The mountain was formerly called Mount Canla, but Alaric took it upon himself to rename it Mount Tagira, which means Land of Protectors when translated into common language. It was Ivana who suggested this name and she even attended the funeral, but something came up halfway through the ceremony which forced her to leave North Pine Town. Alaric asked what happened, but the elven princess refused to tell him and decisively left after bidding him farewell. After the fallen warriors were buried, Alaric sent his subordinates to inform the families of the dead that they would receive monthly compensation and other benefits to ensure their livelihood. On the 3rd day of March in the year 209 of the Astanian calendar, Alaric was heading to Redonia to meet the leaders of the noble households in the north. When these arrogant leaders received the letter sent by Lucas Silversword, almost 80% of them agreed to join the orc subjugation. The leaders unanimously agreed to hold a gathering in Redonia, which was situated at the very center of the north. At this moment, Alaric was checking his character profile on the cyan screen. Alaric Silversword Elite Knight EXP, 351/1000. Potential, A. Traits, Horseback Riding, C. Swordsmanship, SSS, Close Combat, C. Archery, F. Hunting, E. Tracking, E. Sixth Sense, E. Monster Affinity, F. Mana Gathering, C. Strength, 150. Stamina, 150. Agility, 150. Vitality, 150. Endurance, 150. Mana, 151-167. Battle points, 2340. Stat points, 4593. Requirements for the next advancement, 1000 EXP, 250 in all attributes, and 10,000 battle points. He hadn't neglected his daily missions despite the busy schedule he had the past 2 weeks. Although he wouldn't be penalized for not completing his daily mission, Alaric didn't skip even a single day. The requirements this time are high, but if I strictly complete the daily missions, I should be able to fulfill everything in 3 years. He didn't dare be complacent since the future he knew was becoming more and more uncertain. On the morning of March 4, Alaric's entourage finally arrived at the town. At the entrance of Redonia, they were received by Dylan Heinrich, the heir of the Heinrich household. He escorted them to their family's estate and showed deferential treatment to Alaric throughout the trip. Dylan openly expressed his admiration toward the latter, and he was only short on saying, "I'm willing to follow you." At this enthusiastic young knight, Alaric couldn't help but feel emotional. In his past life, their statuses were vastly different and he could only admire Dylan's splendor from afar. "Lord Dylan, has everyone arrived?" Alaric suddenly asked, his face turning serious. The smile on Dylan's face faded when he mentioned this, and he responded with a stern voice. "Including Lord Alaric's group and our household, only 9 groups have arrived." Hearing this, Alaric frowned. 14 households promised to join the orc subjugation, and it was already close to their agreed meeting time. "Any news from them?" Alaric inquired, his voice turning cold. Dylan cleared his throat and replied. "House Ermac sent us a letter yesterday saying that they would be delayed. House Syrian also informed us that they will arrive tomorrow. As for the remaining households..." He paused and observed Alaric's expression before he continued. "They didn't send any letter." Alaric's face darkened. "Send more messengers to those families and tell them to hurry. If they don't come before the agreed time, House Silversword will stop all our cooperation with them." In the past few months, House Silversword expanded their iron ore mining business at his insistence, which turned them into the largest iron ore supplier in the north. They had even extended business dealings with many noble households. If he cut off cooperation with those families, they would definitely face a severe lack of iron ore. Dylan was stunned. For him to utter those words, this showed that Alaric, or rather House Silversword, wasn't afraid of those noble households. "Yes, my lord. I will send our messengers to relay your message to them." Dylan subconsciously responded in a more respectful tone. "Mn." Alaric hummed in response. Soon, the walls that surrounded the estate of House Heinrich came into view. "We're almost there, my lord," Dylan said as he pointed in the direction of their estate. Alaric followed his gaze. House Heinrich's estate was strategically located on top of a hill. In case of a siege, they would have a higher ground, making it harder for invaders to attack. On top of the walls, he also saw some warriors occasionally patrolling, ensuring that no trespassers were nearby. They headed straight to the main gate where a welcoming group was waiting for them. Among them was Baron Smith Heinrich, the head of the household. As soon as the carriage stopped, Alaric got off and greeted the Baron. Unlike Baron Nathan of House Pixity, this man was very particular about his health. He looked strong and fit with the visible muscles on his arms. Furthermore, he was also an elite knight. Alaric approached the Baron with a confident gait. Meanwhile, Dylan matched his pace, but he subconsciously maintained a distance of half a step behind him. "I'm pleased to meet you, my lord." Alaric's face broke into a smile as he greeted the Baron. Chapter 147-147, Meeting of the North's Giants. Baron Smith Heinrich had been observing Alaric the moment he stepped out of the carriage, and the young man gave him a strong impression. Alaric was completely different compared to someone his age. He already had the dignity of a lord, and he also had this unique charisma that made others subconsciously follow him. "He is very much like his father," he thought in his heart. "I'm pleased to meet you, my lord." Facing Alaric's polite greeting, Baron Smith responded with a smile. I'm honored to meet you, Lord Alaric. I hope your journey was smooth. The two exchanged polite remarks before Baron Smith introduced the people who came with him. 3 were middle-aged men and the last one was an old man who looked to be in his late 60s. It turned out that these 4 were heads of noble households. No wonder they looked so familiar. Alaric thought to himself. He disregarded them earlier, thinking that they were merely cousins or brothers of the Baron. Alaric respectfully greeted them one by one. After greeting each other, Baron Smith suggested that they continue their conversation inside his mansion. He also sent his men to inform the other family heads about Alaric's arrival. An hour later, Alaric and the family heads gathered in a meeting hall inside House Heinrich's mansion. Other than the family heads, they also brought their most trusted guards with each of them bringing 2 at most. Meanwhile, Alaric brought Galinar and Fredrin with him. In front of these family heads, he had to show some power to maintain the prestige of House Silversword. At this moment, Baron Smith sent Alaric a knowing look. Sensing his gaze, Alaric cleared his throat before he opened his mouth. Everyone. His voice was calm and unhurried, but the moment he spoke, everyone shut their mouths and turned their gazes toward him. First, I would like to thank you all for coming all the way here. Alaric started with some opening remarks, expressing his gratitude to the ones who attended. He then took a short pause before he headed to the main topic. He stood up from his chair and said, as mentioned in my father's letter, we spotted a large orc settlement in this location. He pointed to a certain location on the map pasted on the table. It was an area close to Alverton. He circled this spot with his finger and continued. Based on our investigation, there are approximately 7,000 to 10,000 orcs in this settlement. When the family heads heard this, there was a collective gasp of surprise. This wasn't mentioned in Lucas's letter. They all thought that there were only 1,000 orcs at most, so they were stunned when he revealed this information. Suddenly, a family head spoke up. My lord, if there are that many orcs, how can we even defeat them? Even if we were to gather all our warriors, we would only have slightly over 1,000 at most. To defeat an orc settlement of that size, we need at least 5,000 warriors. Some family heads nodded in agreement. None of them wanted to fight a losing battle, especially one without much to gain. Alaric glanced at the man who had spoken. He was the oldest man in the room and his territory was also the largest since he controlled a big part of Vale. His name was Argus. He was a baron and he was also a retired warrior whose realm was at the level of knights. He might not be gifted as a warrior, but he was a shrewd leader who had one of the highest seniority in the north. Alaric looked away from the old baron and scanned the faces of the family heads as he said. I'm sure you are aware of the recent attack on Alverton. Do you know how many orc warriors attacked the town at that time? His voice was calm and everyone also sensed a trace of coldness in his tone. More than 1,000. Everyone's eyes widened upon hearing this. They were aware of the recent orc attack, but they didn't know that it was at such scale. With only less than 200 warriors, we managed to defeat them. His dignified voice drifted into everyone's ears. The family head stared at the young man in disbelief. Orc warriors were known for their strong physical bodies and aggression. Normal warriors would have difficulty handling a single orc warrior. While they were reeling in shock, Alaric continued. It is not impossible to defeat them with smaller numbers. We only have to outwit them. Take a look at this place here. Alaric pointed at the map. The orc settlement is located in a large cave within this mountain. Initially, they stayed here, but because of the freezing temperature, they relocated to the cave. Here's what I plan to do. Alaric had already planned things with his mother before coming here, so he presented what they had prepared to the family heads. At first, everyone didn't think much of it, but the more they listened, the more astonished they became. My lord, if I may speak, the one who spoke was still Baron Argus. Everyone turned their gazes toward the old man. Your plan is feasible, but you mentioned that there are orc warriors patrolling outside the mountain. If they notice us, it could destroy our plans and we may even have to confront them head-on. If we are to clash with their army, do you think we can win against them considering that Lord Lucas wouldn't join us in this battle? The old man asked with a deep look. Alaric's plan was brilliant, but one mistake could make things go wrong. He wanted to know if Alaric had an alternative solution in case an unexpected situation happened. Sensing everyone's eyes on him, Alaric simply smiled as he beckoned to Galinar. "Sir Galinar, please reveal your aura so that these gentlemen can be assured about our victory." Hearing his command, Galinar, who was standing quietly behind Alaric, immediately stepped forward and released his aura. Chapter 148 to 148, The True Objective of House Silversword. Transcendent Night. The warriors who had followed their lords exclaimed in shock when they felt the oppressive aura akin to a heavy mountain coming from him. When the lords heard their subordinates' words, they were stupefied. They attended this meeting to show respect to House Silversword, but the main reason was Lucas's deterrent power. Another transcendent night. Baron Argus almost fell from his seat after Galinar revealed his aura. The former was a knight, so he could sense the overwhelming presence of the latter. He had only felt this kind of pressure from Lucas in the few transcendents that he had met. At this moment, everyone finally realized why Alaric was so confident about this orc subjugation plan. It turned out that a new transcendent knight had appeared in their household. The first one to regain his composure was Baron Nathan, who had been quiet the entire time. He slapped the table out of excitement and laughed heartily. "Good. With Sir Galinar and Lord Alaric leading us in battle, what is there to be worried about? Ha ha ha." He had been silent this entire time since he was thinking about how he should pull out of this operation. However, the moment Galinar revealed his power, he immediately discarded the thought. Heck! This was a transcendent knight. A powerful human weapon that could kill dozens of enemies in a single strike. Indeed. With Sir Galinar's power and Lord Alaric's brilliant plan, this mission would definitely be successful. Another lord chimed in. The lords no longer hesitated and everyone readily expressed their desire to join the mission. Looking at the arrogant lords who were now flattering him like experienced bootlickers, Alaric smiled faintly. This is the commanding power of a transcendent knight. He thought to himself. If he had come here without Galinar, half of these lords might have pulled out from the plan. This was why it was important to have a strong leader in the army. Just their presence alone could drastically increase the army's morale. "Is this enough, Lord Argus?" Alaric turned his head toward the old baron, who was still reeling in shock. Hearing Alaric calling out his name, Baron Argus cleared his mind and subconsciously adjusted his posture. He no longer dared to treat this young man lightly. With a transcendent knight at his command, only an idiot would oppose him. With a forced smile on his aged face, the Baron responded. "Enough. It's more than enough, my lord." Alaric nodded with a pleased look. "Great." He scanned everyone's faces and said. "If someone wants to pull out, please raise your hand." The lords glanced at each other with bitter smiles. No one raised their hand, making Alaric smile wider. "Then I assume that everyone here is willing to participate in the orc subjugation." He then turned his gaze toward Smith Heinrich. "Lord Smith, please ask these gentlemen how many warriors they can send and give me the report later." Alaric didn't want to give them too much pressure, so he hinted that he would leave the hall. Baron Smith stood up and nodded. "Yes, my lord. I will get it done immediately." Alaric hummed in response and excused himself before he left the hall with his subordinates. After he left, the lords slumped into their seats, looking like defeated generals. The bitterness on their faces was evident. "Do you guys think there is a deeper reason behind this orc subjugation?" one of the lords asked. The question he raised garnered everyone's attention. Everyone subtly felt that there was a bigger motive behind this operation. "What do you think, Lord Argus?" The lords stared at the old baron. He was the one with the most experience in the hall, so they wanted to hear his opinion. Argus shook his head as he inwardly grumbled at the dumbness of these lords. A bunch of clueless idiots. He had a general idea of what House Silversword's goal was for this mission. He realized this when Alaric revealed Galenar's existence. It's simple. The old man uttered. House Silversword wants the Empire to know that the North is their territory. His words exploded like a bomb, shaking them to their core. So arrogant. The old man sneered. They have the capital to be arrogant. Even in the central cities, only the dukedoms and a few other big territories have two transcendents at their disposal. While the lords were nervously comprehending his words, Argus leaned on his seat while rubbing his temples. It seems like they don't intend to participate in the battle for the throne, and they plan to use the orc subjugation to tell everyone in the Empire that they have two transcendents. What a carefully laid out plan. Is this your work again, Maria Keller? Maria's role in House Silversword was already known by everyone. She was the brain of the household, and almost all the big decisions of the family were planned out by her. Argus was faced with a conundrum. On one side, the second prince who had extended an invitation to him, asking for his support. On the other hand, there was House Silversword, a tiger that had finally bared its fangs. He thought hard, but he couldn't come up with a decision. In the end, he gave up on thinking and let out a long, exhausted sigh. At this moment, Baron Smith clapped his hands to gather their attention. Let's continue this conversation at another time, my lords. For now, please cooperate with me and tell me how many warriors you can bring for the orc subjugation. It would help a lot if you specify the levels of the warriors. He didn't dare neglect Alaric's instructions. I'll go first. Baron Nathan eagerly volunteered. Smith Heinrich nodded to him and said, Go ahead, Lord Nathan. Please tell me how many people you can bring. We don't have a lot of warriors right now, so I can only bring 50 warriors with me. 1 elite knight, 5 knights, and the rest will be knight apprentices and normal warriors. Chapter 149 to 149, Gathering the Warriors of the North. News about Galenar spread like wildfire in the north. No one expected the quiet House Silversword to suddenly reveal this hidden expert. The noble houses who had ignored Lucas's letter were now regretting their actions, and some even hurried over to Redonia to make amends. In the next few days since Alaric's arrival to the town, 7 more noble houses arrived. 2 of them were houses that hadn't sent a response to Lucas's message. No one could ignore House Silversword anymore, especially now that they had 2 transcendent knights. On the 10th of March, exactly a week after Alaric's arrival in Redonia, a large army had gathered outside the town. They were the warriors of the 16 noble houses who had volunteered to join the orc subjugation. Their numbers totaling more than 1,200 men. At this moment, Alaric stood before this 1,000-man army, his gaze looking sharp like that of a hawk as he scanned the flags of those present. _____. Mission complete. Rewards: 500 battle points, 30 exp, 30 stat points, random trait upgrade card x1. _____. His eyes gleamed when he saw the notification. He then closed the cyan screen and took a deep breath before he opened his mouth. To everyone here, I commend your courage. You are the true warriors of the North. His dignified voice echoed, subconsciously making the warriors stand straight like unbending swords. We are gathered here for one purpose, and that is to destroy the orc settlement that has threatened the safety of the North. Alaric took a short pause and narrowed his eyes. We can't allow those beasts to come closer to our home, so they have to be eradicated. Everyone felt a chill when they sensed an overwhelming killing intent oozing out from his eyes. It was then that everyone realized Alaric's current power. Elite Knight. Lord Alaric is an elite knight? No way! Some warriors exclaimed in disbelief. It was only recently that they heard about Alaric's advancement to the knight realm. However, in just half a year, he had stepped into a higher realm, a realm that only the truly powerful warriors could hope to reach, the realm of elite knights. Meanwhile, the lords were similarly stunned. The speed of his advancement made them terrified. Some of them even felt that they were witnessing the rise of a dragon that the continent had never seen. Those who held a trace of dissatisfaction after being forced to participate in this mission were now happy about their decision. Alaric jumped onto his horse and shouted, "Prepare to depart." "Yes, Lord Alaric." The warriors responded in unison. Soon, under the leadership of Alaric Silversword, the army of over 1,200 men departed Redonia. The battle hadn't even begun, but their morale was sky-high. 2 days later, a few kilometers away from Alverton, the army had temporarily set up camp. In the middle of the camp, a large tent could be seen. A pole was erected beside the tent with the flag of House Silversword hanging on top, fluttering amidst the strong winds. At this moment, inside the tent, the lords had gathered for a meeting when a scout came to give his report. "My lord, as you had suspected, Alverton is now occupied by the orcs." The scout reported to Alaric in a grim voice. Hearing this, Alaric wasn't surprised. He had already anticipated this. "What about the residents who had remained in the town?" he asked in a low voice. When the majority of the residents had relocated to North Pine Town, some people still chose to stay in Alverton. The scout's face darkened as replied, "They are being slaughtered by those beasts as we speak." His words weren't loud, but those who were present heard him clearly. "How dare those filthy creatures kill the citizens of Astania? My lord, please give me 200 men. I promise that I will destroy those beasts," one of the lords uttered with rage. Some of the lords frowned upon hearing his righteous words. They knew that he was only trying to get some brownie points from Alaric. Alaric raised his hand, indicating to the lord to keep quiet. He then beckoned to the scout and asked, "How many orc warriors are inside the town?" "We haven't done a detailed check, but based on our estimates, there should be around 500 orc warriors in the town and they are led by 4 orc generals," the scout replied. Alaric nodded and turned his gaze at the lord who had volunteered earlier. "Lord Ermac, you heard him. There are 500 orc warriors in the town. If I give you 200 soldiers, do you have the confidence to kill every last one of them?" Everyone stared at Lord Ermac with cold smirks on their faces. Lord Ermac was tongue-tied, but when faced with everyone's mocking gazes, he had no choice. "Yes, my lord. Just leave it to me." He puffed his chest to appear as confident as he could, but everyone could see through his bluff. Alaric stared deeply at him and muttered, "Then you have my approval. Including your household, House Reno and House Elvin will follow you in this mission." Both the houses he mentioned were the ones who had ignored Lucas's letter. It was obvious that he was targeting them, but no one said a word. The lords of House Reno and House Elvin had bitter smiles on their faces. "Don't worry, I will send a team of my warriors to follow you." Alaric didn't plan to send them to their deaths. He only wanted to give them a small punishment for their actions. A team? What can a team do against 500 orc warriors? The 3 lords complained in their hearts. Seeing that they weren't responding, Alaric frowned. "What are you waiting for?" Terrified, the 3 lords immediately rose to their feet. "Yes, my lord. We will prepare immediately." The 3 quickly left the tent and went to gather their soldiers. Alaric didn't linger either. He adjourned the meeting and left to watch the performance of the 3 lords. If they did well, he would no longer make things difficult for them. Chapter 150 to 150, William's Old Dream. Alaric watched the 3 lords lead their army toward Alverton. For the mission of recapturing the town, he sent Fredrin and Arthur together with 15 knights to follow the 3 lords into battle. At this moment, a figure on a horse appeared next to him. "Are you sure about this, my lord? This might incur the displeasure of those 3 lords." Alaric turned his head and saw that it was William. The old man promised that he would join the orc subjugation and he really came. Furthermore, he even brought the former mercenary group led by Geoffrey. At this moment, William was wearing his cuirass and armor that covered his torso, made from steel, leather, and other materials. After he had put on this armor, William no longer looked like the neighborhood old man that he was when Alaric first met him. He now looked like a seasoned commander who had been through numerous battles. Alaric didn't respond to his question and asked, "Sir William, do you know what's the most important to an army?" The old man furrowed his eyebrows, but he still replied, "It should be skilled soldiers and effective battle formations." Alaric nodded. "That's true, but the most important factor in an army is their leader. A capable leader knows how to differentiate between right and wrong. If the subordinates make a mistake, then it's the leader's duty to punish them." He then looked at the more than 200 warriors disappearing in the distance, his eyes indifferent and cold. This principle must be strictly followed to ensure that the soldiers will make the most optimal decisions. He squeezed his legs, urging his horse to move. While doing this, he beckoned to the old man, signaling for him to follow. Seeing this, William kicked his horse and matched his pace. If the army has a weak leader, no soldiers would be willing to follow him. Alaric's words drifted into his ears. William didn't expect to hear this from a young man who wasn't even 20. He almost thought that he was speaking to a seasoned commander. Are these values taught to him by Lord Lucas, or did he comprehend them himself? William stared at the young man's back. For some inexplicable reason, he could feel his blood boiling, and he even felt this strange desire to follow Alaric. The retired warrior could feel the intense thumping of his heart. It was as if a dying ember was being stoked, lighting it ablaze. "Should I try one more time?" William never truly wanted to retire, but his injuries forced him to make that difficult decision. He once dreamed of becoming a general with tens of thousands of warriors under his command. However, that dream was cut short after he had failed his advancement to Transcendent and was even left with partial mana disability. Now, with a charismatic and capable young man worthy to follow, this old dream felt within his reach once more. While William was wrestling with his inner thoughts, the company of over 200 warriors led by the three lords had already rushed to the western gates of the town, where the defense seemed to be severely lacking. Fredrin drew his sword and kicked his horse, urging it to move faster. With his sword pointed forward, he bellowed, "Knights of House Silversword, kill them all!" Upon hearing his command, Arthur and the 15 knights roared while charging toward the orc warriors guarding the western gates. "Hey!" Lord Ermac called out, but his voice was drowned by the roars of the knights. Behind him, the army of the three lords was left behind, looking stunned as they watched Fredrin's small team rushing with reckless abandon. In the next moment, a violent slaughter unfolded. Fredrin, Arthur, and the 15 knights were like a pack of frenzied lions, butchering the orc warriors within mere seconds. "Holy shit! What in the tarnation am I watching?" exclaimed Lord Reno, a slightly chubby middle-aged knight. It wasn't just him, Lord Ermac and Lord Elvin were similarly dumbstruck by the massacre they were witnessing. In just a blink of an eye, the more than 50 orc warriors guarding the western gates were killed. "They killed those beasts just like that," Lord Ermac mumbled with his eyes wide open. "Are those warriors the elites of House Silversword?" muttered Lord Reno with knitted eyebrows. "They should be. They don't move like regular soldiers. Didn't you feel their aura? 15 of them are knights and the 2 leading them are elite knights." Lord Elvin, a bald middle-aged man with a thick beard, uttered in a serious voice. Fredrin glanced at the 3 lords who had just reached the western gates and said, "My lords, from this point on, you will be the vanguard. Your task is to kill as many orc warriors as you can." The 3 lords frowned, dissatisfaction evident on their faces. They were lords from noble households and they felt that it was beneath them to follow a commoner's instructions. "What about you then? What will you guys be doing?" Lord Elvin snorted. Fredrin could sense their dissatisfaction, but he couldn't care less about their feelings. With a cold voice, he replied, "Our task is to eliminate the orc generals." Hearing this, the 3 lords were shocked. According to the scout, there were 4 orc generals inside the town, but this was only a conservative estimate. There could be more of them hidden in the town, but this guy actually dared to say that they would eliminate those fearsome creatures with only 15 warriors. However, thinking about the ferocity they showed earlier, the 3 lords realized that it might be possible. All right. We'll leave the orc generals to you. Lord Ermac agreed with a forced smile. Dealing with the orc warriors was much better than fighting the orc generals. Fredrin nodded and made a hand gesture, instructing his men to make a path for the 3 lords' soldiers. The 3 lords nodded to each other with solemn faces. Let's go! Lord Ermac shouted.